Hello. Welcome to the pub, everybody. I don't even know what that is, RW, but welcome, welcome, welcome. Last Dance, good to see you. Jason Godet, good to see you. Chris Jean Wright, good to see you. Ashley, hey, how are you there? I gotta see you. And right on. What is the zero hedge thing? What the hell is that? I'm gonna just look it up. And I hope my sound is okay. What is it? I don't know. No idea. Happy New Year to you, Cup. Um, yeah, I don't really know what that is, but if people want to be there, then that's fine. Whatever. Oh, yeah, right. Krasenstein Twins and Greenwald. Gotcha, buddy. Um, did the game matter for you today, or did you guys already secure the bye, Baltimore? You're all clear, right? Didn't matter. Except for fucking TJ Watt going down. That's a big deal, I imagine. Hopefully the young man is okay. But yeah, it looked like the old Ravens weren't playing for much. They already secured the bye. That's American football that I'm talking about. And I'm going to start off with a light rum and seltzer. That would be supermarket brand lime seltzer. Sound okay? Everything good? Good, good, good. Good to see you too, Chris. Always good. That is a conversation we've had many times here, RW, and I know you've been here for a lot of them. Um, yeah, the bubbles are fine. They last plenty. You know, $3.99 for a 12 pack on sale right now. I'm good with that price. I found myself switching over to some supermarket brands because I don't know how much of a difference there is. If you like something, doesn't matter what brand it is. But yeah, I have not noticed the bubbles going away any quicker. And with a drink, I don't think that matters as much. But I drink these during the day, obviously, without alcohol in them. God, no alcohol. And they're fine. I don't drink soda ever, RW, with sugar. That's not one that a beverage that I ever consume. So I couldn't tell you. I really try to limit my sugar intake. I've cut it out on the morning coffee, which I'm proud of. I don't put it on my oatmeal anymore. So, yeah, definitely no soda pop for old Smokesteve. Oh, that's good. Smooth. Not much rum in that. Probably don't need the undershirt tonight. It's a bit warm down here. Yeah, yeah, soda. I've never really got the purpose behind it. As a kid, I liked it, of course. What kid doesn't? But once you start growing up, I think that's an easy thing to cut out. Just my opinion, though. I'm gonna roll up a joint, get this thing started. Thank you, my man. None of us were on the Epstein list. Yep. How did Epstein make his money? It's a good guess investing. There'll be some Brits. There already are some Brits. Yeah, I gotta get rid of this undershirt. I'm gonna just do it right over here. Out of camera sight. But I'm still in the room. And I won't forget you. All right, we're back. And we're back. Much better. Yeah, I noticed that guy over on the Discord. He's kind of funny. isn't he? But seems like a nice enough guy and able to engage in conversation. And I guess Cup of Tea is saying he's probably Mossad. Huh. Oh, you blocked? You can block on Discord? Individual blocking? Right? Click on the 3 dots next to the name or something like that. Yep, okay. Okay, Last Dance, no like, RW, did like. Okay, little difference of opinions, that's cool. I didn't realize you could actually block people on Discord. But I will not be using that feature unless somebody's a total dink. No, not RW. He is... Hey, look who it is. Grand. Coming in hot. As usual. Good to see you, McGrand. Hopefully you survived the great tornado of 2023. And we are getting a bit of a winter storm up here. No big deal. I hope to not have to start a snowblower tomorrow. 2024. Thank you, buddy. It says it right there on the screen. It's going to take me a little time to get used to that. Yes, I do, Jason. Yeah, I do open it up. Usually around 8 o'clock, so 1 o'clock there, but I can open it sooner. And I'm assuming you came here either from Based Welshman or possibly the Reverend Simon Sideways. Those 2 guys are both solid dudes, but welcome. Glad to have you. If you're having a drink, please enjoy. Predate your checks. I don't have checks. Huh. Yeah, we don't have checks. I had to fucking go to the bank to get them to write me a check recently for something, which was kind of funny. They do it for free, but it's a bit of a hassle. Not much of a need for checks anymore. Oh, Chris John Wright sent you here. Cool. Good deal. Welcome then, man. Canada, another North American. Right on. Glad to another North American in the house. Canadians are cool. Occasionally we have another Canadian who joins us here. He goes by the name of Anticorp, aka Scum TV with a K. Cool. I am drinking Mount Gay rum. Eclipse Heritage brand blend. Crisp and aromatic. Good shit. I like scotch too, my man. This is just rum with the splashes. Oh, this isn't my usual cocktail. It's sort of the beginning of the night, so I'm going to go a little lighter on this one. Later on, a bit more rum. Here you go. Possibly a link for Jason. Interesting. Hey, Johnny Grammaticus, welcome. Good to see you. All right, cool, man. I think that is a yes. And thanks for posting that there. It's expensive, no kidding, huh? This bottle was $25, so that's a good price. You know, once you get up over 30, I feel like that's where it's prohibitive cost-wise, but 25 is good. Yeah, welcome, Johnny Grammaticus. we are doing well. Hey, look at it's Reverend Simon Sideways. Good to see you, man. You guys would like him. I'm sure you Brits may already know him. If not, definitely check out his channel. He's got some really interesting subject matter. You would like him, I am sure. Parachutist. How you doing? Don't recognize that name, but welcome. Yeah, parachutist. Oh, cool. A little bit of some of the crew from right on from Reverend Simon Sideways. Sid Precious. Not Sid Vicious. Welcome, Sid. Good to see you. Top man, the Rev. Yeah, there you go. Welcome. That's life, but not as we know it. He is top man. Good guy. Good subject matter. Right on. Thank you, Reverend. Cheers. I very much appreciate that. Cheers to you. Hey, all right, cool. Let's fire this thing up. If you fellas are ready, I'm gonna let you both in. How you doing?
Good evening.
Good. Good to see you.
And I guess good morning to the Reverend.
Yeah, it is actually. Just noticed. Yeah.
How was your stream tonight, man?
Well, I had my main channel told off for a week, so I didn't think I was going to get very far. But we all went over on my other channel, which is it had 6,000, but I posted everything on it for 2 days, and I gained 2,000. Also, fucking that's amazing.
Wow,
And
good.
and then it went up to like 700 fucking viewers on a 6,000 sub base, which for me that's fucking bizarre. Anyway, so I was like, yay! And the phone was off the hook the whole time. It was just flat out. So, but what I wanted to do was a server raid, right? Which is what I would have come here if I could have found you straight away. Would have come straight here. But there was another guy, so we raided him, and his views went up from about somewhere about 40 or 50 to 250, which when he realized, he was like, fuck me, what's going on? And I managed to get about 60 subs. But the point was, I was hoping to find you, but you weren't live at the time. So
I see.
Is what it is.
Any idea what you got shut down for a week for specifically?
Yeah, I did. I said about child rape because they're doing this thing now on. I've got VR, and there was this kid that's is a court case at the moment that a girl 16, she was wearing VR, and her persona in the game got gang raped, and now they're trying to bring a prosecution to the people that did that, which is it's all very weird because it's actually in the is it a third party or whatever you call it? It's not you, but you. And then what they were trying to say was that even though this person wasn't physically attacked, the psychological damage, whatever. Me myself, I'd have said turn the fucking thing off or take the headset off, but common sense is not prevailing these days. And also, you shouldn't be doing that. And by them saying that this is now a thing and they're going to court over it, this will highlight it to people who are degenerate and they might do it more. So it's a bit dodgy, really. But nobody wants their kids to be fucking attacked by a bunch of wrong'uns. So
that's bizarre, dude. What are
by the title of that got me a telling off.
What are they going to be charged with? I don't really understand.
I don't know either because it's the first time.
Yeah.
So they'd have to make it up, wouldn't they?
Yeah, some sort of harassment.
Is that cyber rape? How'd you do that? Anyway.
Maybe some kind of cyber harassment of some sort. That's.
I would say it was malicious, right? But after that, I don't know.
Huh. That's crazy.
Very weird.
Very.
So anyway, have you seen Bass lately? Has he been in?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's been around. He's doing well. Saw him Thursday. I don't know if he's been out doing his thing in the public as much. I haven't seen a lot of
he's
that.
Been very quiet. I haven't seen him for about 9 months. So
no kidding.
No.
Welcome, Jason. Good to see you, man.
Oh, thanks for having me up, Smoke. Good to meet you guys. Last
Jason.
name, RW, Reverend.
Good to meet you.
Well, oh, straight up, Jason got it. My name. I live in Prince Edward Island, Canada.
PEI, nice.
Yep, absolutely. Good to meet you all. Just
Cool.
The
I like to have a
Canadians are the
few
most
beers
polite
and meet new
people you'll
people
ever
and
meet.
say what's up.
Yeah, right on. Good to meet you.
Sounds good.
Have you ever watched Ice Road Truckers?
Yes, absolutely.
I had Rick Yem on earlier on commenting on my stuff, right? And Rick was quite a potent character on the Ice Road Truckers, and he's been on a lot of live streams, but he's funny. He's very blunt.
Canadian?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
definitely.
Cool.
And it's pretty cool. My first time here, but I know a few names in chat. And
So
Cool.
what's the date? Not the date, the time between Jason and, say, for instance, Steve.
I'm at 8:47 p.m. What time you at, Steve?
7:47.
Just an hour
And I'm
off.
at 47 past midnight.
Right. So yeah, you're east of me, which is interesting. You're the only time zone east of.
I'm as far east as you can go in the.
You're right. The rest is the ocean.
You're where the east meets the west.
But you got Newfoundland with that half an hour shit. That's crazy.
They have that? I hadn't even heard of
They
that.
do. Newfoundland, the only half an hour fucking time frame you'll get.
Man, that's got to be confusing.
No,
So
just for
if
that.
you're watching this, by the way, and you're new to the channel, do subscribe because Base Welshman comes in here. I come in here. We find this as a place to retire on a Saturday night, and the conversation goes on for 8. So subscribe.
That's nice. Thank you.
Hopefully, you just summoned base Welshman.
Well, he might not. I don't know, but
Oh, he'll be here.
Don't we have
What-
to
we've got a
boil
few watching now.
some
Who's
news?
this person we speak of now? You're getting like me tuned in with other shit that I'm normally chilling at.
Right?
Oh, he's a friend of the pub from Wales.
Of the community. Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
What I like
Exactly.
about this place is you can
Can't wait
disagree
to
on
meet
everything and never get shitty with each other. I like that.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
No, never. Never.
All right,
Basically,
let's have a decider here. Luke Coombs, good or bad?
Great.
Luke
Luke
Combs.
Combs?
Luke Coombs, the country singer.
Yeah, great.
don't think
he's
I know him.
brilliant.
I never heard of him.
Oh my
I don't know enough about him. I've heard of him, but I don't know enough.
It's modern country. So yeah, I've got into country, by the way.
Does that mean it's rap?
No, not at all. Proper country. I
Okay.
even bought a guitar, but unfortunately, I'm fucking shit. So
You
it's gonna take
you
to
do see
it.
that country music's kind of evolving into rap more, right?
Oh no, this definitely is not rap. No, it's
But you know, what I'm saying.
yeah,
I've
it's it. Yeah. I like the more traditional stuff. I don't like the new stuff because I'm old fashioned. So you know, the new stuff.
Hoorah.
There's there's Zach. What's his name? Zach Brown. The Zach Brown
Yeah,
band.
Zach Brown band. Yeah.
Right now, the Zach Brown band, where he got up and he sang, I can't remember the name of the tune, but there was 2 others that started it off, right? And it's got the lovely fiddle on it and everything, right? And it'll come to me actually. I'll have to look for it, but just me and you. That tune, fucking brilliant. And I'll have to look for it, but yeah, you want to sing with that, and it's really peaceful and it's nice. And that kind of country, I like that.
Yeah, he's cool too. He does a lot of cover songs live. You go to one of his shows, he might do a whole set of classic rock and then a whole set of his country stuff, which I like. You know, you're not going to see
nothing. He was a street performer, wasn't he?
Yeah, a busker,
So
right?
he knows what it's like to be poor, which is good.
You just have a nice hat. That's what
Yes, he
attracts
does.
the coins as you go by. That's the nice hat you throw the coins into.
That's right. Are you guys hearing a lot about Eyes Wide Shut, January 6th, like today being January 6th? You hearing it in the UK, in Canada?
When you say eyes wide shut, what
Barely.
is that?
Person in chat.
Oh, yeah, this guy in chat just popped up. I just said hi to him.
Okay. No. But there
You
again, I completely off the reservation. I don't get to see much at all at the moment.
Okay.
I haven't heard much in America either. I mean, I wasn't watching news or anything today, but besides the debate that's happening, I haven't heard anything.
Heard a bit. There was a liberal talk show on the radio the other day that I do listen to at work because, frankly, it's somewhat entertaining. And they were talking about it, and I think it means a lot to people like that. Um, some people see it as one thing, other people see it as another. So I suppose your perception of it kind of matters.
What is it about? Because I've not seen anything. Is it a left-right thing, or is it about an expose thing, or what is it?
The January 6th, today's the anniversary of it, 3 years now. So it's, to some people like Sebastian here, he says it was a false flag filled with feds. So, not much.
This was the riot at the U.S. Capitol when Trump supported.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, that's about. Yeah. So
That's it. Yeah.
yeah. So what they were saying is that he was kind of encouraging an insurrection or whatever.
He was.
Yeah, they do say that.
What I would say is that my advice would have been to have told everybody not to do anything like that at all.
Yeah.
And that's from a conservative side of things, right? I believe that Trump was never a man of the people. This is from the right. Okay. I believe that he was nothing more than something that was there to piss the left off and give the right false hope. I think he caused a lot of damage, and I think that he was also bought and paid for. However, under his rule, the only thing I will say is that more black people got to work. And I don't remember us having an official war, but I'm sure there was a load of proxies. Other than that, he was crude, lewd, and not the best statesman.
That's all still true.
And what I will say is that of all of the people in the world, or moreover America, with all the intelligent and courteous and decent and fucking honest people that
Thank
you've got,
you.
the two people that they picked were those two. I don't believe that's democracy at all.
I know.
Amen, brother.
Reverend, that was a great speech, but the last sentence you said, I think you're full of shit.
Which, what? The only two people they could have picked?
No. The stuff about like all Americans are going to get their heads together and be good again.
Oh yeah, that.
Did I? No, what I actually was saying is that the only two people that they actually came up with after everything was those two.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I know. I have a lot of disillusion with the candidates that were given. They're pathetic.
I was told that if you're any good, if you're truly a really honest and decent person, you just won't get airtime, so you go nowhere.
That's what happened to Ben Carson, bro.
So, all you're going to get left with is the people that have already been through the meat grinder, are controlled or bribed or fucking corrupted, or call it what you like. You're never going to get any difference.
Don't you guys use the word Muppets?
Yeah, pretty much. We call them paid.
Paid?
Yeah, basically, all these people have been paid up, and they're controlled opposition, or they're whatever it is.
Right. I'm with you, brother.
These people are lobbied by either side, and we get the illusion of left and right. So we have the little argument between ourselves, and whatever. But we all lose.
Hegelian.
I mean, when it comes down to it, the Democrats are terrified of losing, so they are putting Slow Joe up there.
That's mean, Steve. That hurts people's feelings.
Because they think he is the most likely one to win, regardless of his mental capacity. You know what I'm saying? And the same thing. I think probably the majority of Republicans don't necessarily have Donald Trump as their first choice, but the fact is they would prefer winning with Trump than risking a loss with somebody else. So it's almost like, well, we'll take him. I think
there's so many more people that you could get in America rather than Trump. And everybody's still banging on about Trump and all the rest of it. The left-right dichotomy, right? The way I understand the left and the right anywhere is the left, the more spiritual, when I say more spiritual, they're more feeling, they're more caring, they're more artistic, they're more lovey and all the rest of it. But generally speaking, they're not fuckers. They want the best, right? The right are more meat and potatoes. They want the right thing, but they're more straight shooters. They see things slightly different, but when the two of them come together in an emergency, they both see it the same way, more or less.
I'm
they get
surprised that you said spiritual for the left and not the right. It's different
not cutting up.
spirituals.
I
Yeah.
don't mean to cut
You
anybody
get
off, but I
religious
got
and
to jump
spiritual.
out. Thanks
All
for
right.
having me up, Smokesteve. Great to meet you all. Reverend Simons, I'm sorry I had to drop it that quick. Next time in, I'm going to be here. Thank you.
All right. Take care, Jason.
Bye, Jason.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for being
Thank you
here.
for having me up.
See you, man.
I'm surprised you said that spiritual is on the left and not the right, because I think that's like
No, I
the
believe the right are
religious
more
spiritual is on the
religious.
right.
I
Right,
believe the
religious
right are
spiritual.
more religious, but there's they've got their own spiritual, right? They
Right.
believe in their feelings and their cares, and they want to protect everything. There's a massive group of them, not all of them, by the way, that really have the best intentions, but they're naive as fuck and they're more carry feely, right? And then you get the right, which can be fucking hardcore, but also they're more meat and potatoes and they want to protect history and stuff like this. And the two of them argue over stupid shit, but really, we've just been played off.
There's Vapes.
Hello,
Yeah,
guys.
I
How's it
mean,
going?
Hey, Vapes.
Good. How are you, man?
I'm
Yeah, I hear what you're saying about the left spirituality is not. It's not based in religion as much.
No,
New
it's
Age.
it's about their way. Yeah, they're happy to sit in a field and cuddle each other and that sort of shit when they go to a festival and stuff like that. And
I'm down for that.
They want to get closer to nature and stuff, which is nice, right? Whereas some on the right don't feel the need to get closer to nature, but they feel themselves being spiritual because they believe in God, or they don't approach it very often. You know?
Taking care of nature counts, right?
Yep.
Okay. I might not hug the tree, but I will plant it.
Yeah,
The more trees you plant, the better it gets.
Stewardship, right?
Especially if they have fruit.
But we've been played off against each other for years, right? And it's
No,
worked
I mean,
really well.
but to this, as you guys were growing up, do you remember it being this extreme?
No, and it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
But years ago, we had no idea what was going on around the world because we didn't have this. I mean, I've got 3 screens in front of me at the moment, right? I can get my hands on all sorts of knowledge, right? We didn't have any of that. We had the papers, we had each other. So our government could control the narrative and we would believe what was going on depending on which paper. So we used to have 3 papers on the right, 3 papers on the left, and a few in the middle, right? And you go and pick your perceived paper and fill your boots until tomorrow and do it all again. You put on the TV at 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock, and that would be your version of the world. Well, now we can do this without having them, and they controlled it, right? So what they have to do now is move ahead quicker with whatever they're doing, right?
Right.
Because they're in control. Right?
It seems,
it's not,
yeah.
it's not a left-right thing. These people are in control, and they control both the left and the right. And we have a vision of
on the world stage, not individual countries.
No, it's a world thing, right?
Yep.
And they just feed each country, and this is where we're going to go, and whatever. And
I have a question for you, because there's an individual today that was very much glorifying the UK and how you earn more money and you pay less for things except for fuel. So you're much more well off, and it's more of a utopia over there. And there's people back and forth.
Full of that. That's bollocks. We pay some of the highest fuel duties in Europe. We pay some of the highest taxes in Europe.
You're agreeing with Reverend Simon? Biscuit? What happened?
I don't know.
No,
He
cost of
might be
living
10
here
seconds
is
behind.
fucking atrocious.
I think you're on a little bit of a bit of a delay.
Right, it's just a delay. But it sounds like he was agreeing with Reverend.
Yes, Biscuit, a little bit of a delay on your side.
There was.
I've got a little bit of a delay.
Yes.
So
the grand equality delay.
He's an American living in the UK, and he's looking at us and looking at what shambles we're in and how it's all a joke, but he's praising the UK. And I'm on the outside, and I'm listening to base Welshmen and guys that come in here, and it sounds like you guys are having just the same problems that we are, from everything from immigration to inflation to everything.
Yep.
So
Home
you either
ownership?
earn more or you don't. I think the only difference is you may earn more money, but you probably have to pay more money. So I don't know.
We'll all end up broke at the end of the month, so
That's right.
it's all proportionate, isn't it?
Right.
So-
Paycheck to paycheck.
Everybody in the modern day society, unless you're doing really well, is going to struggle. Will have enough money to just about get us through. Over here, you'll get things like
All right.
if you get family allowance or working families tax credit as it is now, right? That helps you if you're a family member or you got kids. But in the old days, over here, one man could work and look after his missus and send the kids to school, run a car, and buy a house. We can't do that now. Kids can't buy houses over here
Right.
because it costs so much.
We're locked into the rent game, and pretty soon we're going to be locked into the subscription game.
Hmm.
So we
Yeah, we
subscribe
have-
for our houses at the moment, but pretty soon the car and the phone and the washing machine. I see it.
See, I'm wondering where they're going to go because this electric is not working, right? I'm a lorry driver. Now, for you to have a battery-powered lorry, you probably have to weigh about 3 tons more than a petrol or diesel-powered lorry, right?
Right.
So that's more wear and tear. Also, if you have a fully fueled up wagon pulling a load, you might get, if you've got a decent enough fuel tank, 1,200 miles. With a battery powered truck, depending on weather and temperature and
Right.
hills, you might get anything between 150 and 300 miles.
Are they
before-
threatening to only allow electric lorries in your low emission zones? Is that
No.
happening in the future?
No, because what they're talking about is that, but the problem you've got is the amount of current that's got to go into a factory or a business. They can't supply it. When the business goes to the local power supplier and says, look, we want to put in a load of trucks in here. Here's the amount of current we want to draw. They just laugh at them. We can't supply that to you. We haven't even
Right.
got that. Forget it.
You're going to be pulling brownouts.
But worse still, right? 2 trucks, diesel, electric. This one has to stop and charge 4 times. Takes
Doesn't
7
make any
hours,
sense.
right?
Yeah,
It
but for how
never-
long?
Well, it's 7 hours to charge, right?
4
So,
times?
4
You
times.
don't have that in a day.
This thing straight there. It's a no-go.
There's only one way it'll work. Here, I think the limit for a driver is 10 hours straight with a certain amount of rest. You know, they have all the monitors now in the trucks. You know, Reverend, you guys probably have the same. So
They'll
if
know
they
if
can-
you're sleepy. They'll warn you. They're like, you're getting tired. You're like, how'd you fucking
Right.
know?
So if they can make an electric truck that can go 10 hours, and then the truck sleeps when the driver sleeps, and when the driver wakes up, the truck is charged, it'll work. But I feel like we're fucking
There's 2
eons away
ways.
from that.
If you charge the trailers up and they have an underslung battery, right? So in the old days, you connect the unit and the trailer up, you put all the leads on, right? If your traction unit works off the battery on the trailer, and every time you back up to a bay, you connect the trailer into that bay and it charges, that could work, right? But it still wouldn't be efficient, right? And the trailer then would have to take 4 tons less of cargo. It's not going to make
Right.
money, is it? Right.
No, 4 tons less, definitely not.
Also, every time it gets cold, you lose range because of the cold. And then you've got battery abuse. But then that battery will last for 4 years. Whereas a diesel unit, if you look after it, could work, I don't know, 15 years.
A diesel lasts forever.
Forever. Yes.
No, I'm talking about the wankers over here that drive them badly, all right? So,
All right.
but it's not a possibility. But what they'll do is they'll keep telling us that it's a possibility, so we pay more. Now, we have a load of trucks on our fleet, and one of them can't go into Bristol. Bristol's, you've heard about Bristol, right? So, to make sure that they combat clean air, right? This truck now has to drive all the way around to get to that point, which uses twice the amount of fuel. Now that's stupid, right?
course.
Secondly, some of these vehicles that are going through work on a thing called AdBlue. Have you got that over there?
No, I haven't
No.
heard of that one.
It's an additive that's sprayed into the exhaust system to reduce the emissions that we got over it, right? But many of these things don't actually work, but you can't tell. So he can go straight through the center of your city whilst not actually cleaning his exhaust, so you get the whole fucking shit. And the other guy that has a standard exhaust has to go all the way around and do twice the amount of mileage. It's ridiculous, but that's what we're dealing with.
That's
I don't
insane,
think it's
dude.
supposed to make sense anymore. I don't
No,
think that's
it's
a thing.
all about that. So if I get a truck that isn't, and I drive through the center, it's £100 every time I drive through.
Right. And that you're talking about the low emission zone?
Yep.
And that's supposed to be,
You're
when is
wealthy.
that bumping out to a larger radius? That's soon, right?
in London, it went out and it's gone to the circular motorway, which is the M25. Now, here's the thing. I drove in there in my van, right, and I got right up to where I could and then side skirted it. I had my number plates taken, and then somebody used those number plates and drove them all over the city.
Oh,
And I got the bill.
Jesus.
So if you're wealthy enough, you can pollute where you like.
Well, here's the thing. If pollution's such a problem, you wouldn't let it in your city. But pollution can't be that bad as long as you can offset it against money.
Okay, but where does that money go to?
There's the question.
How does the money offset the pollution?
Well, what happens is, in theory, by the way, I'm being joking here, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
We go and pay Mother Earth after.
What is it they
all this
say in
money.
Britain? Nod, nod, wink, wink. Is that what they say?
Exactly
Nod, nod,
that,
wink,
right?
wink. Yeah.
So basically, it goes to the London Assembly or the London government or whatever it is, and they divvy it out to make sure that it sets up more clean air projects, right? And in the meantime,
That
they chop
sounds
down
good.
trees. Yeah, it does. But in the meantime, they chop down trees and build more fucking roads.
5G towers.
Hey, man, we need toothpicks.
Obviously. Yeah. By the way, let's have cardboard straws with plastic wrappings, all that kind of stuff. Basically, it's madness, and it doesn't do anything, but it makes a shitload of money. So every time somebody like me in a van drives into Bristol or London, I pay either a tenner or actually for me to drive my van into London once is about £25.
I don't know what that translates to in USD.
About
Probably
$24.
32 bucks.
Well, maybe more, yeah. About $30.
Was there a time limit on how long you can stay in there?
24 hours, right? But that doesn't pay for your parking. That's another £20.
Okay.
It's like an amusement
If you
park
can- if
cost,
you can
but
get
without
parked.
the amusement.
Yeah, if you can get, I've not been to many major cities, but I know it's always tough to get parking anytime
also-
you move to a metropolis.
It won't tell you that you can't go down certain roads. So when you turn down there, you get fined for that as well. It's not good.
Yeah.
What they're trying to do is put people off. You won't put people off. Now, they're saying that they want people on public transport, right? So they did an air pollution thing before they brought this into, and then after. After, there was no reduction. However, on the underground, it's already been decided that it's very unhealthy for you to travel. They've done air quality under there, and it's dangerous. But they're saying, take the train, take the bus. The electric buses have caught fire quite a bit around.
Hell
London.
yeah,
I
they do.
say so. I've seen video.
They're good at burning, dude.
And I was talking to the electric cabbies. And this was going back 4 years ago before this was a thing. And they said it's all well and good, but not enough charging points. And if you've got 4 really heavy men and you've got to go uphill, that takes away such a proportion of our revenue because we've got to charge up earlier and it takes longer. Then it's a problem. So you can imagine them looking at 4 men trying to wave a taxi and go, fuck that, he can have it. I'll get the thin woman or whatever. But if you charge a battery up quickly, you take the life out of it. So you got to charge it up slowly. So
That'd be an interesting thing. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's a shit show, man. What about people who live in London? Do they pay this daily for their... Like, I know there's a very rich section of London. There's a lot of McLarens. There's a lot of, Lamborghinis.
right,
How-
that's over there towards the west. Right now, most of Londoners, right, either have one car or they just use. A lot of them use public transport. The tube is a big thing. I've got a lot of friends that use the tube, but it's not good. The air quality, as I said, the tube is shit. The buses, not so good. And traveling around in London at the moment is just not very safe. So,
Yeah,
yeah, I feel
Jeez.
sorry for him.
crazy. I'm gonna grab a brew dog. I'll be right back.
RW,
London.
are you listening to all the places that you are on like I am?
No, I turned the debate off to talk to the people here. It was more
I'm trying-
intellectual.
I'm trying to do both.
So,
No,
how
I
many
can't-
places you on? Go on, share it.
Oh
I'm-
no,
I'm-
the hedge debate, zero hedge.
Oh,
So
Or-
Drone Tech is running that hedge stream with Alex Jones and Destiny and all those. There's 3 red and 3 blue,
do you
but
trust Alex Jones?
no.
Right.
What? Yeah, he's on there.
Right.
Yeah, he's on there. He's on there.
No, I said, do you trust? And he said no, and you said yes.
Oh, I thought you said the one with Alex Jones, and I was like,
Right.
yeah, he's on there.
I don't. And by the way, I'm right wing. I don't trust that boy at all. However,
I consider it extremely well controlled opposition. That's my view.
that man.
How's he gonna make it? What does he do? Like any
They're
dime
turning the frogs gay. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
when he makes money, does he have to pay it out immediately to his lawsuit?
I'm not sure what's happening
They've made
with that.
another company now that will not have that problem.
I'm not sure how he's doing it, but based on the money he owes, like almost $1 trillion or whatever it was, he must be deferring it somehow because there's no way he can run all of his costs with no money.
Yeah, right. Like Reverend, you're saying that might be, say, it's charged to Infowars. That might be a limited liability corporation.
Be
He
right
started
back.
a different
I
one.
think I need to.
People like him would set
I
up
think I
companies
need to
make
update
sure that-
Chrome.
Okay. Lessons for Life. Welcome. It's been a while, man.
How you doing, guys? Yeah, good to see you. Sorry, it's been a while.
It's okay.
I've been a bit ill. I might have the you know what? I don't know. I've been
Ebola?
God knows, but I'm all right. I'll get through it.
You do
I
me-
saw your
yeah.
last video. I didn't
Which
watch.
one?
I didn't watch all of it, but it's when you were wearing your pretty Israeli type scarf and you were talking about Israel and Gaza.
Oh yes, it's definitely Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
You lot will probably know my perspective on that one. And we did a little clip of me as Conor McGregor and Sarah as Ronaldo. That was a bit of fun. I saw Alex Jones with Jimmy Dore. Big, long conversation they had. Has anyone caught up with that one?
I have not seen that.
Well worth a look. And I don't trust Alex Jones, as our friend the Reverend said, but it is always interesting to listen to.
The
That's for sure.
information that he does bring to the
Disinformation
show
comes
yes.
in different ways, doesn't it? And at the end of the day, they give some information that's true and then a load of disinformation so that when you go, what about that? They went, well, you believed in him and he said that, and that's bollocks.
But
Did you
mostly
guys
a way
see
of
the jar,
hearing
the
it for the
Alex
first
Jones
time so
jar?
you can check it out. Sorry, Ashley.
Like when we talk about controlled opposition, how controlled are they? Are they
Well,
just useful idiots that are
You can have a
throwing
little bit and a
red
lot, don't
herrings?
you?
Are they
Everybody's beholden to
compromised?
someone. Everybody's beholden to someone.
Okay.
Well, are you being paid by anybody,
I'm
or
not.
are you doing it under your own steam? If you're doing it under your own steam, that you're not
Okay, controlled by money, not controlled by something worse or a
No,
threat.
yeah,
No,
I'm not going to agree
you're
with
right.
money. I'm not
You're
going
right.
to agree with money.
Controlled by money or by bribery or blackmail.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah.
'Cause I
What
believe
about
there's
being
a lot
Okay.
of
part of a
people that
club?
started out that got bribed and blackmailed and all sorts of stuff.
I don't know. I'm more along the elitist line of understanding that there's a club,
I
and if
believe
you're
that
in the
too.
club, you support the club despite which side you're sharing information for.
Yeah, you pay homage to the club no matter what you think or what side you're on.
Well, he was always going on about the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, but what did he really
But I
say?
don't know if that's the club. There's many clubs.
No, not the Bohemian Grove. No.
No.
I think
What
that's
about
just
like
open the wheel.
I've heard the term Bilderberg Group tossed around. Would that have anything to do with this?
Like
Yes,
the
it does.
Trilateral Commission. I think there are a bunch of clubs that are all together under the same structure.
All of our prime ministers since Margaret Thatcher have been part of the Bilderberger Group. The Bilderberger Group get together at least once a year to decide how they're going to get on, the direction of things to go, that kind of stuff. And they get on with each other and they work out in direction and stuff like this. None of us are invited. None of us are, And the one thing I've looked at,
Not privy.
no, unfortunately, we weren't dragged along. Think about that. It's amazing. But when they come up with policy lately, it doesn't seem like they've approached people about this to see whether they'd like it or not. It was just one of those that was assumed, or it's for the greater good, or we're doing this to help people. And that's it.
They've not only not approached individuals, but they haven't even approached the situation in reality. They have these ideas that seem nice, but in practicality, they don't execute.
I could listen to her all day long, by the way. I love that accent. I'm just saying. I want to come over to America one day. It starts over there. I'd like to go to the Midwest, I think. Something like that.
Wait, do they think Midwest is me?
No. I'm just saying I'd like to go to the Valley or something like that. And
No, I mean, I would think he knows that you're Southern draw, but you're also West, so I don't know what to tell you.
Kentucky, right? Or is that wrong? South Carolina? I don't know.
I'm geographically constipated.
She's a cane
in the UK. No, I'm fucking terrible. I don't know any part of America. I just know that the center of America where the Bible Belt is. I'll go there. I should be all right.
Think coal country, or Kentucky's where I'm from. So think like coal mining and things like that.
Right.
And Jim Beam.
Don't tread on me. Know what I mean?
I just want to go to a decent bar. That's not like that's out in the country. That's what I want to go to.
Yeah, I don't know if there are those. If you find one, though, let me know. There's definitely bars.
I don't go to bars anymore, man.
I'd like to visit Boca Chica, Texas.
Why?
Texas.
Never heard of it.
Why?
You never heard of Starbase?
It would be a pub, I guess. Honky tonk.
Starbase.
Yeah, I've heard it, but what is it from? I don't
Boca
remember.
Chica, Texas. It's where Starbase is. It's what's it called? SpaceX's launch site.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to check out Tesla's corporation.
Elon did move a lot of stuff to Texas.
Not Tesla. SpaceX.
Well, I mean, whatever the parent company is called.
Space Twitter.
Space Twitter.
Yeah, SpaceX.
All right.
Yep.
They run the software.
The only thing that Tesla and SpaceX have got in common is Elon Musk.
And Texas, because I think the Giga plant is in Texas for Tesla.
Oh,
He moved a lot of stuff, Giga, with a G.
That's right, yeah.
I don't know why she laughed, but
well, you threw Texas in there, and
That's
I was
the
like,
battery factory, isn't it?
but yeah, he moved a lot of the stuff for Texas
Yeah,
to
Boca-
Texas for taxes.
for taxes, right?
It's noble. That's a noble cause.
Well, I can't blame him.
Don't worry, California passed that law where you have to pay retro taxes. If you leave, you have to still pay.
Do what?
Do you remember that?
What do you guys think about Texas with some of the laws that they're coming up with regarding well, it's mostly men here, so maybe this isn't a subject I should
won't be
broach.
offended. You can't offend me with that crap.
You don't know my gender, Steve.
I do.
Oh, damn it.
You're clear about that.
You're non-binary, right?
I'm all the binaries, bro.
I mean, have you guys heard about? I know you have, Last Dance, but besides, I mean, is this a subject that's an international thing, or?
I'm confused by the question. To answer Ashley's question, I haven't heard about that tax you're talking about from California. And to answer Steve's question,
forgot what
I'm
you
not sure.
Steve's talking about the abortion law.
Whoa.
the woman that had
Oh,
had the fetus that had that severe disability that would likely have killed the child when it was born, and also had a good chance of causing the woman to be sterile also.
I remember that she went out of state to get it done before the court ruling was finished, but has there been any ruling or anything on that?
I don't know.
I
To tell you the truth. Yeah, like I guess I'm not educated well enough on this to even have brought up the subject. cup of tea bringing up some old live leakers there. Lacey hates people, and
Yeah,
Big
I
Earn
haven't.
666.
I haven't seen Lacey in forever.
Yeah, so we'll bypass the Texas thing. I always thought Texas, I never really would have seen them to become this really, really extreme right wing, but I guess I was wrong because that's kind of the direction they've gone. I kind of looked at Texas as like a place that was like the Wild West, freedom, that sort of thing, you know.
Personal
But
freedom. But I think it's a direct reaction to a lot of the bigger cities turning more blue lately. It's sort of like they feel like they have to extremely backpedal or extremely pull away. They may
Can I
not
just-
have been so radical if that hadn't happened recently.
Can I check something? Over here, red is left, but over there, red is right, isn't it?
I should say left and right then.
Right, right. Yeah. No, what I'm saying is over in America, the two colors are different to they are over here. So blue over there means red over here, and red over here. Whatever.
right.
So yeah. So the Labour Party over here, which is sort of socialist stroke socialist, that's red, and the Conservatives are blue over here. But over
That is
there,
confusing on election night.
yeah, it's fucking
Yeah,
Vote
that-
blue, no matter who, means Democrat in America.
Do you
Right.
guys
Yeah.
have cool animal avatars for the sides?
Like
Like
the
the-
donkey and the elephant we have here.
Do you have animal avatars for your parties?
No, Labour has a
idiot.
rose, is a flower. I think is that Labour or is that the Tories?
Conservative is a tree. isn't it?
Conservative tree.
And
Is
Labour
Labour a
the biggest.
flower?
Fuck knows. I just
It's the Tudor rose, isn't it?
Tudor rose. There
That's
you
what I
go.
was going to
Oh, yeah,
ask.
that's it.
The Royal
Yeah, thinking
House
about it.
rose.
And what are the Lib Dems?
Yeah, it's
What kind of
confusing.
tree is it?
they're yellow.
Dog
The,
peeing.
yeah, the yellow.
I would imagine it's an oak.
Brian, how you doing?
Good. Thank you.
English oak.
Guys, I'm
Yeah.
going to duck out. I'm coughing too much, but I'll be listening in. Great to
All
see
right,
you all.
buddy.
Pleasure
right.
to meet the Reverend. That was an
All
honour.
right.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
See you life.
Salam.
Take care, lessons. Hey, yeah, let's.
McGrandy, I
let's-
remember you having discussions with Base before. No, got involved in. So, yeah, it's interesting.
Discussions.
Discussions. That's the nicest way I could have put it.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Based show up. I DM'd him on Twitter. Maybe he will, but
He won't while I'm here.
I suspect.
oh
that
no,
the
you guys
fact
got
that-
bad blood.
No, not at all. We just haven't spoken in a while, so it's got.
I
to
wish that guy who was on the Discord today would show up and talk to these Brits.
I've already heard enough of him for one day.
I can't believe you blocked him.
No, I haven't blocked him. Right? Oh, you blocked him.
No,
Somebody on
Dan.
Discord.
Dance gave him the ban hammer on the server.
What,
Oh,
what, was
no.
what was his name?
The squeaky hammer.
His username was Yago.
No, it's just
Jay.
me and Base, we did a live stream here, and since then we didn't contact each other, and it's got to a point I think where he's not speaking to me, but I have no problem.
Who's the other person you're talking about? I didn't hear that part.
Welshie.
Oh, Welshie.
Mm-hmm.
I love Welshie.
Yeah, he's the man. He should join in here. He's-
So, Reverend, you're saying that you have been banned or banished,
From
or
No, he hasn't been. That was somebody else. It was kind of a confusing conversation.
well, actually, no,
around.
there is some sort of banishment at the moment, right?
Oh, you mean from YouTube? You mean from
My
YouTube?
YouTube has given me a bollocking for a week.
I can't believe that. I still don't even really fucking understand why. It's ambiguous
Do you want
to
a
say
screen
the
share?
least.
I'll show you. Right, in a second. Where are we?
I mean,
I mean-
Dan's got smacked on Twitter too. Why is everybody getting smacked on social media in the last couple of days?
Yeah, I don't know.
You got banned on X
For a week, yeah.
for what?
wow.
Showing his penis.
When I heard that dance, I was like, you got
Someone,
What?
someone tweeted some pro-Hamas thing about some Hamas guy got blown up, and I said something like, you know, they're all going to get blown up.
Steve, I shared that to you.
Maybe they should just commit suicide and make it easy.
Oh,
That'll do it.
ding!
Yeah,
Hold my
Yeah, you
gin,
know,
Verboten.
and that was
That'll
it.
do it.
Yeah.
bro.
Fair
Um,
comment.
yeah, I mean,
No,
that'll def-
I'm not ashamed of it at all.
It's a fair comment.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. Holy
Hey,
shit.
I wanted to say hello to Biscuit. It's been a while. You looking
It
good,
has
buddy?
been. Yeah, totally.
Hey, McGrandy,
You
I'm
haven't-
doing good, thank you.
You having a drink tonight, Biscuit? 3, 2, 1, 0, 2. I think there's a
That's
delay.
5 seconds. That's like
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Fuel.
At least.
I don't know
Must
why.
be-
Wow,
got a
that's
delay.
a bad delay. I have updated Chrome. I've updated Chrome, and I don't know what else it could be. I've checked my internet speed. I've got 40 megabytes a second, so it shouldn't be that.
How many tabs you got open? Shut the Pornhub tab. That always eats a lot.
Did you pay the BBC tax?
There you go, right?
He's
Oh.
telling you not to rush him with the
Is there
Pornhub
an
tab.
extra
Steve.
tax for porn?
Calm down, Steve.
No, I only have one. I only have one tab. This one, and
Alright,
also,
alright.
and also, what was the other question?
Are you on Wi-Fi or are you on
He's hardwired.
Okay.
I imagine
Hardwired.
you're hardwired. Yeah, of course, of course. Got a pretty.
Well, I gotta tell you, I had to go.
Holy
You know,
walnuts.
the stuff that was going on in my place with the construction and stuff, and I actually had to move my computer in, and I thought I had hardwired everything, you know, and my internet speed like fell out of space, man. It was like nothing, and I called them up and my provider, and I complained and hemmed and hawed, and then I pulled my computer out and realized I never even put in the hard line.
That'll do it.
And I had been running on Wi-Fi the whole time. It was quite embarrassing, but anyway. it was,
My computer doesn't. My computer doesn't even have Wi-Fi, so it's only got the option of hardline.
Okay, all right. So
It's
Anyway.
so much faster. So much faster.
yeah, it was. Anyway.
And less erratic. If the other two in the house are on the Wi-Fi,
Yeah,
I don't want to fuck with that. I go with hardwired. You know.
yeah.
Hey,
You have
Steve,
to.
on this one on StreamYard, do I have the ability to increase or decrease individual sound?
Yes. Do you want it? You do.
Okay.
No,
I'll
Do you
go
want?
along with that.
we do. I don't know if she does.
She does not.
Oh.
Okay.
I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce myself. Ashley, I've never met you before, so
Oh,
how do you do?
hello, McGrandy.
I'm
Do you
sure
want
she
me to
knows
turn-
You're famous, McGrandy.
I'm going to turn you up, Ashley. Is that what you want?
No, there's two of you all I'm having trouble hearing, and I wanted to know if I could turn those two people up.
I
Who are
can.
they?
Which ones?
McGrandy and the Reverend.
Really?
I can hear
I can hear
Biscuit's
fine.
delayed, but I can hear him fine. But them two, I'm having trouble hearing. But it may just be me. It may not be the whole stream.
I think it might be you this time because I'm not experiencing that.
I can't touch the
You hear the
Reverend's
Reverend
mic.
chewing right now, so maybe.
The Reverend obviously has a StreamYard account because his mic settings are locked, so I can't touch his shit.
I'm eating
He
a
pays
crisp
for his
and fucking
raise.
starving.
Shout out, dude. I don't care.
Do it.
I had a nice dinner before I came down here, so
I think the Reverend turned his down so he could chew.
No, I didn't before.
Okay.
This is how it is standard. However, I can turn that up, or I can whatever. I pay for this. I don't know how much it is a month, but I can live stream to about 9 or 10 different platforms.
I think it's pretty funny that since you do pay for this platform, that it locks Steve out from touching your stuff. That's interesting to me.
Also, when I get people up, right, if they lock themselves out, right, they've obviously paid for it. So you're like, I'll mute you while we're gonna go live, and you're like, I can't touch you, you know. So,
Oh no, I was mistaken. I can adjust him, and I just turned him up a little. It was because he muted himself when he was eating. That's
would
why.
it be
I'm
right
so-
if I just went to the lav? I don't want to leave being rude, but
Of course, go
As
ahead.
long as
man.
you don't take the camera in there.
No,
Wow.
you stay here.
You're fine.
You
No
know what
worries,
that
buddy.
reminds me of?
That's behind the paywall.
That,
You
that
gotta
reminds
get
me
it
of
on the
my.
paywall.
Okay,
That
well,
reminds me of my first day in 4th grade of Catholic school. This nun. I mean, I was scared shitless. It was 4th grade, and I was in public school, and there was a teacher strike, and they made us go to.
I'll be right back. I'm going to try
my-
something else.
yeah, buddy.
Okay, well, okay. Sorry, don't want to drive you guys off.
No, I'm listening.
No, you're good, man. It was good to see Vapes again.
He'll be back.
All right, so this nun, she was like 4'2", and I'm in 4th grade. She's almost my size, you know what I mean? And she says, "Okay, you guys can go to the lavatory," and I'm like, "Lavatory?" Thinking to myself, "What? We got to go to the lavatory?"
Yeah, strange
they got a
experiments
lavatory.
happening.
They got a lavatory over here in this school.
And you pee in it?
Commodore.
No, I didn't even know it was where it was the bathroom.
Of course.
It was
And in
like,
4th grade, you hear lav, and you don't
Yeah.
realize it's a V. I thought it was laboratory with a V,
yeah,
for the longest time.
exactly.
Until the teacher said lav to me, and I was like, lav? And then I put it together, you know, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's what happens when you're educated by a bunch of Irish Dominican nuns.
I
Wait,
went to
Irish
Catholic
Dominican?
school.
Yeah.
Strangely specific.
I went to Catholic school all the way until college.
Me too.
Yeah.
I went to
Oh, well,
public school.
fourth grade to college. And
Aren't
you know what
supposed
was
to do the
funny,
cross
Steve?
when you say that, Steve?
Steve, it was funny because when I went to community college after high school, and when the teacher would call on me, I would stand up and answer the question. And apparently they didn't do that in college, so eventually a professor was kind enough to say, you don't have to stand up to answer the question.
Yeah.
Because that's what they used to make you do, yeah.
That's where I cut my teeth on my guitar playing, the Liturgical Music Club.
Wow.
Really?
Singing
I
letter-
recommend different strings then.
So you're a acoustic guy.
Well, I was then, but no, when we graduated, I brought in the song "Goodbye to Romance" by Ozzy Osbourne. I said, "Let's do this in front of the whole school." We did it in the church, and it was fire. We ripped it,
Yeah.
and it's the chorus is "Goodbye to Romance, goodbye to friends." I guess that we'll meet in the end, and it was a good graduation song. It was fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah.
And it certainly beat playing "The River Will Rise." And don't get me wrong, that's a banger of a liturgical music song. But a little Ozzy goes a long way to cut through the monotony.
Have you guys seen the video of the organ player, the gentleman? He's in the Catholic Church, and he's in charge of. He's not the main organ player, but he's like the second or the understudy. And he in the interim before you're waiting for the service to begin, they're supposed to play tidbits or medleys of things, and he's playing like metal songs and 70s and 80s rock, and most of the parishioners don't realize it.
Sure.
Have you guys seen this?
No.
I haven't.
Oh, it's hilarious. He's in
Maybe
there
you can
playing
get us a link.
AC/DC, and the people are shuffling around and coming in and sitting down, you know, and they're genuflecting over here, and they're talking over there, and they're getting ready for the service to start. And he's got, you know, Thunderstruck going over here, and most people don't even notice.
Classic. Hey, Sergeant Savage, can you give me a little bit of a heavy metal horns?
How's the delay now?
There you go. All right. It's not a video.
It's hard to tell by that, Vapes. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3. Say 1, 2, 3 back.
1, 2, 3.
Sorry
He's
for
good.
Vapes.
1, 2, 3.
All right.
We're testing your response time.
You're like 7 seconds, dude. It's all good, though. I'll talk to you in the future.
Based. Just repeat after me. Smokesteve is the man.
Full panel. No,
Damn.
almost full panel.
So
Feel
much.
like the Brady Bunch.
I don't think that was a delay. I just don't think he believes it, so he ain't saying it.
Nah. something
Unless
wrong
I'm
here.
muted here. Good enough. How are you, Sergeant?
Yeah, man.
I'm not bad.
Good, man. Good to see you. Is that Scottish or British? I'm not sure what I heard there. Or
It's Stokies.
okay. I don't even know what that is.
You ever heard Motorhead?
Yes.
Yeah, Lemmy's accent from his town.
Lemmy. Killmeister. Rest in peace. I love him. It's the man.
Savage, aren't you meant to be working tomorrow?
Job got cancelled, so I'm 500 quid lighter now.
Tossers.
Wankers, yeah. Wankers,
Sucks.
waste my time. Waste my fucking time.
Wow, you British guys have massive stamina, man, to be up so late. I'm impressed.
It's a lifestyle.
Wankers. Fucking embarrassing.
Yeah.
Waste of our time. Fucking
Yeah.
waste of our time.
That's exactly how we felt.
Yeah.
I've got a soundboard. Now,
I was going to
any
say,
of you
like,
any
what,
good at
what,
tuning
I'm
guitars?
wigging out. Where's it
'Cause
coming
I'm
from?
not.
Okay.
And I've got this
sound
guitar, and I've just started trying to play it, but I got a feeling it could be out of tune, even though I got one of these things that you put on the end of it, and when you flick the string, it gives it the right color. So I'm like, looks right, but I'm new to music. I haven't got a fucking clue.
I was going to say, just be careful with radio jingles. Anything radio. For your soundboard samples. I don't know how many seconds you need on YouTube to get flagged, but I know some of them are brutal.
Polly Walnut's giving Sergeant the business. That bank robbery got canceled, Sergeant? Not bad.
Just postponed. Just postponed.
No, I was supposed to be getting paid 500 quid to work for Sunday, and it's fell through, so.
It was a driver.
Yeah. I was supposed to be
You
getting
get-
paid more for one day's work than what I do for a week, so.
Is
Oh,
it
is he
because it was Sunday? Did they pay you more there?
No, I just told him that if he wants me to work a weekend, it's 500 quid a day cash in hand. But he was all for doing it, and then he fell through at the last minute, so.
Sergeant's the guy that charges the electric lorries over there.
Oh, yeah.
No, don't think so.
We were just talking about that with the rev.
Sergeant's like the gruffest cunt I've got on my Discord. He is the most, yeah. Meat and
Rough.
potatoes.
Yeah, it's funny, you were talking about, like,
It
having the
wouldn't be
battery
so
on
bad
the
if
trailer.
you could switch the batteries out like you can with electric forklift truck.
Well, you can for 18,000. That's just for a car.
It's just not there yet. It's not there.
From north to south, how long does it take to drive all the way across Great Britain? From
About
north to
24 hours.
south? Just one day?
Yeah.
You take 9 hours, but it's a twat, and you've got to have brakes.
What
So
about
you're
from east to
talking-
west? What about from
I'm
the east
taking
coast
piss,
to west?
actually.
East to west.
If you
the
go
long-
from the very top of Scotland all the way down,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah,
have to
about
take a
24.
break, it's 24 hours.
You can do it in one day, 24 hours, all the way around.
Yeah, well, you have to take a 9-hour break at minimum. But if you're, normally you're supposed to take 11-hour break. But, I mean, in the old days, we used to get in a car, drive from London, get to Aberdeen. That was 7.5 hours without any problems at all.
Well, the land speed record from John O'Groats to Land's End is 9 hours and so many minutes.
And who did, that was a bike, wasn't it?
No, it was Audi A5. And the bloke went to court, and somehow he kind of got off with it.
Well, because he's a national treasure.
No, I was watching something on. It's not WikiLeaks. It's Vinny Leaks or something like that. It's like Vin Leaks or something.
Huh.
It's a car channel on YouTube, and they had the bloke on who done it. It's something to do with the cannonball one.
Right, so it's like a cannonball or a gumball where it's sort of
Yeah.
like they do it under the radar, literally, and that's
But
pretty cool.
all like the speed cameras and that are all on the motorway, or you come over there, the interstates and that. There's no photographic evidence of this car actually doing it. So the old charges sort of fell through because they couldn't prove it.
What, you mean he was over the flash, so he was flat out and he went through it?
None of the cameras just picked him up or anything.
So the Millennium Falcon Award was taken away from him.
Yeah.
So
Do
is
they
there
do like Smokey and the Bandit?
say that again?
Do they do like Smokey and the Bandit?
Yeah,
Where they
it
got
sounds
somebody
like
running
that.
interference for them?
Yeah, it's just without the chorus beer.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's Bud Light now.
Kenworth.
If it wasn't for Smokey and the Bandit, I wouldn't be a lorry driver.
That was your
That and
inspiration.
Convoy.
Okay.
That means he's
Yeah.
going to get your package to you rather quickly.
No,
Damn it.
So
I
actually,
become a lorry driver because of sort of like Epstein. I was kind of groomed into it.
His entire family had been hauling stuff forever since. Me, I watched fucking Convoy, went like the cunt. I watched Smokey and the Bandit, thought I fancy a bit of that, and then fell for the bullshit. But anyway, it's nothing like it. It's shit.
What is this? What is the average speed limit?
56 mile an hour.
Well, that's on the motorway.
Yeah,
In
but
Canada,
if you're racing
30 or
other
20.
people, if you're racing other people later on Simon's Discord server, it's 70 mile an hour downhill.
So yeah, but so like when you're traveling from north to south and you say 24 hours, on average, I'm guessing most of those roads are wide open.
We don't talk about that.
Till you get past Edinburgh, and then it's all country lanes and same in Cornwall as well. You get
And at
towards
that point, you're
Lancashire.
going like 30 miles an hour.
You as fast as you can.
Fast as you can. Okay.
You drive like Stowaway.
Reverend, do you are you familiar with Jerry Reed, the truck driver in
Eastbound and down.
He's a fucking awesome guitar player, dude.
Legend, the Snowman.
He shreds. He's got a couple of jams he does with Chet Atkins, also another legendary player, where they're doing absolutely mind-blowing stuff, and really just great player. Great dude. What a character. That was his personality driving a truck. He wasn't acting, he was just being himself. He was just a fucking cool dude, man.
You ever heard of Duran Duran?
Of
Yes.
course.
No, Duran
Heard of
Duran's guitarist during the important times was an American, I believe. Now, he was telling about hammering and picking or whatever. So you've got over here, and I've got a handful of Chris, so I can't really do this.
Yummy.
This is pulling, and you're pulling and flicking, so you'd hammer something and pull, right? Anyway, I'd never even heard of that. Because I want to draw your attention to, there was a tune called Ordinary World, and the guitar in there is fucking excellent.
Good song.
I was trying to work out. There was so much there from a person who doesn't understand music. I was like, where the fuck do you start? I can understand the bass. I can understand the electric part. But the rest of it, they filled it out. I was like, how much is that? How many people? How many layers is that? And for a person like me, I'm like, I have no idea. But he was able to do what I thought was layered in one sitting. So he's picking with this, but he's also doing 3 or 4 more things up here.
Sure.
Which makes it sound like a full thing.
Yeah.
Right.
I've only just fucking understood this, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. And all I'm trying to do is, you know, Luke Coombs. There's one of those tunes. Sunday morning, she woke up fighting mad. Ding, ding,
Love
ding,
that song.
2 tunes, right?
Biscuit,
like-
you're caught up.
They're down this,
Oh,
and
brilliant.
you're up and down like that, right? And I'm thinking I can do this. Now, when I've got these 2 at the bottom and those 2 at the top, it sounds great. The next time I drop down, it doesn't sound right, and that's what I'm thinking. Is my guitar wrong? But I know that he down tunes his guitar by half a thing.
Half step. Yep.
Fucking I haven't done that. So they said you could put a capo on it, and I haven't done that yet. But many others are going, oh, well, I watched Jewel. Yes. We're not like that in Jewel. But,
Capo will only go higher. I play guitar. You got to detune to an E flat for the half step down, which is common for some bands. Guns N' Roses always played an E flat. Other ones, whatever.
And I was watching something today, and they said it sped up, so it sounded differently. And I think that was actually. But anyway, yeah, it's a lot to take in for a person that just used to like listening and singing. To,
Yeah.
and strumming. Once you learn to strum, you'll take it for granted. But if you don't know how to strum,
Yeah,
Tommy
that took, me a
Emmanuel.
that took me a long time before I got even remotely anything that was.
I'm old.
You're like-
I'm 48. Trying to learn to strum now is like, fuck that. It's like.
Well,
trying to learn-
I'm only 10 years younger than you, and what about 10 months ago that I started getting it a little bit.
But I think one of the biggest problems with guitar players is putting the guitar away. You want to have it always within reach. You want to If you're
Shower
hanging
with
around,
it.
pick it up, play it. If you're fucking having a joint or a beer, play. What the hell else are you going to be doing? Just
Oh,
pick
he's
it up.
right
There you go.
Oh,
Always
he's
keep
right
it.
there.
Gotta have it.
Fuses with
I
your
practice
body and
about
becomes
2
an
hours a
extension.
day.
I got a friend who has all these guitars. He keeps humidifiers in the cases and shit. And I'm like, dude, when do you play them? Get those things out. They're fucking all solid wood. They're absolutely gorgeous. But
Like
Were
a
they
Ferrari up in a
belong to
guy's
someone,
garage
or
on
are
the
they
wall.
signed, or are they special for memorabilia purposes? Were they
no,
signed?
he's a good player. He just
Investing.
he's eccentric, I guess you could say. You know.
Hey, Biscuit, do you use that guitar? Do you put some fishing line on it and fish with it?
No, I don't need to use that. I've got about 100 reels of fishing line.
No, but if you do it with the guitar, you can play the guitar while it's in the water, and the vibrations and music will bring the fish in.
Well, that's theory, RW.
It's
That's
it's
theory.
I mean, it is a theory.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I just use flavorants and maggots and all sorts of different baits to catch my fish.
Yeah, that's a thing in the UK. RW, they fucking carry little fucking cans of maggots around as bait, dude.
Are they
not
like
not
fly fishing or
cans.
something? Sounds
Why are
We
you
have-
surprised by that? We do that in the U.S., but it's just mealworms.
Yeah, but
No,
those
we
are
don't-
fine.
we
They're
don't-
just worms.
We don't
I
count
grow
them
mealworms.
cans over
They're
here because it's
different
too cold. You stick them under your
You
tongue.
warm them in your mouth.
Oh,
Yeah, you stick them
God.
under your tongue and stick them on the up when you're ready to chuck them in the water.
Then, like,
That's unique.
we used to use oil worm, fake worms. Great for bass.
there you go. Nice rubber worm.
If you don't want to stick them
Yeah,
under your
and-
tongue, you can probably stick
and-
them under your nuts. Warm them
And
up that way.
and you have to wire them weedless. So
Oh, yeah.
you got that hook that's got the turn on it, and so you can throw right in the weeds. It's not going to catch. You know.
Oh yeah.
He's opening up his maggots, I think.
I'm
Oh,
backing
God,
up.
he's
It's gonna
gonna
fly out.
I want to see like 60 blowflies
Yeah.
just
How many
bounce
flies
right
are
out of that
coming
hood.
out?
Right. If they're all going to be flies, that's funny. Does that ever happen? Like,
Probably.
I mean,
Just keep thinking, man. He'll put one on his tongue.
I will fucking not.
Well,
You will.
I must ask, what kind of lizards do you have in your area?
Lizards.
Because you
Wizards
need to
or lizards?
Well, because you got to bring them in to get rid of those
Are those-
flies.
Are those like
Not down
cougars?
now. That counts.
You got what are the ones that hang out in the dark? You know, fuck.
Chupacabras?
Nah, I forget the name.
a lizard or a wizard?
Yeah, a lizard. Lizard.
Komodo dragon?
Get rid of
An
those
amphibian
flies.
or
Monitor lizard?
no.
No. That's fucking gross, bro.
They hang out in the dark.
No, that's not
Why are they
gross.
red?
Putting them in your mouth is.
No,
Yeah,
I'll put one on your
I would
tongue.
not. I don't need to do that.
Holy shit! There's action going on in there, dude.
What is the red things? Yeah, RW. What are those red things?
What are they eating? Is
It's
it
like two
burgers?
species.
Worms.
That's
Got
a lot
you
of
got-
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Are you ready?
That's
Dude,
got to smell real good.
I hope you,
Oh, it hums.
Jesus.
It hums.
I hope you have a mulch pile,
The-
man.
the-
You can
the
half
brown-
those babies, put them in the mulch pile.
Fucking
What's the
gross.
meat?
brown-
Stick one on your tongue.
The
Come on,
brown
man.
stuff is actually maize flour, and it's been moistened and clumped up.
That's
Wow.
The new diet. Ah, well played. That's life, but not as we know it. That's his key to the weight loss.
Yeah, that's all I've got in my fridge.
That's right.
Hold on, stick it on your tongue. Become a proper fisherman.
No thanks.
God.
Under your tongue. Look after the little bastards.
My question
Well, they
is,
get cold in the fridge.
how the
Yeah,
hell do you get?
they
How do
need
you
to stay
get a
cold.
decent sized hook through a little maggot? That's what
They
I want
use
to know.
little
You don't.
tiny ones.
You're
We
not
use-
going to
we-
catch anything worth a decent
We,
size.
we use hooks that are tiny.
Ah, okay.
They're used to dealing with small things over there, Steve.
Yeah. No, I watch it. I watch this guy. He fishes in what he calls the Upper Stour or the Stour River, Stauer, something like that. And he's catching. What does he call them?
They're not brim, right?
Brim is one, and then
Brim?
there's bigger ones.
Now,
that look,
brim or shit down here.
they look like carp, I think.
Carp or shit too.
That's
Yeah,
all they got.
brim is very different. That's a small ocean fish, from my understanding.
Well, we get
Run out of beer.
brim are only like that. They make a cat food out of it in Lake Okeechobee. Used to catch them, and make cat food.
Anything I think is worth. If you're in the UK and you're catching a fish, you're happy. I don't care. Think they care what the hell it is. What kind of guitar you got there, Rev?
Something that I can't play.
Is it a what do you got? A Stratocaster, a Les Paul?
4-string.
No, it's called a tangle thing. 1 minute. Tanglewood.
Oh,
Tanglewood.
oh, dude,
I think that's
you
what
gotta
I
get-
had.
That's the size
I noticed the difficulty of reading the fine print. Yeah,
Jesus,
it's
that's a
time for the
small
reading
hook.
glasses, isn't it?
They're
Yeah.
there. Look. But no, that's not fucking. Now, right, since you're listening, right? So, this is the first one. Did that sound intuitive? Could you hear that?
Pretty close,
Sounded
yeah.
like it to me.
Stimulating.
Cunt.
Yeah, pretty good. You're missing.
There's a little bit of fret buzz there.
Well, I'm only hitting it with my thumb. Because I don't know how to strum yet. So anyway, it didn't sound like that yesterday, so I must have been tired and literally my finger on another string or something. Anyway, so
Sounds good.
but anyway, I'm
Have you
trying
guys-
to. Yeah.
Have you guys ever tried to play a banjo? I'm sure Ashley has.
I can't play for shit. Anything.
Come on, man.
You haven't
I
tried to
can
play a
string
banjo?
instrument. My bread and butter is the spoon.
Okay. The strings are
RW.
just so close together. I'm trying to like mess around with it, but I keep muffling strings. I can't. You have to like bend the strings all out of the way to push them down. I'm not good at that.
RW, I noticed you have a banjo,
Right.
but you don't play it. You don't pull it out here and give us a little dooley. Give us
Not
some
very
dooley.
much.
Whip it out in front of everybody.
I'd have to
Get your
do that.
banjo out, son. Go on.
I can't.
Do-
It's
They might start
after
with
hours.
banjo strings. You don't want to do that.
I can do the whole dueling banjos on guitar half. If you can play the banjo half, we can.
No shit.
I can
You
stand
gotta do
there
that.
If I get to
pretend.
that point, we will do that.
Don't do that. You'll give me PTSD. You give me flashback.
You got a pretty mouth.
You got a pretty mouth, boy.
Somebody just play a banjo?
No,
You
I
ain't
was trying to put the
playing.
guitar down. It played itself.
It sounded like all of a sudden it turned into a banjo
Right,
for a chord.
You've seen this thing that well, you might have done. I got this thing here with all these sliders on it, right? And it's got mics, but you can turn the mic input into a music input. So this thing is going through the Rodecaster.
Cool.
And you have to decide what sort of instrument. I'm going to have a look, actually, just out of interest. But it'd be great for somebody who can play. But what we got? We've got line-in, guitar, dynamic. You've got all sorts of instruments there. Fucking all sorts, really, actually. But yeah.
Don't
whatever.
press anything high. You'll turn yourself off.
I was fucking about there. I shouldn't really, should I?
No.
Walking away, love. Walking away. Anyway, I didn't think it crashed too badly tonight. I think we did half about, thanks to Brody.
I agree. I think.
Yeah, what happens is this thing powers itself down because it gets upset. And I bought a gaming rig that was $3.5 grand. It should
Brilliant.
be able to cope with stuff, and it doesn't. And so we upped the power thing in it from 750 to 1,000 watts, and it's still having a moment. So, but it's running on Windows 11, and we've got a belief that
1,000 watts? What the fuck?
That's like a whole
Jesus.
roll cage, right? Is that the whole roll cage for free?
nowhere near. Yeah, it should have been about 12 or 1,500 to get it done right. But anyway, so apparently Windows 10 is much better than Windows 11. I don't know. I'm not a
Yeah.
computer person.
I refuse to update. I agree.
Me as well. I'm doing the same
I
thing.
didn't update Windows 10 from Windows 8 for about a year until after it had been fully established.
Well,
I
surprised they're
wait
not
for it to
forcing it.
become established because there's always bugs in the first year or so.
it came with it, and I didn't know any better. So, what I'm dealing with here is what you would recognise, and I should probably. How do I show you this without? 2 seconds.
When you say a gaming rig, you mean for racing, correct?
Yeah, I've got that there.
Right. I was just curious, how much of a rig is it for that price? Is it just the foot pedals and the steering wheel, or is it actually a seat?
It's VR, seat, gear stick, handbrake,
Okay.
the whole
Okay.
thing. Yeah, I went through a period of trying to get fit on it, and we over
On
here.
the VR, you mean?
Well, I ran out when you put a screen in front of you. When you go sideways, right, you'll drift. I don't know what you call it over there, right? When you go sideways, if you turn into the bend like this and you're going that way, all you're looking at is the bank in front of you, which you can't go properly. So with the VR, I can go really sideways and look through what would be the side window of the car and know where I'm going. So we used to have a thing over here called the Mark II Escort, which in the 1970s, everybody rallied, right? And it was a loopy car that drove the rear wheels, and it was totally out of shape. So everywhere you went, you were never in a straight line. You were always like this, or you were like that, but you were always looking that way. And when I learned to drive, I drove in a Mark II Escort and then a Ford Capri, which would be your Mustang. And it was manual. And everywhere I went, I was always completely sideways. And then we used to go to the pub and have a Stella, I don't know what they call it over there, a beer. And I'd say a little psalm. So that's why they called me Reverend Simon Sideways when I was a kid. And that's where the name came from.
Oh, no kidding, huh? You're talking about the old Group E rally, the big boys, the fast cars.
So was that Mustang an 8-cylinder?
8-cylinder?
No,
Yeah,
no, what we had. I'll show you some pictures, right?
The
The
5.0.
thing was sold in America is a Mercury or something like that.
What was it?
5.0 was very popular.
Yeah, over here it was wicked popular, but I don't think they had that over there. That would be a huge engine.
No, we had the V6.
Okay.
We also took with your small block V8s, right, and we shoved it into everything we had, which would be the Range Rover, the Triumph, the Rover V6, we chucked it into everything. And we chucked it. Have you ever heard of the MGBG T?
MGB, yeah.
The little sports car, the 2-seater.
Yeah, that thing, the dangerous thing.
Yeah. My buddy had one.
But they shoehorn the V8 into that. Fuck me.
No
honestly.
kidding.
No,
That's
seriously.
insane.
The thing weighed the same as the bag of crisps.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Now, I had that same engine in my Land Rover Discovery, and it was gas converted, and that thing went like fuck.
Wait, why would you put a Ford engine in a Land Rover?
Because they put it in everything we had at the time.
Oh, okay.
So we had it in Triumph, we had it in Rover, we had it in MG, we had that everything.
That was the Rover V8. It wasn't a Ford V8. It was a Chrysler design.
I don't know where it was. Well, you lot decided you didn't want it, and we thought, yeah, we'll have that.
The Chrysler was the Mopar was the 318, which was a small block V8, which is very popular. They put in the Jeeps, all kinds of things. It was a smaller block.
GM chucked it out because they didn't like the design because it was an all aluminium block. So Rover picked it up and ran with it.
Oh, interesting. I thought the aluminum block was sought after.
No. It should be. You know why? Because everything, especially Ford, they have a big problem with that. They marry up all the metal parts with the aluminum parts. And even though you have a gasket there, you still have hydraulic, you know what I'm talking about. It's a corrosion. It's a natural process.
That was the car that we had back then.
Yeah. And so, you know, it's fine as long as you're ready to change the aluminum part or aluminium part because it's going to corrode.
That's why your wheels stick to your disc brakes or your up or whatever they are. It's 2 different metals.
It's funny because you mentioned a Mustang. I had a retro, which is 2006 when they brought back the old design. It was like a big thing down here, or in America. It was, they went like a retro design. I actually fooled people with that car, but where the radiator hose comes out on the top, you know, the top radiator hose goes into the thermostat on the top of the block. The housing for that was aluminum, and it was bolted in
Would it crack?
Steel.
Yeah,
It
whenever
would
they walked,
corrode. It would corrode because. it
Because
just-
two metals, it makes a battery, right, which causes
Well-
corrosion. Yeah.
Well, aluminum,
we had the same with the fuel pump.
aluminum
The fuel
and metal
pump corrode.
don't match. They don't marry up. So
yeah, I've seen that before.
On the 2.8, which was the V6 that we got from you, it was an aluminium casing, and it had rotted from the outside in, and it became like porous. So it was a nightmare. But yeah, the 2.8 was literally the biggest, heaviest cast iron lump of shit. That was we made that. We made the V6 over here in Essex. Then we decided to go and get one made over in Germany. But anyway, this thing was 150 brake and 250 pound-foot of torque, which doesn't sound much to you, but it weighed nothing. This thing, it was under a ton.
Sure.
So, and it was rear-wheel drive, and it had leaf springs, and it had 13-inch wheels. This thing was a fucking machine. And I remember coming home down the motorway at 145 mile an hour in 1980s technology with car or springs, right?
Wow.
And no fucking steering. And as I got down to the bottom, I went, that's having no effect. Shit.
yeah.
But
That's
and then we
scary.
blew the egg gasket, so that was nice. But yeah.
Well, that's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Got you
I
off the road,
I was
man.
19 years old in that thing, right?
Yeah.
And there was this cliff road that we used to race down just for fun. And many people had died down it, but you don't seem to take that into account when you're a kid.
Especially 19.
No. And the speed limit down there was 25, and I got 110
Whoa.
out of that, and two other vehicles. There was one other guy that did it better than me, and he was in a brand new car, and he had all the money, and it was 125 he got out of it. But his car was 15 years newer. But yeah, that's why I was called Reverend Simon Sideways. Everywhere I went was just flat out sideways. So it wasn't big or clever, it just was what we were at the time. And
I wonder if it's the quality of the actual roadsides. You guys are big on cobble streets, so you
we
think
got no
that-
cobbles.
Okay,
Literally,
good.
only in a couple of places, like in Bristol or a couple of places.
York has cobbled roads.
But
I thought all of the UK was cobble.
No, seriously, most of the UK is tarmac.
Thank God. Since
All right,
you're
I'm
out
gonna
on
go
the
take
road,
a
buddy.
piss in the driveway. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Behind the
I
cobbles.
love how the Americans have got this notion that it's like a biscuit tin lid. It's nothing like that at all.
No, we're
Don't ruin our.
we're just blissfully ignorant. That's we prefer. This is what happens when you grow up on PBS.
They have BBC.
I know, but I'm thinking of the vet shows that used to come out. There we go. Look at that. Whoa.
Ah.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen that in America.
That's me,
Oh.
18.
Wow, that has got some nice lines on it, though. Holy
We
shit.
nicked that off your Mustang. That was it.
Yeah. It looks nice. It looks like a Mustang too. But
What's
it
a
looks like
GTX? Somebody help me out with what's a GTX? Or am I thinking of the wrong thing? They had T-tops. It looked just like that.
I don't know if you're thinking of the Z28 or the Trans Am. Okay.
No, it wasn't a Trans Am.
Because from a profile, it's got a similar appearance. It doesn't look like a Mustang, but it does look like a Mustang. That's what's weird about it.
I've run out of alcohol. Well, I haven't. There's plenty more over there, but it means I've got to make an effort. Ah! Hiya!
Bailey's.
I'll have a real beer. Been drinking Bud Lights here, so.
I have a case of that in my basement.
Now, what's the dilemma on Bud Light? Is it like unapproachable until that person stops representing it, or what?
Samuel Adams Winter Lager. No, it's fine. I don't give a shit. I drink it all the time. It's other people who care.
Yeah.
Um,
It's actually a for us down here. It's a hot weather beer because it's lower alcohol content. And
Yeah, a session beer, we call it over here.
It's 4.2%.
it's almost like a 3.2, man, like Colorado in 1980. If you were
Now, the
underage.
problem was, as far as I know, correct me if I'm
Make an
wrong,
effort.
Bud Light on National, was it Women's Day or Women's Month? I don't quite remember.
Oh yeah,
Last
Dylan
Dance?
Mulvaney. Yeah.
I don't remember what the event
Why
was.
is it everybody else apart from a bloke needs a month or a day?
Well, it was National Women's Day, who I think women deserve a lot. Whatever the fuck it was dedicated to women. And the marketing director thought that it would be a good day to present this person who's a social media star, Dylan Mulvaney, who's a man dressed up like a woman.
We used to have a name for that, Shim.
So they made a can with his face on it, her face, whatever, and gave it to him. And then he I'm screwing this up. I'm not good at this shit, so I apologize if I'm offending anybody.
Yeah,
This
I'm
part-
offended, Steve. I'm offended.
This person showed a picture of it on social media, which set off one of the largest fucking boycotts in
Yeah.
modern American
Yeah.
history.
Thank you, MAGA. Thank you.
Actually, I think Kid Rock was a big influencer of the.
I mean,
boycott.
Kid Rock literally bought a bunch of Bud Light for the purpose of shooting it with
Yeah, he shot it up.
But the funny thing is, as was pointed out by somebody close to us, maybe it was Aphid, when he was shooting that, there was someone off camera shooting as well, because there was way more rounds hitting it than what he was shooting. Which is fine. I don't really care.
They needed practical effects to make it look more spectacular.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
No, they needed someone else to actually hit it because he couldn't shoot for shit.
He probably can shoot, but it was probably for whatever reason. You could say
Well,
that,
if he's
but
actually a redneck, then he came out of the womb shooting. So, but I don't know if
Yeah.
he really is a redneck or not.
well, he's got tons of dough, so he probably has a gun day at least every couple of weeks. Fake, redneck type of, hey, let's bring all our guns and go shooting, like we all would if you were just loaded, right? Last Dance, you'd grab your AK, your AR.
Oh, money is the only thing holding me back.
That's it, right? But anyways, that's what led to this.
It's money and laws for me.
Right.
This
I
is
mean-
what I was talking about a while ago.
Looks like the
That's a Charger.
Yeah,
The-
Dodge
Oh,
Charger.
it's a
isn't it?
Charger.
It's a
Looks-
GTX.
looks like General Lee.
GTX.
It's a lovely car.
Yeah,
It's just painted up. It's painted up like the General Lee, yeah.
I'm gonna GTX. I'm gonna find out who that is. I think it might be GM.
Here, let me find a better one. Oh, this one's nice. If you
What
can
is-
see it.
I'm not
What-
familiar with the GTX.
What year is it?
That's a GTO.
That's a Charger style.
That looks like a
Yeah,
Charger to me,
that's
so I think
it.
it's a Chrysler.
I'd really struggle to get in that and drive it, honest.
Yeah, it's a Dodge GTX.
Usually
all
with
right.
those, you put it in drive and you slam that sucker
Have I been
down.
saying that wrong the whole time?
I
Is
saw
it
some
a
interesting-
GTO?
GTX.
GTX, yeah.
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 Now,
Yeah,
everybody
but-
thinks
I think it's
Flat rocking all shit. They're
I
as
think it
fuck.
was a
Yeah.
Plymouth.
My uncle had one with T-tops.
Was it a Plymouth? It might have been a Plymouth,
Yeah,
actually.
it's a Plymouth. What year was it?
Yeah.
Looks like a 70.
Yeah, 1970. They're worth 129,000 today.
fucking shave on.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Capri was sold in America under the Make It brand or something like that. It's spelled
Yeah.
MERKUR.
Yeah, that's a beauty. That's
You
a
know,
beauty.
some of those old Hemi, the Superbirds, you could buy for like $5,000 or whatever back in the day.
Oh.
You see what those things go for now on
Yeah.
fucking Barrett Jackson? It's
You-
fucking
you-
crazy,
You
dude.
know
Gonna
what?
show you a car.
I got to tell you why. What happened back then is they had really shitty paint jobs, and the steel they all rusted out. And the only ones that ever existed, I had a 1975 Roadrunner, and I'm in South Florida, and it rusted out like you can't believe. And the only ones that were left were if they were like in Arizona, New Mexico, stuck out in the desert, and then they get rebuilt and everything else. But
Right.
it was a big problem. That's why you don't see them, because they all rusted out. big time. It was like a design flaw. Those square corners, you know, like at the back windows and stuff, that's where they went, right around the back of the top of the trunk, you know, where it comes down from the window. It would, because the windows, the way the molding was, it would hold water, and there was no way to get rid of the water. So they rotted out all
They would get
wheel,
crumbly.
the wheel wells, anything behind the back wheel would rot out. The trunks would leak.
Shame. Such nice cars.
Nah, they were.
Is that a bottle of Jack Daniels? Haha! Nice, dude. Either you're huge or that's a smaller bottle. That ain't no 750. Or you guys, I don't know. Do you guys even have 750s over there?
Yeah, we have.
No,
some.
I've got a big one in the kitchen.
I love Jack.
I'm not dragging my bottles up from the basement.
The shop near the alcohol shop near me sells a 10-liter Jack Daniels bottle.
10-liter. Is that a Nebuchadnezzar?
Jesus.
It's just a big, like what they call it, a novelty bottle.
Tennessee honey, nice.
That's just absolutely huge.
I might slink into that now because why go to bed, right?
Wow, you guys are hardcore, man.
No.
You
I'm
say that,
partial
my
to
grandy,
Evan
but
Williams,
I'm getting ready for
Evan
bed
Williams
myself.
has a honey version, and that's my favorite one.
That's good. I like straight. I like the straight Jack. The straight Jack. My favorite will probably be, what's that other one that's not Jack Daniels? It's just a slight bit higher on the scale. But very popular. Not the Turkey. Maker's Mark.
Maker's
You
Mark.
nailed it. That's the one.
That's
the
the
fake-
smoothest.
That's Kentucky bourbon.
I'm
Yes.
drinking lemonade, boys.
Jack is Tennessee mash.
Whiskey, right.
If it's Kentucky, it's bourbon.
Right. Can only be bourbon from Kentucky.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love, do you guys in the UK get Moonshiners, the show?
We get
Great.
moonshine
Yeah,
in prison.
right before.
It's a great
No,
show.
that one says whiskey on it.
That's Tennessee.
Yep. It's
Yeah,
a great
Tennessee
show.
whiskey. Couldn't say bourbon.
That's Life's from Moray, Scotland. He says the whiskey capital of Scotland.
Well,
Well, I want to
Kentucky
show you something,
bourbon-
right?
Kentucky bourbon is just bastardized Scottish whiskey. That's all it is.
Let me throw
Yeah,
you on.
Scottish whiskey's vile.
You've never had Glenmorangie.
Twin
Yes, I
engine Scirocco. Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Or-
What it's got is it's got an automatic in the front and a
I've seen
manual in the
that.
back.
I've seen that.
It's absolutely bonkers. It won. Is it 10 out of 10 or 9 out of the 10 races it ever raced?
I've seen that one.
So,
Scirocco's a cool car.
Wait,
I
so
love the Corrado is also a
design?
great car.
Are you talking about 2 engines or 2 transmissions?
No, 2 engines. What they did was they welded the front engine with all the layout and everything in the front, and they made it an automatic, right?
And that's a front wheel drive.
Yeah. And what they did was they took the settings, so all the inner wings and the chassis and everything else like that, put it into the back of the vehicle, mounted the engine in the same way, but made it a manual. So every time you nail the accelerator, the auto picks up the stress. But what you can do is variate the throttle, and with a direct drive, because it's a manual gearbox in the back, it's more likely to stand out and be twitchy. So you
So what is the primary? The front wheel drive or the rear wheel manual?
No, they're both the same, but they're not, because the front wheel drive is auto, the rear wheel drive is manual. So the rear wheel drive is more precise, but the front wheel drive will pull up and take up the power without as much aggression, I guess.
Wow, cool.
So my is 400 brake horsepower, 400 pound-foot of torque at the flywheel, but I lose 50 straight through the gearbox because it's automatic, my pickup, right?
RW, are you still watching this?
Who's
You see how
RW?
purple he is?
What about me?
That's,
I'm kind of multitasking in the background while you guys talk about cars.
Are
Okay,
you still
I'll
watching
shut up
the
and talking about
debate?
cars. Now, are we talking purple?
Purple Aki?
No, like Jones is absolutely just purple.
Who? Oh, you watching film?
Oh,
aren't you?
so
You're watching
she's
film,
talking
we're not
about the
with.
debate. She's talking about the debate happening right now on Zero Hedge.
Well, let us in. Come on, should we watch it?
And Destiny's like this. Well,
I mean-
he's like this. I'm backwards. He's leaning away from Alex.
Right,
His
is this
whole
Alex
body
Jones?
language is like
They're
this.
turning the frogs gay. Is that the same man? Is that what we're
Yeah,
watching?
he's
Right,
probably
let's
screaming
fucking
at
have a bit of this.
full volume.
Horrible. Yeah, anyway, no, I've had
I'm
too much
sorry,
drink.
I didn't
I'll
mean
wake
to
the fucking
derail.
neighbours up. No, it's fine. Alex Jones.
No, I'm not watching it. Trump's also doing a speech tonight, apparently too. I'm scanning the background for news articles.
Hey, somebody got my Purple Aki reference. Thank you, Don Browning. That's a London guy, right? Purple Aki.
Liverpool.
They're turning the frogs gay. I'm gonna have to comment.
Frogs do kind of have a gay thing going on, don't they?
I
What's
guess.
the English equivalent of
That's
offensive?
Defend the White House, shoot to kill.
They swim so flamboyantly.
I mean,
Not to mention, some of the species can actually have babies without the men, so they've got no option, have they? Sometimes.
That's what he was
Right.
talking about when he was saying that. Actually,
Probably how Ashley feels.
I found a gray tree frog on a beach around
No
the
good men out
swimming
there,
pool.
Ashley. That's what I mean.
They're-
Sorry, Steve.
I was just saying, I like frogs when they're sitting, but you're right. When they jump or swim, they sort of they gay it up a little.
They like make their hands when they jump off the ground.
What are you guys talking about?
Gay frog.
Frogs.
Hey, frogs, come on.
Like the poison dart frogs that are like neon flamboyant colors.
Right, they
The ones like in
like to dance together.
and the Yucatan where their skin is toxic and you can
Yeah,
use
right.
it in
They're like
your
little
blowgun
traveling roofs.
dart to take down large game.
Yeah, or roofie someone.
Oh, monkeys.
to
The
this
small
day, one of my
monkeys.
favorite cartoons. Is
Speak
that
from
Warner Brothers
experience,
cartoon
RW?
about the frog.
Damn straight.
What was it, Ashley?
Is that how you ended up
To
marrying
this day,
Sarita?
one of my favorite old cartoons is the Warner Brothers cartoon about the frog, the dancing, singing frog.
Yeah,
Hello,
I remember.
Hello,
my
my
baby.
baby. Hello, my honey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, my ragtime
Exactly.
gal.
They also
And he's-
did that in Spaceballs.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
Yes.
They did.
I'm trying to remember that. What was
In fact,
the,
I only remember it. Wait a
Last
second.
Dance?
Yeah, I do remember.
Who was
it,
the
yeah.
one that actually produced those something tunes or it was
Looney-
The,
Mary
Loon- the
Melody?
Looney
Looney
Tunes.
Tunes? That's it.
No,
Looney.
Mary Melodies was.
Well, that was one too, I think. But Looney Tunes was,
That was Warner Brothers.
yeah.
Yeah. WB.
Hanna-Barbera?
No.
Yeah.
They were more like
Hanna-Barbera came later.
Late 60s,
Yeah.
70s.
I don't know. Was that He-Man? I don't
Hey.
even know.
Blow that up, Steve. I can't see what he's got on his arm.
I think he has He-Man. Let's see.
No. The
No.
Looney Tunes.
Oh, yeah.
That's the
Bugs Bunny, Wile E. Coyote, Taz, and Roadrunner.
yeah.
The Roadrunner, yeah. Okay.
Wow,
They're all
you're a
together.
Warner
That's what I
Brothers
couldn't tell
guy.
It was.
It needs a bit of touch-up, like. It's a bit old now.
You're a Warner Brothers guy. Mimi.
Seems like it. All right. Anything else?
I actually remember going to the movies and having them play a cartoon before the movie started.
Yeah, the intermission.
Yeah.
Now they're just telling you to
and I-
eat American
and I don't
food.
remember that. What's that?
Let's-
RW?
Now they just tell you to eat American garbage before you watch the movie.
Yeah.
Most-
I haven't been in the movies forever. I have to piss too much, so I can't really go to the movies. It's not really fun. I want to have a cigarette. And,
Can't you just take a garden hose and put it out the emergency exit door?
I only have that
It's-
problem
I'm
when
sure
I'm
that's
watching a
possible.
4-hour movie.
Yeah, it's
The
possible,
truckers
but
know
not
what to do.
practical.
Anybody who drives a truck knows how to fix that.
Yeah, piss in a bottle and throw it at a cyclist.
Well, you've only got a popcorn bucket or a drinks cup in a movie theater.
I do enjoy the tweets by UK cyclists. They're very militant, and they post themselves doing incredibly dangerous shit. like
fucking asshole.
crashing into the side of a truck, and then they post it and ask, look for sympathy, and everyone says
They're wankers.
Very
They're trying
entitled.
to kill themselves
Well-
under the front of my truck all the time. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot.
Well,
I'll
you
give
know
you
what
as
I
much
think
as
is
you need, but
what-
don't be a cunt.
From my
I-
perspective, well, Reverend, I'm going to interject here, but from my simple perspective from the United States, all those guys are riding their bikes on the wrong side of the road.
I once nearly killed myself going in between a truck that I was on the same side of the road as, and then an oncoming truck on just a normal, a normal single carriageway. And I just shut my eyes, and there must have been an inch either side of the handlebars.
I've been there, or you have to do one of these for the mirror on the side of the car, or a truck or whatever, or one of these and dip.
I was on my Honda 90 Cub, and I just shut my eyes and prayed, and that's it. I only got on the other side.
So they got some footage of Alex Jones walking down through somewhere, and it's got a man marching with Alex Jones. The capitals says he's the third layer of security. So does Alex Jones need that much security around him because people don't like him?
He says people love him, so I don't know.
It's one of them people that you either love or hate.
His
Well,
voice has
that's
got
great.
worse over time, and I can't listen to it anymore.
Yeah, about 12 packs of cigarettes a day, boys.
It must be, isn't it? You know what I mean?
I don't like him, but I don't hate him.
I find him boring, so I don't hate him.
Did you
I
guys
I mean,
ever do the jar?
I don't find him
Alex Jones jar?
interesting.
He was
don't-
like the stepping stone for the right at some point. They watched him and went, "Yay!"
Yeah,
and then they went,
exactly.
watched some more and went, "No."
He has nothing to offer. It's all actually.
He's made a lot of money out of having nothing to offer, hasn't he?
Well,
I think he's meme worthy. That's it.
he's actually.
We did
he's
the Alex
actually
Jones
bankrupt
jar,
at
and
this
we had
point,
nearly
so.
$2,000 by the time it was done. We did it for 3 years and had nearly $2,000 by the time it was done.
But
What's that?
What put
What's
a
an
coin in the
Alex
jar?
Jones jar?
No, you put a $5 in the jar every time he's right, or it turns out to be right. And
Wow.
and there was like 4 people in the pool, and at the end of 3 years, we had almost $2,000. It was like $1,900 and something US.
What do you buy with that
Have
money?
you ever heard of?
Well, it's cash. It's a
We
pool.
donated to ALS. We call it Lou Gehrig's disease.
Ah, that's nice. That's a tough disease too, man. Ooh.
So you're talking about small things that he would have been right about, because you're talking like almost 400 things, or you said $5 a piece.
A $5, yeah.
So
Man,
that'd be
There was
20.
4 people. There was 4 people in the permanent pool.
That'd be
If
20.
Somebody else was
20.
hanging around. We made them pay too.
That'd be 20 per $100, which would be what? 200 per thousand.
It'd be $20 per thing he got right because there was 4
Right.
people.
So she said.
I see what you're saying.
So $20.
Did you,
We'll say 2,000. So that was 100 times he was right.
100 times.
Yeah, but there were extra people every now and then. That's why it didn't come out even. That's why we had change, was because they were like, we only got $1.25.
But
what
we're
am I supposed
saying-
to put in there?
But we're saying 100 times over a period of how many years? 2 years?
3.
3 years, and that is 100 times correct out of how many comments he made.
Oh gosh, I have no clue.
Well,
I have no clue.
so
Probably
Well,
thousands.
yeah,
And they didn't deduct for when he got it wrong either.
yeah, that's
No,
right.
no,
So,
Well, it
But
was for charity.
here's
You
the
can't
thought.
you can't
Here's the-
take it.
Here's the thought: what if he comments on stuff he can be right about, and what if the left comment on stuff about they can
well,
be right about?
it's
Then you can't say that either side are wrong, can you?
Well, no, but what it is, Reverend, unlike you, he has a credibility problem. Based,
Yes, I bet he does.
based
I
on
mean,
those ratios.
We've talked about the frogs here, and I'm not getting it. The moment a bloke starts to act too much and is too bombastic and too loud. Now, I
Yeah,
understand
he's just
there is a
bombastic.
difference between American and English. Like, we're a bit boring, right? But he's not representative of the Americans. I know that for a fact.
No.
Right?
I wouldn't say
No,
boring,
I
I'd
am
say
fire,
raw.
and you're like, just
You know what he
calm
is?
your tits.
He's a Rush imitator.
Rush.
I don't think so. I
Yeah.
think
Limbaugh,
Rush
Rush Limbaugh.
Okay.
I don't know what one of them is over here.
Or you mix him a bit with the guy that used to have the TV show.
I just thought it was because he was a wrestler and he
Embarrassing
loved
people.
wrestling.
Is that what he was originally?
That makes sense. That makes
Because
sense.
they were all actors.
Yeah, they are. That makes sense. I didn't know he
That's what I always thought, that he was just so bombastic because it was like WWE or WWF.
Wait, Ashley, are you saying he was involved in the WWE at one time?
Well, no, I think that was after his time, but.
Okay.
But like,
Because that would make
an
perfect
actor.
sense. That would make perfect sense.
he started out as a wrestler. Seriously.
But an English person
Okay.
can see he's acting.
Wasn't he
However,
one-
he does say truthful stuff in between all that rubbish, right?
Wasn't he always also a presenter for one of the wrestling shows as well? Like he was on the table
all the time.
speaking. Yeah.
That makes sense.
He was
know,
he was
I
up
know
there.
a guy that went over to meet him, and he said he was absolutely bizarre. Right, this was a British YouTuber, and he went over there, and all we got to do is fire some fucking guns off and just.
What about the guy? What about the guy from Fear Factor? Now he's got the, you know who I'm talking about.
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan. He's like he came all out of you know.
He was on the show News Radio as well.
So,
He was,
tell me that guy hasn't been through the process that every one of those fuckers that have been through that we've been talking about all night.
Yeah.
He's been through that process because he's been through TV.
Yeah.
And everything. He would have had to, and he wasn't a particularly great actor, right? All he had was a great gut, and he'd been this and he'd been that, but he gets chosen. All of a sudden, he's massive.
Well, he was
super massive.
Yeah.
Fucking huge, dude.
Huge.
You don't get
super
that
huge.
sort of organic growth without a bit of help, do you?
No. But
I wanna see this.
he
Where
had a
you
lot
gonna
of
post
connections, though. He did pay his dues. He did the Fear Factor, and before that, he was a commentator on the MMA, and he's actually a fighter himself. So
I heard he was MMA. Yeah.
So
well, a long time ago in South Boston in Southie, Whitey Bulger told Dana White, "Leave town, get the fuck out of here. We're taking your gym." So Dana White did the smart thing and left town, hooked up with some guys from Buffalo who were trying to work on this thing called the Ultimate Fighting, because at the time they could only do it in Buffalo. They were trying to get sanctioned in Las Vegas, and Dana White got in with them early on. They were the Furtada brothers after they bought it, after it kind of failed. Where did Joe Rogan come into this? But the mob was involved early.
No kidding.
But where the fuck did Joe Rogan get in? And then all of a sudden, Joe Rogan's worth God knows what.
Yeah,
also,
but
Dana White is worth an insane amount of money, as well as the Furtada brothers.
But you got the Grassi guys, because that's what did it. It was when the Brazilians came into the game that all of a sudden everything became popular. Think about it.
I don't know who any of those people are except Whitey Bulger.
Yeah, I know who Whitey was.
Wasn't Whitey the Bulger the one that used to organise stuff?
No, Whitey's the guy that was on the FBI most wanted list and disappeared for 20 years, and they nabbed his ass in California, threw him in jail, and he was murdered within a year.
Did you ever hear how they got him? They found out where they thought he lived with Catherine, his lady, and
that was it. He gave up everything to have a normal life, and he could have had all the money, couldn't he?
yeah, but he had all the money in the apartment. They had some shit in their storage unit downstairs.
No kidding.
So the FBI goes in and calls him, has maintenance call him, and says, somebody broke into your storage unit. He had, like, shit down there, but because of his Southie fucking attitude, he was like, what the fuck? He fucking stormed downstairs. And it's the fucking FBI standing there, and they were like, it is him, and they fucking arrested his ass, all because he wanted to see his dumb fucking cardboard boxes that
And
they had
his
stored.
rusted bicycle.
It was such shit, dude.
Oh my
but
God.
that's how they got him. Yep, somebody broke into your storage locker down here. Can you come and check it out? Whatever his stupid alias was, and he came down. The second they saw him, they knew they had his ass, and they arrested him, dude. It was...
Amateur.
Wasn't his girlfriend like Norwegian or something? She wasn't in America. She was from another country.
Yeah, she got time for harboring a criminal, a felon.
Really?
You know?
Did she? I didn't think she did.
No
She
kidding.
did. Yeah,
She must be out by now.
I
Oh,
remember it being somewhere in the 5 to 8 year range.
Wow.
It wasn't crazy, but yeah. Clearly, she knew who he was.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
they were probably signing leases with her name. Who knows?
Yeah, but if she could have established she was his wife, she could have been held harmless.
Possibly.
No, you're not harmless if you assist your husband in crime. You just the only thing your wife being the wife means is
no.
you don't have to testify against him. That's all.
Right, but you don't have to turn him in either.
Well, but you don't get immunity for participating in crime with your husband just because you're.
Well, I guess every day of his life on the run was a crime, but you know.
Yeah, and then he got fucking whacked immediately.
Yeah, it didn't take long.
Well, I'm so far out of my own depth here that I'm not understanding about any of the American stuff. So I'm going to jump off. That's all right. And
All right.
Me and all, Reverend. I'm off to bed. I'm knackered.
I'm going to go back to Discord and fail completely and go to bed.
All right.
Thanks for having me
All
on.
right.
Thank you for being here.
Night all. It's
It's,
bye.
2:30 in the
6:30
morning.
in the morning.
Reverend.
Wow.
Good
All
to
right,
see you,
we'll see
Biscuit. I'd hang with you, Rev.
Good to hang with you guys.
Catch
See
you
you,
later,
Biscuit,
guys.
Reverend. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
All right.
Well, I feel bad talking about that, but hey, our conversation goes in all kinds of directions, right? So,
Goes where it goes.
Why do you feel bad talking about that?
The reason
Well,
I
that
asked
he
how many
wa-
hours it took to drive across the UK or to drive across Britain was because the nearest charging station to me is 4 hours away. So,
4 hours. Wow.
Yeah, nearest electric vehicle charging station is 4 hours from me. So
Yeah, that ain't
it'll
gonna
be
work.
practical.
It's not gonna work. They're not there yet. I feel bad, RW, just maybe that we were isolating them by talking about stuff that we might be more familiar with. But like I said, that's the pub. That's how it goes.
Well,
I don't think you were.
RW.
It's
I'll
a
take it.
natural transition
Makes
to.
more sense, man.
It's late for them. It's fine. No big deal.
I'm making another logo for you guys to check out. I think you might appreciate this.
All right.
Ooh.
I did enjoy the frog.
I
All right,
upgraded the frog, buddy. Just
Where
wait
did you
for it.
post it?
In the back
In the
chat.
back chat.
I'm gonna grab a Bud Light.
All right, buddy. So
I
I'm gonna
know.
have to put this on the Discord. I think I don't know how to do an actual downloaded image here.
Well, I could have put it on if you just do it the same way you did it before, and I could show it.
I can't do it that way this time. I'm gonna give it to you in the Live League Discord.
Okay, I'll probably figure out how to do it.
Just give me. I gotta rename it. Doing some background work, y'all.
Lost the wire.
Better be worth it, I'll tell you.
I hope it is.
Wait, is it this purple thing?
Yeah, the purple frog. That was a failed prompt, but I thought it was funny and worth sharing.
She sees
All right,
it,
so-
but I don't.
This is going into Steve's Smokesteve's International tab.
Okay.
Loading it in. Right about.
Bye, Sebastian. Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Don't be a stranger. See you, Carmen.
There you go, Dan.
Peace. Peace out,
Oh,
y'all.
yeah.
That one's more cute. It doesn't look like Alex Jones, but a lot of people would get it.
Alrighty.
Yeah. That's
me to-
life. You might not be.
May I share that? Smoke, Steve?
What is it?
It's
Art-
just a picture.
Artificial generation art of Alex Jones as a frog.
I don't know. Last Dance, you're pretty good.
No, it's harmless. It's not.
Then I take your advice. I'll go with you.
Advice
You're-
taken.
You are my counsel.
It's
And
so
you-
cute.
Can you see it?
Yeah, it's so cute.
Okay.
That's good.
Nice artwork.
Something.
He just drew that just now with a couple crayons. It's amazing.
Right.
Pretty fast.
The hive mind made it for me in about 5 seconds.
Wow.
I just had to copy paste the InfoWars on his shirt. But anyway,
Goodbye, dead duck.
Are you sure that's a gay frog?
you have to be very careful in Microsoft AI prompts because they will flag you and delete your account
Right.
if you say the wrong things. So I had to do rainbow frog.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the rainbow doesn't signify anything in my eyes.
It signifies in the Bible symbolically that God would not destroy the earth by natural disaster or flood for wickedness again.
There you go.
To use that as a symbol and kind of like neener is kind of what's
Wow.
happening with that.
So
Yeah, that's right. They're appropriating it for something. When I think it's just a beautiful refraction of light through water and crystals that are in the air that makes colors. Enjoy the earth. It's beautiful. You could certainly say God stuff, whatever you want, but
God
it's just
stuff.
it's
it's
just
being
something.
hijacked, is what you're telling us.
It's
being
being
hijacked by subversive elements of our society.
It's being hijacked to say in your face, you're not going to destroy us. That's how I see it.
But the irony here is RW is saying that Microsoft recognizes that as a neutral, something that's okay to put out there.
Thank you,
Right.
Mr. Thompson.
Here you go.
Okay.
Gerald helping it out.
Geographies.
You guys do know that the globe is absolutely not proportional. Like you could fit ridiculous amounts of USAs in Africa. You could fit like
Yes.
many other continents or into Africa. I thought that was
I know
interesting.
that. I understand Africa's big.
Yeah, I mean, but like it's just like when you grow up in school, I don't see why they never taught me that. That was something I had to find out later.
You could have figured it out by looking at a globe in the corner.
Yeah.
Or didn't you have those in your school?
They got
You
a
gotta
scale.
No, I'm
at it
saying
to
on an
be-
actual globe, it's not proportional.
Yeah, but if you got the flat one, they got the scale on it.
Yeah.
For example, I've had this argument before. The country of Brazil is bigger than the contiguous United States.
Can
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, check it out.
Yeah, basically,
Land mass wise, a land size,
Yeah.
acreage.
Yeah.
the United States has about 3.8 million square miles. Africa is 11.8.
Yeah.
But probably about almost half of the U.S. area, maybe not almost half, but a whole bunch of it is Alaska. Because Alaska's in
That's true.
I'm talking about contiguous,
right.
meaning
Have you guys here been
excluding.
to Alaska? Has anyone in this room experienced Alaska firsthand?
No.
No.
Nope.
I have
I
a
don't
great
know.
aunt she's passed away now. I had a great aunt who lived in Alaska, and she would send me things almost every month, or letters and pictures and things. She panned for gold and done
Hey.
all. She lived out in the middle of nowhere.
Nice. And she had the time to send you mail every month.
No, they all did that. This was my grandmother's sister, and they all wrote each other, her and her siblings, and they wrote each other's children.
Nice.
It was just the thing to do back then. There was no TV. I mean,
Well, you
when
know
they
what?
came up.
I would submit it's probably the thing we should do right now.
I would love to.
You know?
What?
I mean, there's something to be said about taking out a piece of paper, taking out a pen,
He means
writing
actual,
Rolling
down your
weed in
thoughts, folding
actual
it up, putting it
correspondence
in
with
an envelope.
individuals, personal
putting a stamp on
correspondence
it.
with individuals.
Still, you get the taste of that envelope on your, as you seal that letter, cast it into that mailbox.
Could you imagine how amazing Steve could seal an envelope with his joint rolling skills?
Well,
It would be like the perfect seam.
I'm not going to question Steve's rolling skills, but it's a visual image.
Oh no!
It's
Oh
not-
no!
Well, I looked it up, and Grandy, you are correct. Hey, it's Scum TV.
Yeah.
Scum
Oh,
TV's here. And
And
Aphid.
Aphid.
All right.
And
so
Scump TV's hanging cabinets, so
last dance, we had a confirmation there. Or what?
Yes.
take a break, Scum, and join us
Brazil
here.
is about 3.3 million square miles, and the contiguous U.S. is about 3.1 million.
Is he
Pretty
going?
close, but definitely bigger.
What are you showing?
What
Actually?
what is the first thing you said?
The
Are they
area of
stream over?
Brazil?
Brazil. I got the USA in my search here as. Oh, you said contiguous.
The contiguous 48 states, yeah.
Okay, fucking contiguous.
I know. I love that word. Contiguous. Contiguous.
I hate it. It's like moist. It's what makes my skin crawl. It's horrendous.
Him and Dank are both asleep on the stream. They're not streaming anymore, and him and Dank are both asleep on there.
Okay.
Dank?
Who's Dank?
Oh.
Dank
Dank is.
Landon.
Well, he's got a fucking little tiny human. Little tiny one. So it's okay. He's allowed to sleep whenever he can, frankly. So he gets the pass.
Yeah, he's got a baby.
Exactly.
I can kick him off. I'm just going to drop him.
Just out of respect.
No, that's me. The horn is me.
Sheets of drywall. They call them sheets of drywall in Canada, huh? Sheets. Interesting.
Drywall?
I'm renovating.
Sheets of
Sheet.
drywall.
Never heard it called the sheet.
Sheet, man.
Yeah, we call them
We
just
call it
drywall.
sheetrock here.
Do you guys want to see if I can pull in a couple people from the server?
No.
Okay.
What do you mean, like crazy people or normies?
No, there's,
like,
there's Aircraft Sparky. He's a pretty cool guy.
ooh. Well, Last Dance does like aircrafts. And
What about electricity?
You know what? I think you should
I'm always putting my fingers in the sockets. So
right.
Love electricity.
You have a plug tester.
That's my fingers.
Okay, that's how you test it for power. Right.
I use
You just dry them off, no moisture, and it won't be that bad, right?
yeah,
Okay.
paper
Dry them
clips.
off.
Use
That's a
paper
good idea.
clips with the pliers with the plastic handles on them.
I'm afraid Scum TV, they're not that. They're not those kind of swingers.
One thing I didn't realize, but I did learn not long ago, was that water that has soap in it actually conducts electricity better
Wow.
than clean
It's more
water.
delicious.
Yeah. Actually, pure water is not a conductor. It's the elements in the it's the pollutants in the water that are the conductors.
Sure.
You're talking about deionized water, aren't you, Randy?
I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but all I remember is the heavy water projects from the Nazis. But other than that, I just remember that was from a science class. Pure water is not necessarily a conductor. And I don't know what pure water is. Would that be distilled water? But I would think H2O only, no other elements.
It's not a conductor because you have to have pure water to be able to have electrolyzed solutions. Like if you're putting silver water or what is it they call it? Silver hydrosol, gold hydrosol, whatever, copper. It will bond to stuff in the water if you don't have, what did you say, deionized water?
Yeah, deionized. You can.
If you just try to disperse an element's molecules into water with chemicals in it or other elements in it, they'll all bond together and you'll get little chunks in there. So
Interesting. I mean,
I'm just trying to visualize those foreign elements in pure H2O, and that
what you
creating
do
that
is you
conductivity aspect.
You
And-
need
and
to
I
take
think it's the leaking
99% of whatever you're doing and you electrify it, and it sheds ions into the water. But if you don't have pure water, it's just a wash because it'll all
Ashley, what does it shed into the water?
the molecules of the element.
No, you used the different word.
What'd I say?
You said
Electrolytes. I'm sorry.
ions. You
Did I
said
say
ions.
electrolytes?
Ions. Say ions.
Ions. Ions.
Ion. I'm trying to get you
Ions.
to say it again.
Right, light, kite, might, night.
Ion.
So Ashley, where are you from?
Kentucky.
Okay, Kentucky. Blue state, bluegrass.
Red State Bluegrass.
Red State Bluegrass.
That's how it goes. Now, what I know about Kentucky, I know from the movie Caddyshack, where you can take Kentucky Bluegrass, cross it with the Northern California Sensimilla, play 36 holes on it during the day, and get stoned all night on it.
If you knew what Kentucky bluegrass was, you wouldn't be so gung ho about it.
I know what it is.
That's funny because
Well, what makes Kentucky bluegrass?
What
No
makes
idea.
it blue?
I think it's the illusion from something with the light and tell me now I gotta know.
Horseshit.
Oh really?
Makes sense.
There you go.
It's the most famous horse race in the country, has Kentucky in the name. So if
So I'm trying to think what's in horse shit. There's lots of
manure.
We
No,
know.
I think it's like high. What's it called?
I'm trying to think
Ammonia.
of what
High ammonia.
Nitrogen. It's got to be.
nitrogen. It's nitrogen, and so it does something with the chloroform. The chloroform it
Chlorophyll.
makes it change a color. Chlorophyll makes it change color for some reason. Maybe it's
Possible.
an extra dose. I don't know. I'm just theorizing. This is all
Well,
responding to the horseshit information.
But that's
Well,
what
all right.
Kentucky bluegrass is.
See you. That's
why
life.
it's blue.
All right,
Did
take
you
it
ever
easy.
meet?
T.L. Benaki.
Yeah. Did you ever meet Colonel Sanders? Paulie Walnuts asked.
Probably.
No, but we had a real estate agent back in the '80s who drove around in a car like Boss Hogg had, and let's see,
Did he have with the horns on the front?
Yes, it was a big old white caddy-looking vehicle, but I was too young to remember the actual model.
Boss Hogg only drove a white Cadillac.
Did he? Yeah, but
it was a
did
big
he
old
wear a
white,
white and
it
a
was
white suit?
Yep.
Yeah, he wore a white suit, and he did look like Colonel Sanders. He didn't look like Boss Hogg. He looked like Colonel Sanders.
Good. That's awesome.
I
Boss
wish I
Hogg
could remember his last name. His first name was John, but I can't remember his last name. But he had commercials on the radio and things.
Boss Hogg didn't really do anything else, right? He wasn't like he was only famous for Boss Hogg,
Yeah, I don't remember.
The
You mean the actor?
the actor.
I don't remember him in any. I'm sure he had other roles.
Kind of looked like Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
Let's face it, there's one character from that show that stands out in most men's minds.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Luke Duke.
No, yeah, no way.
Daisy.
Daisy Duke.
I never
Catherine
watched that
Buck.
show. I never watched it at all.
Yeah, I did. I watched the hell out of it.
I did.
You did not?
I did.
I did.
Great
too.
show.
That was a
Well-
Chrysler, wasn't it?
No, that was a Dodge Charger.
Challenger, yeah.
Challenger,
Well,
right?
that
Wasn't
Dodge is a Chrysler, so
No, it wasn't at the time called that. It was Charger. Great car.
yeah, it was. They're all Mopar.
It was. Did you ever see the modern version made with like Johnny Knoxville and
No.
the other guy?
No, I got so sick of them ruining my classics. I don't watch Marvel anymore. I don't watch DC. I don't watch Star Wars. I don't watch anything anymore because they just ruin everything they touch.
I would recommend that one. It was good. It had Jessica Simpson as Daisy Duke. It had, like I said, Johnny Knoxville as the dark-haired Duke boy. And then I think it was Stifler from fucking American Pie was the blonde. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was Stifler. We all remember Stifler's mom, but Stifler. Who was the goofy guy? You remember Stifler, right? Nobody remembers Stifler?
Yes.
I remember
Yes, I
Stifler.
know who Stifler
Never
is.
watched it.
Yes.
Have you guys... Alright, Last Dance, have you seen American Pie?
Yeah, but don't ask me to remember it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a while.
What do you
I
remember,
saw it
Steve?
when it came out, so we're talking, what, 70,
No,
79?
negative.
That's Stifler's mom. The picture in the back chat.
American Pie was in the early 2000s.
Well, I must be thinking of
I would have
something
said late 90s, but you're probably right.
Somewhere in that, we're in the same area. What are you thinking of? Are you thinking of the song?
No, no.
Maybe you're thinking of The Graduate.
No, I don't know what I'm thinking of, but
Animal House?
no.
I'm not sure either.
What? It wasn't a comedy.
Yeah, American Pie was a comedy. It's hilarious, I think.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It's been a while.
Wow, I had no idea. It was 1999. I can't believe it. It seems older than that.
99. That sounds right to me. I think this show he's talking about was called Knight Rider. I liked Knight Rider.
That was Hasselhoff. Yeah.
That's nostalgic, man. Way nostalgic.
Michael. That was the name of the car, right? Michael.
Better
No,
than
Kit was
Baywatch.
the car. Kit was the car.
Kit was the car. Yeah, Michael
Yeah.
was Hasselhoff.
Michael
Hasselhoff.
Knight. Yeah.
Yeah,
My
no,
aunt-
My aunt
he's like-
had the Datsun that was the female version of that Kit car. It was a female voice and talked to you. It was a 80s sports car thing. I always thought that was cool.
I actually think that was a Camaro, right?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Kit,
not Kit. Not Kit. I'm talking about something else.
you're talking about the Datsun 300Z, which was a sick car.
Right. It had a female voice and the seatbelt like went on for you. It was like baller.
Yeah, it went up. It went up against the '80s Corvette. Same price, pretty good numbers compared to the Vet. That
was a
Datsun was a 300Z. It was a nasty fucking car in a good way.
What year?
It looked cool.
Hell
It was
yeah.
80 something.
I think it was tight, dude.
What year?
Or I don't know, '80s. You'll figure it out.
88? I don't know.
Try
89?
78. Try 78.
Yeah,
or
I think
78.
I think you're right on a '78 Datsun. Because
That was the thing to have back
that
then.
was the predecessor to Nissan. Z 280Z,
300.
300.
English Bottle Cap does not like Kit.
He wouldn't.
Does he like
He
Baywatch?
doesn't like Germans. Oh yeah.
I
that's-
liked.
Actually, I remember that car very well. That is a sweet looking car.
What? The 78?
Yep, it was a '78 Datsun 300.
Yeah, those
Very,
things were
very
badass.
very clean, but significantly smaller than the
It
Corvette
was
at the
wee,
time.
wasn't it? It was just a little bitty thing.
It was no comparison in size to the Corvette. It's like maybe
Oh yeah.
3/4 of the size of the Corvette.
But it was similar money.
Hers
So-
must have been in the 80s then, because I don't remember it looking this muscle car. It was more like Kit.
Around here, we say that they've got meat hanging off of them. The muscle cars, they got
Right.
nothing's got meat hanging off of it.
Right. Big ball sack hanging from the back of the car, scraping the ground.
Oh
Ouch.
God! Ow! Doesn't that make y'all feel painful when you see that on the road?
Only
Yeah.
when they're steel and they're sparking. The rubber ones don't really get to
Yeah,
me.
they always move around too much. It makes me wince.
You're just waiting for it to come through your windshield.
I've
I'm
seen
just-
guys
they're-
that, like, if a dude gets hit in the crotch, every guy around covers themselves, like
yeah.
instinctively.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how they can stand to have those balls hanging out on the asphalt like that and be okay.
Maybe they don't have to worry about it in real life. I don't know.
I don't like it.
I think that it's kind of funny that there's a whole entire faction of people who are like, hey, testicles that I can strap onto my truck. I'll throw my money at that. That sounds like a good idea. It's fucking the stupidest fucking thing you
I
could
gotta see how
do.
much they are.
It's no worse than Beanie Babies or Funko.
It's so dumb. If you're gonna buy, better upgrade your headlights or do this or fucking anything to your truck that actually does something, go for it. That's great. Cool.
You only have to invest $10 on Amazon now for them.
For the balls.
It's
Yeah,
just
they're not that
so.
expensive.
But still, to me, it's the dumbest fucking
I,
thing.
I haven't seen those in 10 years. You guys, is
Oh,
that
they're all
sweep?
over the place here.
Is that sweeping America?
They're definitely sweeping the asphalt.
You need sound effects, Smokesteve.
Really?
You have sound effects, don't you?
Wait, it's
Me?
obviously that prevalent for you guys to recognize this. So
It's
give
been
me
a while
report.
since I've seen them, but I know it hasn't been 10 years.
And we get trends here a little later than everybody else because we're out in the middle of nowhere. So just because it's here now doesn't mean that it's everywhere right now.
And
Are you still rocking mullets?
Actually, there is a small subset of the civilian population here that is still having the business in the front and the party in the back.
Civvies.
Interesting.
The Australians, the Australian rednecks are called bogans, and the mullet is the haircut of
It's
the
the
bogan.
bogan haircut.
It is the
Yeah.
legit. If you see it, you just respect it for what it is. They're cool, but you can only trust them as far as you can throw them, man.
Yeah, you leave your wallet on the table, better be careful. People like that.
If you even show them you have a wallet, you've already failed, Steve.
I think we should explore the definition of the word bogan, because I think that
It's like
is-
Australian redneck, isn't it?
I'm curious if it comes from the pretty but thorned bougainvillea.
So
bush.
it's
I don't think so.
It's an uncouth or unsophisticated person regarded as being of low social status.
So got Australian hillbilly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
bogan
assume you have
would
to be white to be a bogan.
Yeah,
I mean,
probably.
olive skins usually, fit in, but usually it's white, British descent.
olive skins, like what? The rare
Like Greek.
the rare time the Greeks were allowed to come in.
Well, no, there's a lot of Greek and Italian immigrants in Australia.
Do you know what a lot of it was? World War One. After World War One, there was, and because Australia had a lot of troops
That would make sense.
in in the Middle East and stuff.
Yeah,
There were
and they've been
massacres
there.
by the Turks on the Armenians and the Greeks and everything. So they took a lot of them in. When
No,
they
you're
were
right, because
leaving.
the ones that served in Vietnam were from the first generation behind them, so they were drafted
really?
in Australia. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. They're good guys though. I haven't met a Vietnam vet that I didn't get along with,
You haven't met
even
my
if they
uncle?
were slow to warm up.
So wait, you're saying that a lot of because they were very active in Vietnam, they were great allies to the United States. That you're saying a large number of those troops were actually like recent immigrants from maybe one or second generation Australians?
I can't put a percentage to it, but I do know that the ones I've interacted with were in that category.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't.
So they were
I'm
your
curious how much
typical.
of that population got drafted.
But they weren't your typical Irish or Anglo-Saxon immigrant in Australia. They were actually from Greece or Italian or.
Right. They're
men-
strong
men of-
Italian. Strong on the Italian.
Well, I like what you said, the olive colored, because that's probably the best way to put it. Because that's how they looked at it. Because Australia, you have to understand, because I had teachers and people that I knew that went to Australia, and for a long time you had to be an Anglo-Saxon to actually get in there ethnically. I mean, they were.
Well, even still now, they're much more racist than America.
Yeah, they're race watchers for sure. They're immigrants. They want to make sure they're lily white.
And it's also interesting
all the
that.
Asians?
Go ahead.
I thought that Australia had a big Asian population.
It does, but they stick to certain. What's weird about when you go to Sydney, you can get off at a
Inadvertently.
different train stop, and they're in segments. Like
Well, because
literally, they're
because
ethnically,
immigrants will naturally gather
Together.
among themselves. It's
Yeah.
like Little Italy, Little Chinatown. All, you know, it happens that
Right.
way.
It just felt different
a
than New
natural
York City.
cohesion.
It just felt different than New York City because
Yeah.
it's like you weren't like you're entering Chinatown now, like in New York City.
Yeah.
It's like you're train stop Northrop. Oh, I'm in the Middle East now. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Can you speak Arabic?
I wish. I give a lot of respect to the polyglots on YouTube. Zhao Mei, I'm sure Steve knows. The New York white guy that's
Yeah, he's
Those
amazing.
Oh, that goes
He
overseas or that talks to people in their native tongue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he speaks perfect Mandarin and Cantonese. The guy's
Right.
amazing.
right, and
Yeah.
some of the other dialects are more perfect now too.
Yeah, even African languages. The guy is amazing.
And it's fun to see him
Amazing.
go around New York City and
Yeah.
all the different ethnic food shops and go in there, and he gets free
Shocks
food
him.
quite a bit. They give him a lot of
Yeah.
respect.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he just put their shop on the whole. They just
Yeah.
marketed that shop like to 1 million people or more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Steve, are you gonna give RW royalties over here?
For what?
For like
Oh, for the artwork.
no, for like what is it? Ad revenue? Ad revenue. That's it.
How? For
You
what?
got him advertised in your background.
Oh, right. Just makes me feel more at home.
That's pretty cool.
I love the freedom of AI generated art. You can create a thought, just whatever you think of. If you know how to word it correctly, you can usually get it in the first try, and then you have some visual to use right away for whatever event's happening. That
Be
speed.
honest. Be honest. Did you ever have so much trouble as with the Fresno Nightcrawler? Have you ever had that much trouble getting something to render? And if so, what else was it?
I haven't had trouble since then. I don't know if I've gotten better at wording stuff, but usually what's troubling now is the words you're not allowed to ask it to do. So you have to come up with a creative workaround for that same idea. You can't be direct. You have to kind of like say,
Like such as
so for for the Texas powder keg image, or it's a big powder keg with Texas around it in cartoon style. You can't say like explosion and stuff like that. So you have to say barrel with fire coming out the top from a fuse and Texas people standing around it. Whereas if you could just say powder keg, then you'd be able to skip the bullshit. But apparently powder keg is not good because it's violent or something. I don't know.
what about TNT?
I didn't try it.
Or
Didn't think of
boom.
Boom, onomatopoeia. Right. But it's fun.
Barrel
And
go boom.
Garbage
I
can boom.
I don't want to praise AI because I know that there's a lot of issues that come with it, but 2024 is going to be extremely unique because of ChatGPT. They're taking thousands of documents, telling an AI to scan through it and summarize it for them so that they can explain what's happening in real time as information comes out. That whole aspect of being a journalist is crazy.
But you know what's frightening, and I'm sure at the level we're at, and you're at, as far as these services that are being provided, they are little children compared to what's being used out there by NSA and everybody else.
Right. If this is free use, yeah, exactly.
So, but you, and I only say that because of your explanation of the difficulty in inputting search items, and you're basically recognizing the frailties of AI. And
that's politics, though. It's not AI. It's the machine behind it.
It's the parameters that have been put up on it.
Well, maybe we don't know that though.
No, but it can say
maybe it is. Maybe it is a frailty.
Well, I disagree because it's they're flagged words that a company says you may not use this.
Okay.
So it's not that it couldn't do it. It's just you have to figure out fancy words to skip the filters. But I agree with you on the scale of NSA and stuff. I would be extremely surprised if their AI software wasn't science fiction type stuff.
Yeah.
Even scanning this chat right now and knowing in real time any word said on a certain parameter, that's why I'm very careful.
Hey,
Yeah.
look.
Aphid, how you doing,
How
buddy?
you guys doing?
Good.
I'm good, man.
NSA.
You got 10 on your 10 up here and 10 on your toes. You all good?
Yeah, I think so.
You survived?
I think so. I don't want to look too
Oh,
hard.
that's right. From
No,
exploding.
no lawsuits, no ambulances.
No, almost a plumber though needed.
Oh God,
You didn't have a poop knife.
too much chili. Oh jeez.
Somebody
It's funny.
left. Loch Ness Monster was discovered in my bathroom, and
Oh God.
I,
At least
I,
we know it's not a myth.
I burned my finger on the stove the night of your explosion, Aphid. So I don't know.
did you?
Yeah.
Did you instantly look up and be
Well,
like, "Is Aphid
I
dead?"
know. I'm trying to make it so it's not a bird. You see the middle finger?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And that's like a week ago. Ooh. It was deep. I
Yeah,
didn't
burns.
even realize it.
You now
It was
have
a
an
burn
excuse
or
to give
cut?
people the finger and don't
No, it
take
was
it.
a burn. And the weird thing is it burned so deep that it didn't take the top off. There was no blister, and it was like 3 days later. I was like normal with it, you know. And 3 days later, a chunk of skin is just flapping in the wind, and I'm like, I see this big burn underneath. I'm like, holy shit! I didn't even feel it until then, you know, because the skin.
Slap a Band-Aid on it. She'll be right.
Yeah, I'm all right. Actually, you gotta let it breathe. Once they get juicy like that, you gotta leave them open.
Aphid, your article
Yeah.
that you brought up to talk about, I thought that was a very unique article.
Yeah. I mean, I just didn't know if you guys would be interested in discussing it or not. You know, I mean, it's a topic.
I made jokes about it,
for
but I think it's an
discussion.
interesting topic.
Guys and gal.
What is that topic?
I don't mind.
You will. I will.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to explain it, Aphid?
Well, there's apparently with many things that they're lacking in the Gaza area, feminine hygiene products are one of those, and it's leading to a large amount of yeast infections and embarrassments.
Sucks.
Right. It's an aspect of humanitarian aid I didn't think of, but yes, you have a large volume of women that no longer have sanitary products. Even though there are those that wash, you know, that you reuse.
Well, my lord, what did we do before the 1960s and 70s? Jeez.
Really.
One must ask that question.
Well, I guess it might not be as simple as.
And GPS, holy cow.
Yeah.
I mean, if these
AAA.
people,
I used to get the big maps.
if these people are in a war zone, yeah, it could definitely be an issue. I mean, I know you guys are just cracking jokes, no biggie, but it probably does suck for these.
I respect the fact that it's
Well,
sucking.
without a doubt, but what other people can, I find it strange what certain people consider essential or humanitarian rights. Like these things and these services and these accoutrements that they're talking about are human rights or essential. Man, around here, electricity isn't even, like running water is, of course, for sanitary reasons. But electricity isn't an essential item here. It's
But
not
based on what you just said there, I can understand that it's a bit new worldy to say, oh, they didn't have their Tampax delivered weekly.
It is,
But
yeah.
at the same time, if they reuse products, like my wife has
You
literally
wouldn't do
creates
that.
those things for other people to buy. If they don't have
No.
running water, then you have a scenario where you're not ridding yourself of biocontaminants.
Well, that's true, but
Fortunately,
you wouldn't
they're-
reuse those products. You would just form products from available materials.
And additionally, there may be some teenage girls who have barely stepped foot into this realm of existence who are like, what the fuck am I doing here? They don't know what the hell's going on, Ashley. They're kids. But
Yeah, the toxic shock syndrome happens in first world countries. That's not anything especially singular to a war zone.
That's
no,
true.
I don't mean in that sense. I guess
true.
I mean in the sense of just, I think it could be an overlooked thing that could be very disruptive to individual lives that don't know otherwise.
You know what I think, in all fairness to Ashley, I think if you're looking at an area that you've had a massive population switch and just people. I mean, people don't have homes, and people. I don't even think they have refugee camps. These people are on the move. I mean,
Well, it's
the
not.
water.
It's not
I'll
all
be
bad
brief.
news. It's not all bad news.
But
They
my-
they have not had any shortages of ammunition. So
Good.
things are
Well,
not all bad in the Gaza.
Again, I think you're making a confusing point here. We're talking about innocent women and children that don't have ammunition anyway.
I was just
in this
talking about
context,
Gaza and supplies.
And what she's saying is, you know, Ashley, I'm sure these people are probably more keen to your argument than we are as far as being able to endure without modern accoutrements, as you
Well, I
mentioned.
can certainly see if your lifestyle was with modern accoutrements and then being
Yeah.
thrust out of that. But my perception, and this may be propaganda or this may be bigotry, but my perception was they weren't exactly living with all the modern conveniences to begin with.
I agree with you. I think
But
you've
I
got
could
a
be
great
wrong.
point.
That's just what I've been fed. I could be absolutely wrong, and they could all have Wi-Fi and you know, sterile packaging of everything, and I could be wrong.
Well, yeah, I think it's a variation of everything that from what you think to all the way up to extravagantly rich. I think they're all being blown up and fucking thrown the fuck out. So they're all together now, and what they had before.
Yeah. Now it's a question of saltine crackers and beans and some
Right.
water and
Heart
making
attack.
sure.
Heart
Yeah, it
attack.
doesn't matter, I suppose, where they came from because it's where they are now. That is
Right. I could see that someone coming from an area from a life of convenience having trouble making that transition. I could see that because they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know what to do. But
Yeah.
Now, Last Dance, I do notice that there was a UFC fighter you appeared to be having a little fun with. What was his name?
Ooh,
UFC?
kinky.
What's that?
that?
Was it
Jake Shields?
Jake Shields? What
Yeah.
did you keep tweeting back at him that he had tweeted? Do you not even want to say it because it's kind of
No, I can say
controversial?
it. He's kind of, he's kind of thinks he's edgy with, the Jew hatred.
He's an anti-Semite.
Well, he kind of plays on the edge. He says, "No, I'm not. But he did make this post where he said something. I forget exactly what it was, but it was something like,
You only retweeted it about 7,000
Yeah,
fucking
I
times.
I retweeted every time he posted something. Something like, "Don't you wish the guy with the mustache had won?"
Right.
Guy with the mustache had won.
He was.
that's
He's,
verboten.
Remember the guy with the
Can't be saying that,
mustache in
that's
World War
verboten.
II, LeGrandy?
he's talking about the
Oh.
guy with the skinny mustache. Remember?
Okay. Yeah.
You can't. You're not allowed to say that. That's verboten.
You can
Right.
say it. It's up to Smokesteve.
I don't know. It's the word you're never supposed to say. Although Mel Brooks used to make hilarious fucking comedy
Hell
skits
yeah.
about him. I don't know how he got.
I don't think Mel Brooks could produce a movie today.
He was-
No. Heck, there's movies 10 years ago, well, 5 years ago, that wouldn't be able to be shown or produced
Yeah.
today.
I love Mel Brooks.
Me too.
Spaceballs.
Yeah, I just pure. All of them, dude. Even Blazing Saddles.
Yep.
But
I like
but
Blazing
Last
Saddles.
Dance. So your quote to him was because he seems to be somewhat anti-Semitic. He's pro. Would you say he's pro-Palestinian?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I don't pretend to be able to read the mind of people
You know-
like that. So I don't. He could
That
have
way lies madness.
that Hitler comment could have just been him being edgy, and
You know it. I really
oh, I
want,
said the word. Sorry.
no, I want to try and be bold about this, and I'm a little confused about. There's so much sensitivity about this whole issue as to what's going on over there, and I think if we look at first of all what happened, I think it's all helpful if we put it on a chronological basis. If we look at what happened where Israel was attacked and civilians were murdered, okay, openly murdered and kidnapped, and then now we look at the repercussions of that action, which we have to assume Hamas knew would occur. and now we have the pity train, which is righteous because so many innocent civilians are suffering. It doesn't mean anybody's taking sides. It's just it's a matter of recognition as to what's happening. I mean, does Israel have a right to defend itself? Certainly it does. And how do they do it? Well, I'm glad I don't have to figure that out.
But let me ask you something, McGrand. You just said in your last 2 sentences ago, you said Hamas would have had to know the response or some such thing.
It's definitely part of the plan.
So they would know they were bringing hell upon their own civilian population by doing this murder.
Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind. These guys are smart enough to figure this thing out. Okay, they had to take it beyond taking the people back into Gaza. Okay,
but that's not a new tactic. I mean, even before,
it's not.
In medieval times, optics were considered when going into battle or when going to war with another country.
But what I'm getting at is, what have they so dramatically failed? Or what is it the court of public opinion they're seeking? What are they seeking a change? Well, they're certainly to get a change, because I don't even know. You know what's funny? A lot of people don't know. You have Gaza, and then you have Fatah, which is in the West Bank. And do you know that the guys in Gaza, those Hamas crazies, okay, murdered Fatah troops during a couple of years ago, maybe 10 years ago. They were at civil war among themselves. And some of the Fatah were actually saved by Israelis. It's like, that's why I'm saying it's so dangerous to even look. We can question the humanitarian aspects, and basically, from our perspective as Americans, we've got to throw our hands up, because I think the smartest thing for anybody over here is, just try and contain this thing. It's not something that we have any expertise in solving, and it's frustrating. And what frustrates me is the American reaction. If you make a comment about the horrors of war on civilian populations, now you're anti-Israel. Well, that's not true. But it's a recognition of reality, and by the same token, the horrors that these Israeli civilians had to endure, it's also atrocious. Should never have happened. So it's a quandary,
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Bless you, Smokesteve.
Bless you. Gesundheit. I love saying that one.
All right, that sneeze made me have to go pee, so I'll be out in the driveway.
Me too.
Okay.
Meet you there, buddy.
Now, that's kind of weird.
I don't know. I'm like a freaking camel.
Not me.
Not me either. How's it going today, David Lip?
Don't ask me that question.
Okay. How's it going right now?
Right now, much better.
Okay.
Hey, did you have snow on the ground?
We did up until a few hours ago, and it finally all melted. I think we're supposed to get a pretty good storm coming the end of this week, though.
Oh. How about you, Ashley? You got snow?
Oh, Lord, no. We don't get snow really usually till late January, early February is our coldest time here for our zone. We've never had, well, I won't say we've never. I'd say about once a decade we get a white Christmas. And it's not really enough to play in. So
I'm in South Florida, and
you never get one.
No, we never get. Well, 1977 we got.
It would have to be around between 77 and 79. The whole U.S. did it then. It was like
we got a flurry, but I have to say that this is one of the oddest winters that I've experienced down here, and that it's normally it's very clear. We get the cold fronts, they come through, but most of our airflow has been coming from the South Caribbean, so it's heavy clouding, and the weather's been like, normally we'd be getting, I don't know. Anyway, it's very strange. Not a lot of cloud cover. It's like we've been under clouds for maybe 2 to 3 weeks. And
Wait, are you saying that normally you have cloud cover and now
No.
you don't, or the
No.
opposite?
the opposite. Normally you get a cold front that comes through, burns through, and then it might get cold, but it'll be clear sky, you know. But what I'm getting at is there's reduced northerly influence. We're getting greater Caribbean influence, or the Gulf of Mexico coming off the. In fact, it's getting dragged up. If you look at the radars, or the satellite, the big pictures of the United States, you can see it's all getting sucked up out of the Caribbean with some influence from the north, but
It's out of the tropics then.
yeah, more so, and they're stalling. Any cold front that comes through stalls, and then it comes back, so you get clouds for a couple of days. It's not as violent as it normally was, except for today we had that little tornado. But
My limited experience with Florida is when I was on contract to put up the netting around people's pools, and it rained every day for like 10, 15. Well, this is Fort Myers, Fort Myers, Cape Coral,
yeah,
and it
Love
like rained
that
every
area.
day for like 10 minutes.
yeah, that's similar to my climate.
I love that area.
It's
Fort
hotter
Myers.
over there on the west coast.
I know they're prone to the red tide, and Fort Myers got slammed by that hurricane.
Yeah, that was horrible, man.
Red tide.
Yeah.
That's similar to that discussion we were talking about in Gaza, I think.
Jeez. Here, let me bring on somebody who's an old friend. There's been some shade between him and I lately. Mr. Kill C1, welcome back, sir.
Yeah, hi.
Hey.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. No, I hold no shade. We're all good.
Right back at
You
my
haven't been in a million arguments like me and Mr. Kill C1. We still love each other.
Oh yeah,
There you go.
no, me and Nathan, we go way back with almost fisticuffs, and yeah, no, we're still really good.
Good. Glad to see you, buddy. How are you? How you been? What are you drinking?
Just Carlin. Excuse the decorations. Unfortunately, the day they're supposed to come down is also the same day as my daughter's birthday, so it always ends up a day late.
It's
We don't
okay,
take ours
dude.
down till Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I do try and convince my missus, because my birthday is early February, that, oh yeah, they've now become birthday decorations.
Yeah, I get iffy here because the tree stops drinking after a couple of weeks, and those needles start to get tender dry. So
Yeah, then they become Kindle, and they are a real hazard.
yeah, after the first, the new year, I'm ready to toss that fucker off the deck. Then we leave it near the bird feeder until spring, and then I'll bring it to the transfer station. I feel like it gives the sparrows and finches, gives them a little cover to hop over, grab a seed, come back, peck at the seed. So that's my use of the
You must
Christmas.
live in an urban area.
No, it's suburbia.
Oh, suburban. Sorry.
I'm not no damn city over here.
I thought you were kind of out, like past suburbs a little bit.
Hey,
No,
Ren.
I'm closer to the ocean. Everyone wants to be close to the ocean. So when the big wave
Well,
comes,
I guess
we're all done.
yeah.
Oh, also, I just want to say, Aphid, hope you and Mrs. Lip had a wonderful New Year.
We did. It was a little crazy, but we
Explosive.
survived. It was
Hey.
explosive.
Now you sound healthy, so I'm guessing nobody came with any communicable diseases, the flu,
No.
COVID, all kinds of. I
No,
mean,
there
there's everything. You turn on the news right now, it's all about the fucking
Right.
respiratory shit, you know?
Oh, and aliens in Miami.
There was a couple that were gonna come that had COVID, you know, and they weren't real close friends. They came to my. I hate to even put this out, but it was just I was kind of was like, maybe it's not fair for you, because there was actually a couple couples that had it, and I couldn't tell one couple that it was okay to come and another couple it wasn't, so we kind of just squashed it.
Right.
Like,
They might be watching. This is not a snowball's chance in hell, is there?
I know. Well, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I mean, are you
I'd
telling
rather-
me there was a sickness grade and then also a closeness of friend grade, and then you took the two things into perspective?
I'm just telling you that recently that
I'm kidding.
there's been things that weren't thought they were going to get caught that got caught, and
Oh,
I'd just
damn.
rather play it safe and just be
Right.
like,
Okay.
let's just leave it there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was at the supermarket today, and this woman, like, one line over was hacking her brains out. Immediately, I'm like, maybe me and the kids should go out to the car, and you can take care of the groceries. And wife will say,
You would die if you lived in. Okay, my brother and his wife caught COVID. This is like a year in.
I had it 3 weeks ago, so I'm
I
clear.
purposefully went to his house and communed with them for an hour and had them cough all over me just so I could catch it and bring it back to my kid.
It's not chicken pox, Ashley. You're not supposed to do that.
We all had it, and the children, you couldn't even tell my son was sick. He wasn't even running a fever. He just kind of lost his smell. But they had it. Ellie was sick for maybe 48 hours. She ran a mild fever. She didn't cough. She didn't even have any respiratory stuff. And me, I lost my smell for a month. My olfactory sense, I lost it for a month, but I wasn't sick that long. It was probably like 3 days. I think it was about 72 hours that I coughed. And we all had it, and we were done with the sickness part of it within less than a week, and we're fine.
The loss of smell is alarming. I lost mine too, and I was like, that's
Yeah,
just
but I
kinda
work with
weird.
chickens, so it was a little blessing. It was
Wow.
to not
Right.
have to smell them for a month. The chicken
You work in
food.
one of those processing plants?
No, I have my own chicken.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah. My father had it. Go ahead, David. I want to hear what you had to say, man.
Oh, I was just gonna say it just gradually came back too, because I was, I was like spraying, because I was like, I can't remember. There was an incident that happened, and I realized, it's not like I was like, oh, I think I don't have my smell. There was like something that happened. I can't remember what it was, and it was like, I can't smell that at all, And then I went into the bathroom and I got all my colognes and I sprayed them, and I was like, oh my god, I can't smell them at all. Like my scent. There's nothing to tell you lost your sense of smell. It just kind of comes about, and you're like, oh wow, yeah, it's gone.
Yeah,
It's
I went
kinda
to
weird.
bed one night being able to smell, woke up the next
Yeah.
morning, and then couldn't smell the chickens poop. And I was
That's
like,
crazy.
wow, that was fast.
Interesting.
Yeah, when my dad got it back when it was the alpha, he basically started like eating hot peppers and hot sauce and hot sauce sandwiches. He said all kinds of weird hot mustard and shit until he's old school. He's from the 1930s. So literally. So that's what he did, and eventually he was like, wait a second, I taste it now. And then he started sniffing it. He was like, I got it back. And like, I don't know, that's how he got it back. Like, I never lost it at all. I've had
Me
COVID
neither.
three
I
or
never
four
lost-
times.
Yeah, I got it twice. I never lost smell, but I got sick as shit, really weak.
I had it
What
about,
respiratory stuff? Did you hack up a bunch of junk, or did you have a lot of cough?
Well, I'm pretty much a hacker anyway. So
Cup of Tea had a 3-week boner from COVID. Interesting.
Boy, that's one way to get
no, he deserves
people
that.
to.
I hope he did. He deserves it.
Cardio.
But I'll look
Yeah.
him up this week. Love that guy.
He had a surprising 3-week callus on his hand too.
Ah,
Yeah.
Turbo Wank, he just said that. Funny. You guys,
I'm
hilarious.
just thinking about his difficulty in actually urinating. That would be.
Oh, Lord. Well, on to the next subject. 10:30. All right. Yeah.
Is it 10?
Well, what else do we got here?
Already this late.
Guys, just to give a shout out to a content creator that's watching. Dawn Browning is actually a YouTube content creator. So she's got a lot of videos of chickens. Ashley, you might like it.
Do
Well,
what? What'd you say?
Don Browning.
Ron Browning is a YouTube content creator.
Who does chickens?
She's got a lot of chickens in those videos.
Welcome, Dawn.
But join in, Don Browning. Please, you're welcome. She's in New North Queensland.
No, she's in Victoria.
Okay, cool. I was on a live stream last night with all people from Australia and Germany.
That'd be cool.
It was all right.
What was the event?
People just getting wasted. It seemed like.
Hmm.
It's quite
That's a good thing that
science.
happened.
Sounds like
Last
a great
night?
stream.
Yeah, it was.
Premise
Yes.
check.
It was somebody I met the stream through the other Canadian guy we like, Scum TV, Anticorp. It's one of his friends. I've subbed her channel, and then it's great. She does live streams, and it's Australia. She's like, one of them showed a flag and was like, they were all, and the flag was moving, and all the Australians were like, oh my god, you have a breeze. I was like, holy shit, it's really summer there. It's fucking like super hot for these people.
Yeah.
And one guy's flag moving, like barely lifting, and they were all like, hey, can you give me heavy metal horns, Ren? That's her. That's her. There she is. What's up?
Yay!
Hi guys. Just wanted to say I missed you guys. It's great seeing everyone. So yeah.
You're gonna stay longer than this, though, right? You're not just saying goodbye.
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah. No.
You're here now. You're here now. Start answering questions. Where have you been?
I've been working. I literally just got home and I finished changing and everything. Like I still have my hair up.
Well, it's Saturday. Wait,
too.
it's Saturday, right? Yeah. All right, you're
Saturday.
cool. Good. I'm glad to hear you're
Tell
making
them where you
money.
work. Tell them where you work.
I work at Victoria's Secret.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
But wait, you.
All the questions that have just bubbled up into the minds of the dudes and the
Well, only one person besides Ren on this stream could walk in there without getting funny looks, and it's Last
I know.
Dance.
I do it all
Not
the
in this
time.
day and age. Not in this day and age.
No, yeah,
Don't
even
ask me
still.
about my lingerie purchases, Steve.
I mean,
Search history. Your purchase history.
I don't want to put her on the spot, but yeah, does it happen? Do guys go in there? Like, of course, guys buy stuff for their women, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for our women. Yes, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. Yeah.
It's mostly the guys hanging out outside the store, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
It's like
That's why they black the glass out.
Oh, really? You know, it's been a while since I've even been to the mall.
You have to show ID now to get in.
oh my god.
Only Spencer's allows you to get in without ID now.
Spencer's.
Spencer's
God.
Gifts. Yeah, there's a mall. There's a mall here, like, there's a bunch of malls in Massachusetts, but what's been happening now is, like, a lot of gangs seem to be showing up all at the malls and having, like, gang fights and stuff there. So, like,
Same here.
normal people are like, nah, all set with the mall, and what they become what we used to call in college, or I still call, a dead mall, where it's all fucking, like, criminals, gang members, and everyone else is, like, at home ordering online, because, honestly, is it worth it, right?
Yeah.
What do you have, a shitty food court? I mean, you might have a...
Was it Westfield that actually just gave up the mall in California and just kind of like said, "Yeah, we're done, we're out."
I don't
I
blame
thought
them.
Westfield was Australia.
No, they're
big-
Westfield. Yeah, they own
Big U.S.
malls
mall
all
owner.
across the country.
Okay.
They just kind of like said, "Yeah, screw you, creditors, we're out. There you are, have the building."
Except for
Yeah.
Victoria's Secrets, they stayed there.
The only secret, it's not plural, but that's okay.
It's okay.
Oh, girl's gotta have her little secrets.
Girls
favorite
gotta have her
store.
secret.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what I've talked about with like privatized shopping. Like, what's the point of a Louis Vuitton store having $300,000 worth of merchandise behind an open door with one or two people working in the store with a fucking lame ass guard who's barely can fucking move?
Hey,
Couple
they're well
guys-
trained, Steve.
Couple guys come in with nines.
The mall cop wandering around.
Right, a couple guys come in with empty guns, literally, and you could leave with the entire store, and like nobody's gonna touch you.
Yeah,
I
but
don't even think the people that work there would care.
The difference was 5 years ago. Well, 3 years ago, you'd be arrested for it.
Well, the other thing is, in a mall, getting away,
It's harder.
it's much more difficult because you got to have
Yeah, but also-
you got parking lots, you've got access to the parking lots, and you got video everywhere, and it's only the mass strikes that work because
Yeah, but
nobody
I mean-
cares if they're videoed.
I would think that would make it easier to get away.
Also, 3 years ago, you were likely not to be sued for apprehending the criminals.
Yeah.
Right. It's a good point.
Oh, dude, I work security guard. You have no rights. You're kind of screwed if you do anything.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I
like,
mean, all you have to do is apprehend with no physical force, as in punching or anything like that. That's all you had to do. And now, if you apprehend a criminal, it's kind of like you're the one that's screwed.
yeah, because I was reading over the policies of like, what should we do if we see anyone like shoplifting or anything like that, and we literally could not do anything, and I'm like, that's so stupid. And they're like, if you see people putting stuff in their bags without paying, you can't go after them, you can't call security guards, and I'm like, why? But yeah.
They're like, don't
Ren-
worry, Ren, we have facial recognition and we've already sent them the bill in the
can't do
mail.
anything. Yeah.
Ren, you're not getting the cut from the profits, kid, so don't fucking worry. Just tell them, go ahead, take what you want, no big
Hey, that's
fucking
my
deal.
size. Can you take that from me and put it in my car?
Right, that don't matter, dude. It's all written into the fucking
Can you grab
whatever.
some for me too?
Right.
Yeah.
That ain't-
Kink! Oh, get back here.
Now, my original thought with the high-end stuff, why is Louis Vuitton not just doing appointment shopping? What is this not a thing? This should just be something they create.
Or do the Home Depot thing. Put all your power tools behind locked cases.
If that's what it takes, sure.
Yeah, buying tools is hard now.
Then it's cried racism, though, when you do that.
It should.
No, I mean,
Let
where
them
I
call
live-
it what they want. Fuck them.
Yeah, that's just what you got. You buy it from the center of the store and you're not getting out. You can't even get the tools. I mean, you can get like the cheap drills. You can get like garbage tools you can steal, but like legit tools you're paying
I
for.
actually had a salesman who unlocked it have to walk me to a checkout and have them
Yeah,
check
I
me
had
out.
that. I
And
bought
I'm like, okay, whatever.
I
Make
had
my
that
job
with-
easier, man. Easy.
I had that. I mean, I'm in the UK, and I had that with a pair of trainers.
So, I mean, what you're trying to say is you should just, go and rob a purse store because they don't care about their inventory, their $5,000 bag. But DeWalt's like, bitch, you're paying me $300 for this drill.
No, RW. Okay, like at the Walmart that's closest to me, it's like 40 minutes away. They literally, the little boxes that they put headphones and things in, the little security boxes, they're clear, and you have to unlock it.
Yeah.
They're putting cans of Spam in there.
Wow.
And like the beef in the meat section, underneath the price tag, when you peel up the price tag, it has a little, it looks like a little circuit board.
Oh, Dawn, you have a giant bunny? I used to have giant bunnies.
Do you want to say hi?
Who
to
has
the-
the money? I missed it.
She's in chat.
Don Browning.
Yeah.
Oh.
I used to have giant bunnies. They were so amazing.
That would freak
Oh.
me out.
Hey, Dawn, this is my Australian wife. I just wanted her to say hi.
This is my Australian wife.
You got to say more
Hi,
than that so
Sasha.
she can hear your accent.
Are you on? No, you're not on
Tell him
camera.
1-1 was a racehorse.
No, it's in charge.
Go ahead. No, this is important knowledge. Go ahead.
1-1 was a racehorse. 2-2 was 1-2. 1-1-1 run. One race. 2-2 1-1-2. I don't know why.
Raise your hand if you got that.
Yeah, I
It
got
took me a minute, but I got it.
Okay, cool.
There's
I
about
don't
3
know.
blank looks on the page there.
You were on a delay in my brain. I had to go through it slowly.
I'm sorry. I'm brain dead
Okay.
right now.
No problem, Don.
Can she say that's not a knife? This is a knife.
God,
I've already done that, but
You see what Cup of Tea said?
What?
I'm sure it
You
was
have a
brilliant.
fan.
Oh,
Cup
she
of Tea
just
said that you were the only good bit.
she just sounded a little bit like that one who sings what's her name? The one All I Want. I'm screwing it. Screwing the pooch here. Screwing the pooch.
One. Touch me twice. No, not that one.
And take your money. All I want to do is click, click.
MIA.
Yeah, Mia, that's the one. That's the one.
All I want to do is boom, 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 and it take your money.
Was she Australian?
They
That
did
was
a
a
Mango
good
Pickle
song.
song.
I like that song.
Bird
I remember
flu.
on the awards show that she won the award for that song. She was full on like 9 months pregnant singing that song on stage.
I don't know.
Her
She was
baby- Her
weird.
baby's
She
falling though, bro.
she
Her
got
baby's like
canceled.
born with with the Air Jordans on.
You don't like
Sorry,
her baby?
I don't mind
She
her
got
baby.
canceled?
You sure about that, RW?
What's she
I got the feeling you don't like that baby. You're saying no to that baby.
I mean, I do have 2 children, and I'm kind of in child shock. So when I hear baby, I don't naturally think, oh, I'm like, oh my god. That's the
Right. Now I get it.
yeah.
Because
I'm
you
a
can't
broken
control
man.
the pheromone. The pheromones are like crack. You're like,
No, dude. I remember when my boys were small and they had their hair smelled like sugar. I can totally understand Joe Biden, but only for my own child.
Oh, why would you say that?
Only
out
for my
loud?
own child.
Oh,
Like, I'm gonna get this off you.
Yeah.
What was I talking about?
Well, no.
Joe Biden's going to visit your house now.
oh god.
Yeah. Well, they're older now, so I don't think it.
But the funny thing is, RW, you and I and everyone else who's out there realizes, yeah, that babies do have a real sweet smell. And when you have one, you get to drink that smell in, and it's the greatest thing. And then when they're not a baby anymore, you stop sniffing them.
Yeah, because they started smelling shit.
But Joe Biden, he just keeps on going around searching for that smell, that sweet baby smell. Like
He's trying to
somebody
figure out
never
which
told
paper
him
it is.
stop sniffing them there, Joey. It's you're
often-
freaking people out, buddy.
But
You
but
know?
I'm sure
I-
someone has said something.
I often wonder what Donald Trump is sniffing about.
Well, he sniffs he sniffs his hand after he grabs him by the pussy. That's his move, remember? He said it. I'm just going with his words. Oh, wait, was that only locker room talk, McGrand?
Just like here, buddy.
I have no comment on that.
I'm not offended. It was gross, but I'm not offended.
He did say it.
No,
Was it
no,
locker room
just,
talk?
I'm just if you're going to compare the two, Donald Trump is the one that's always sniffing, right? When he's
Okay,
doing his
I am
speech.
shocked.
Every
I
time
am
he does a
shocked
spit.
to my core. I am shocked to my core that McGrande actually thinks Donald Trump sniffs children.
Well, he sniffs the air.
I didn't.
Can
I get some?
I never said that.
At
I
least
never-
Trump isn't sniffing the children.
Well, we don't know
We
that.
have a little standard.
Well, unless
You
unless
can't
that child
prove it.
is his daughter.
No.
Remember, she's a little beyond the baby stage, and he's still sniffing her.
What about equality though? What about like I want girls to come up and grab me? You know, I want girls to just be like, I want to be like, thank you for acknowledging me as a person.
So
Oh god.
Serena's like, shut up, you donkey.
Maybe you guys could go out to Sizzler and she could try that on you and see how it works.
Sizzler.
Oh my God.
I usually like to go to steakhouse to get my pussy grabbed. That's true.
That's
It's
right.
the salad bar, I think, that does it.
Salad bar's the perfect spot too.
Wait, does Sizzler even exist anymore?
No, it doesn't. Can you give me those croutons? Excuse me, can you pass the
I
croutons?
think there's like 2 or 3 in Australia left.
You guys actually have Outback Steakhouse in Australia?
No, that place is a joke.
No, she's talking about Sizzlers.
Yeah, I hate Outback.
Do they
What's
have a
Outback?
Taco Bell in Mexico? I mean,
But tell me,
What's that?
Sizzler wasn't too bad, was it? That damn
Sizzler was
good
awesome.
baked
Yeah.
potatoes, man, and reasonable steaks, and a
She's
decent.
vegetarian, and it's for the salad bars.
there's textings and I can't see them. Oh, bye.
Oh, Smoke Wife coming in with the fire.
Yeah, here we go. Thank you, Smokesteve's wife.
Is being in is missed. Oh.
Anyway, no. I'm going back to my Puberty Blues Australian show now.
Puberty Blues?
Yeah, 70s, man.
Is that the
Sorry you lost the guy from Starsky and Hutch if you like the 70s. He was awesome.
I didn't see that.
I will accept your
That's American.
Alright, enjoy Puberty Blues. Is that what it was called?
No, God.
Yeah, it's awesome.
She will
Anyway.
she will not let me watch it with her because she
No.
knows I'll poop all over it all the time. Probably.
You'll
Is that what-
ruin it.
Yeah.
That's basically
He
saying
ruins
it's extremely
everything.
corny.
Okay, bye.
It's hard for me not to make dad jokes when they're just laid in front of you, man. You can't just.
Can't you let
eat
her
shit in front of
enjoy
you.
Oh man, I
things
couldn't
Yeah.
laugh
that
to
you
watch the
don't?
X-Files with me. He ruined every episode. Every time a phone would ring, he'd be like, "Damn it, Scully, quit calling!" And he'd ruin every episode.
What about the
X-Files? I was a junkie on the X-Files, man. I'd go to the bars and it's like it used to be on Friday nights, and I'm like, I gotta get home to X-Files.
Yes.
It was great. That was great, man.
X-Files was good. The woman was kind of a smoke. I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Well, you know why? Beautiful redhead like her, man. She was what was her name anyway? I forget the name of the character.
Her
Gillian
character or her
Anderson.
real name?
No,
Gillian Anderson.
Gillian
No.
Anderson is her real name.
Yeah, I mean for the show.
Oh, Scully.
Scully. That's it.
Dana Scully, right?
Mm-hmm.
I used to think that the red-haired girl, the X-Files girl, was hot. I remember that.
Fox Mulder.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I always thought the guy was cute too.
It's a little weird.
Yeah,
David
Steve was
Duchovny,
obviously
you're,
watching Red Shoe Story.
Got his poster pinned up on your wall?
No, I think frankly that was part of the show that we all were intrigued by. He's good looking, she's a smoke. That was the tension. You know, it wasn't like they didn't put up some fucking chud up there with her. You know, you guys know he was a good looking guy. And you know
also-
I'm not gay. We can say that. All you guys looked horrified for 5 seconds. You were like, what did he say?
Well,
Come on.
I think the other thing was she was
she was fine.
She was a medical doctor, and
She was the intellectual type.
Yeah, so she was more science driven.
The hot
and he
librarian.
was science driven, but more open minded. So it was a great chemistry.
Great show, and the sexual tension between the two
Yeah,
of them, I think,
agree.
was sort of a background energy.
Definitely, and in fact, they ended up getting together, didn't they?
It was a great show.
Like
And
not till
on the
after
show.
the whole show was over.
I know. I think it was in one of the shows afterwards.
I think it's the movie. The movie.
you
they
know-
Movie,
kissed
they got
each
together.
other.
Yeah.
Does
they finally give you
anybody-
confirmation of it in the movie? You suspect, but you
Yeah.
never do know.
Anybody know the most popular episode? It might have been 2 episodes. It was a particular theme. I'll start giving hints in 3 seconds.
I'm thinking about the one where they had everybody's DNA sample.
I'm thinking of the one that was a musical because disgustingly, that's always the most famous episode of every series.
No, I would play the theme, but it was if I was going to play it, it would be the theme from Dueling Banjos.
Oh, the one about the inbred family?
Yes.
That one? Ah.
The one where they actually kept the mother under the
The
bed.
bed, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they took her out to have sex with her.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
She was on a creeper. She was on
That
a
was so
auto
fucked up.
creeper that you
And then
could-
when they finally figured it out and they interviewed her, she wanted to be under the bed. That was the end of the episode. She willingly climbed
based on a
back.
true story. That's
That
based
was so
on a true
fucking
story.
great. Because then,
Huh?
yeah, eventually they did because they couldn't charge her, the woman, with any crime because or them with rape because the mother was willingly engaging with it. So like, oh
Yeah,
man,
yes. So,
that was an incredibly intriguing
what was the
episode.
name of that family? That was a real life thing that happened that they made that episode on.
I wouldn't doubt it, but that was so good.
The only one I remember is the mushroom episode. Like it's the biggest organism on Earth. Can't remember
Where
the
they get
details.
sucked into the mycelium and they get
Right.
poisoned by spores and they're hallucinating.
I don't remember. I just remember. I don't
I
remember
don't remember
enough.
half this shit. I don't know how you guys can remember all that.
Well, there was another one I'm sure all of you remember. It was the guy who lived in the porta potty. He was like this lizard creature. Do you remember that? And he was like peeping on women, and then he climbed down into the thing.
Well, yeah, he lived in the sandy.
In the sandy shit, dude. Yeah, that one was fucked up, yo.
Are you still talking about X-Files?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still
I
tuned
never
out?
watched that show.
All right, we could talk
Yeah.
about Bonanza if you want.
Hey, I will recommend a great Irish TV series that stars Gillian Anderson called The Fall.
Was she Irish proper?
I don't know if she was Irish.
Does she fake an Irish accent?
Mr. Kill, your typing's loud.
Last Dance,
You're
tell me the
typing.
name of it again.
Yeah,
The Fall.
How's my typing loud?
Isn't that like an offshoot of another show?
It's only about 38
I don't know.
decibels, bro.
It's like it's not many. It's like 2 or 3 seasons or 2 seasons maybe. It's very,
Okay,
a very,
I just
very
need to type
intense.
two more letters, okay, AP?
Very intense
Is
drama.
that okay? 2 more letters?
Extremely intense.
You can
Very-
type as much as you want. I'm just
very
letting you
well
know.
done, and she
I
did a
muted
great
him.
job.
Let's see if he figures it out.
What's it on, Dance? Is it Netflix, Google, what?
Probably on Tubi or not Tubi.
When I saw it, it could have been Netflix and it could have been Amazon Prime. Those were the only
Hulu?
possibilities.
Okay.
If it's old, yeah, I'm guessing if it's not on those now, it'd have to be on Hulu. That's like the.
I'm still having difficulty in understanding the name of it. Again, if
The
you could-
Fall, FALL.
Yes.
Oh, I saw that.
Last
By the way-
Dance. How do
I
you
think
feel
it's
about
Net-
this new
Netflix.
this new development of people calling you Dance without last in front of it?
I doesn't bother me at all. Since Last Dance isn't my real name, I'm not going to be offended by somebody calling me another name that isn't my real name.
That's probably my fault.
Let
It
me
is
ask you
RW's
this:
fault.
if that's the case,
Yeah,
Last
it is.
Dance, do you think we should use a capital letter for dance instead of?
No, but
Try to unless I'm lazy.
Okay.
I've known him for like 10 years or so, and I never heard anybody call him Dance. I like it, though.
well, we know Last Dance isn't his real name because gay isn't in it.
Yes, right.
Sorry, that was the worst joke ever, but
Yeah,
I
it was bad.
tried.
That's okay. You get host immunity for your bad joke.
Is this thing on?
That's the problem.
Oh, Mike from the 1950s.
I'm digging the skateboarding in the background, Apid. I like that addition. It's just like an extra option.
Oh, well, yeah, it's just. Well, I went through and I think I might have told you guys. I went through and dubbed all my high 8 video, little small cassettes into digital, and that
Shit,
this
that's
TV
you?
right, this TV. No, that's not me.
I was gonna say that.
But I'm sure I'm on there.
Okay, so it's your
But-
footage though. Yeah, that's cool. I thought you were just watching some X Games stuff in the background. I can't really.
No,
see
no,
it.
no, no. That's us at a local concrete skate park right there.
You have a prosthesis? That one guy had a fake leg.
Surprisingly enough, not every skateboarder has a fake leg.
No, there was one guy behind you that had a prosthesis.
Behind? Really? No.
No,
Did you
No, he
watch?
might have been.
I did not.
Might have
I
been
It
limping.
is even.
I've been watching some really the new skateboarding coming out now. Aphid is outrageous. So good.
Yeah, it's those guys are crazy for sure.
See, dude, I got this guy who did like a huge, I don't know, 360 flip, like up out of a bowl over like a 6-foot fence to flat. Like, just people are doing crazy stuff now.
Hey, you know, Aphid, you'd be interested in this. I used to windsurf and everything, but they got guys out there now that are on these boards
That's how you do it.
that are elevated, and they're electric motors, and they can actually get them up on a foil, and they're cruising out on the ocean, man. And they got
Really?
hand control. Have you seen those?
If I did, I didn't realize what I was looking at because the way you explain it sounds cool.
Yeah, and I mean they come, and it's funny because I used to know guys that would build these things with windsurfers. They'd have to have a lot of power to get them up, you know, on the foils.
Oh,
And
okay,
half
guys,
the
I
time
gotta
they
go.
would crash.
See you, Ashley.
I'm
Take it
sorry.
easy, Ashley.
Have a good night,
I
Ash.
gotta get out of
Nice having you.
Thank you for having me, and I loved it. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Good night. Take care.
We get to
Hey,
see more
Smokes.
Ashley because she got an upgrade in technology, so she can do it more often without a problem.
Ashley in the house. What's that, Aphid Lip?
Oh, I was gonna say I got that. I got the us lighting the tree on fire queued up if you want to see it.
Hell yeah,
Beauty.
dude.
But,
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna share it, right, and then don't
Yeah.
put me don't accept it until I go full screen because it's through somebody else's YouTube account. All right.
Okay. You tell me what to do, and I'll. What do I do?
Don't do the porn tab, Aphid. Look.
Okay, I need to just
Kill all three of those tabs.
share. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, now you can do it, and let me
The
know
one
when
that
you do
says
it.
Aphid Lip, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I'm gonna add to stage now.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you see like
Does that look right to you?
I see a.
I can't.
Looks
It
like
looks
a dusty
like,
backyard.
Okay.
Now.
Do
There
it!
we go. Do it now.
Oh,
wow, that was a close hit.
Jesus.
I love that camera action.
You talk about skin burns, man.
Yeah, that does look unsafe.
Was that like $100 firecracker?
Holy shit! I thought I got fucking killed twice!
Oh boy.
And then my buddy, he throws in one last. He throws in one last bomb right here.
This looks good. Nice and clear. Good camera quality.
I love the way the guy's ducking and everything.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god!
I think I saw the shockwave from that.
Yeah.
Was that a big thumper? Did you feel that last one in your chest?
Well, there was actually 5 of them, I think, but they went off at the beginning, and you could feel them all. Yeah. I told them they couldn't bring the double ones that blew up my friend a couple years ago. Actually, I told them not to bring any of those, but they still brought them. And then I had a long speech with them before it, and none of them listened to a word I said. And they all threw them. I said, make sure you're throwing them away from everybody. And they all threw them right in the middle of that fire. And it's just
Unidirectional.
the same thing every year. Luckily, I had safety glasses on.
Well, you can't expect these animals to fucking listen to you. Now you know for next year.
Yeah.
Don't expect them to listen. they're gonna fucking do whatever the hell they want. So
We had a mortar out front in this place, man. 1 o'clock in the morning, man. Boom! And I'm telling you, they were spectacular. But they were, every time it woke me up. I got up and it went on and on. Too bad I didn't have a camera. I should have filmed it, but you never expect them to last, man. But they were fine, and they were, the projectiles looked like about that big going up, you know?
was it on New Year's?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
one,
had
1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, man, and it's like right out there by the it's a main road over there. It's just like I'm amazed that no cops were around. It's just because it's illegal down here.
What did you guys do? Did everyone here watch Ryan Seacrest?
No, I did not.
No.
I did not see it
No.
in full.
Negative.
Just the clip that they pulled out because it looked bad, basically. For Biden. That's what you're talking about, right?
Well, I just was saying, like, how did you guys bring in the actual New Year? Were you awake for it?
Hell no, I was fucking.
I was
passed
awake.
out. I was awake.
I played Catan with my wife, expecting a holiday bonanza party that people never showed up to. So we just played Catan, and I looked out the window at midnight, and that was it. Best New Year ever.
That was actually midnight in my house.
No drinks?
No drink. I can't do that anymore.
How about your lady?
She didn't. She usually waits until like family's visiting, like my sister or brother-in-law and stuff like that, and then she'll have some drinks, but not often.
Well, look at you two, teetotalers.
No. We'll just say no drinking. We don't drink.
Oh wow.
We're completely innocent otherwise.
Yeah, I don't drink either.
Sponsored by Bud Light.
Well, I mean, just this one night, but I mean, who's fucking writing an essay over here, Mr. Kill?
Mr.
Kill.
Fuck. Live from London, the keyboard.
I think
It
he's got
reminds
us.
me of
He
Walter
can't even hear
Cronkite.
us.
Remember
talking
that,
about it.
Walter Cronkite? Before
Yeah,
he
I
used to
can
come
hear you
on, you
guys.
could hear them.
His side job is he's posting the numbers.
He is Chat GTP. There's like people sending him questions to answer right now.
No, he's going back and forth with Smoke Life.
Oh, is he? What's
Yeah.
going on there? I mean, have it on full screen.
You guys, I'm going to take off.
Steve,
Really?
Steve,
I'll see
I'm absolutely always
go to bed.
respectable to your wife.
Steve, thanks for having me on. Nice to
You're
see you.
hitting the road, McGrant? Where are you
Have a good one,
going?
McGrandy.
Grand.
I'm going to sack out, dude.
Have a good week, dude.
Hey,
Pray for
McGrant,
that.
Yeah,
make sure you get some good exercise this weekend.
I know. I need to get out there.
Run
Yeah,
from the
okay.
tornadoes.
Yeah.
Just don't drown. Now I'll feel bad if you drown. Don't drown.
I haven't been in the water. It's too cold for me.
Good man. Good man.
Yeah. So,
60 degrees. It's freezing.
yeah, for me, it's too cold. So I got to wait for it to be like 95, 99, get in the water, you know?
All right, buddy.
All right.
I hear you.
You guys have a good night. It was good to see you.
Peace, my friend. Wow, McGrant.
So like 10 minutes after that those fireworks went off, we were all standing around the fire, right? And my buddy said he had to take a piss, and I'm like, well, why don't you? He was gonna go upstairs, and I'm like, well, why don't you just go in the woods here, you know? And he didn't really say much, and he went inside. He came back out like 2 minutes later, and he's like, dude, Nessie's hanging out in your toilet. So you were right. I should have just taken a piss out here. And my wife went up there, and she had to break up this fucking logger that somebody had laid in our toilet. It would not go down. It was like as big around as my wrist.
Nice.
And supposedly it was like a foot. Huh?
So somebody's butt was probably bleeding.
It was. There's bloody toilet paper in the toilet.
Oh my god.
So
They know how to party, man.
So you didn't want to have that in your yard, though. So the toilet's the only place for that.
You think that?
But it wouldn't go
fire.
down. So if you have some kind of incident like that at somebody's house, wouldn't you make sure that it went down?
You have
I would.
subpar toilets if they won't flush that.
No, dude, this thing
You
was
need an
like
industrial grand
I've
for
heard
that, dude.
Everybody that saw it said it was record breaking. It was like
It was definitely
I didn't get a witness. I didn't get a witness of this.
Well, I'm
bad.
gonna
Did you get your bros to look at the turd?
Huh?
You got bros to look at the turd.
Well, they went up there to go to the bathroom and saw it in there.
Let me just say it's.
Well, you didn't tell them there's a big shit in the fucking toilet. Go somewhere else.
I didn't know it was in there. I didn't know it was in there.
He's not like he's checking after everybody goes.
So you went in after you were told about it after multiple.
No, I never saw it. My wife chipped it up with the plunger and got it to go
God.
down. So the next
This
day,
is your purpose. You're the man. You're supposed to
My
deal with
wife
shit.
did. Man,
What the
she
fuck?
dealt with it. It was before I even got a
you
chance
have a
to
yeast?
deal
Did
with
you
it.
have a yeast infection? Is that why you didn't do it?
Oh my god.
So anyway, so the next day, right?
No comment.
I'm right underneath the bathroom that this happened. Oh wait, Mrs. Lips got something to interject here.
He's like, you do have a yeast infection, you bastard.
She carries the facts.
Yeah, I don't know if they said that. She's thinking you guys were saying that he should have came to me after he put that in there.
Yeah, the dude should have.
Yeah, he should have. But he didn't even. He said, well, we'll get to that. But so the next day I go up there and it's down, and we flushed the toilet a couple times since then. Mr. Kill, it's killing me, man, with the typing,
Oh,
dude.
we could just mute him, dude. Just mute. I
Just
tell.
mute when you're typing. It's just a polite thing to do.
Well, now that you say something, he'll stop, and then once we forget about it, he'll
start
fucking
again.
come back with the fucking clang, 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 and we'll all
He's
go
not
through
gonna.
it again.
He thinks he's getting put out by having to mute before he types. Anyway,
No, you can mute me. You can mute me. What's it?
I didn't hear anything.
I'm just glad I'm not the one with the loudest keyboard for a change.
yeah,
For
it's
once.
for a change.
So I'm happy.
So anyway, the next
I'm
day,
on the laptop. I don't even know how this thing's
because
making
your
noise.
microphone's coming from the laptop.
Right, it vibrates the microphone in the laptop.
Oh, of course, it's the cable.
It's like super
yeah,
loud,
it's the
super
cables.
loud.
Sorry.
That's all right.
It's
That's
all
all
right.
right.
It's fine.
Anyway, so the next day, so I flush the toilet. I leave the
Oh.
room. You know, I don't think nothing of it, and my wife is like screaming at me, "Oh my God, you got to go in the bathroom!" You know, so I go in there and it's fucking just flooding all over. It's
Out
coming
of the
over
bowl? Out of the bowl?
Yes,
Oh,
out of the bowl.
Man,
And so I turn the water off and I put the Drano down. I get the snake out to go in there,
Yeah,
and I
you
finally
did.
get it to go. And then so I come down here and look, and my I got this thing right here that's holding like wood and stuff, and on the outside of it I have like 24 baseball caps hanging on it.
Oh, no, don't
Like-
tell me.
Almost like I would say 80% of them are totally wet with this pissy shit water.
Yeah, you know what we call that kind of water in the industry? Shark water.
really?
You don't
Shark
want it?
water.
Dude, because that's
And it's all over the rug. It's all over
Oh.
the rug.
Dude.
So the whole day we're
puking, dude! Shark water, bro! On the hats?
What about the hat you're wearing now?
No, they're all still sitting on the floor. They're sitting right here on the floor over here because I took them
The
off.
dog
and
laying
went
on
over there. No, but so the whole day we're all in this group chat and we're talking about the fireworks display the night before and then mostly this fucking logger that was laid and
Man.
everybody is we've went through everybody but one person that's denied it, and he comes at towards the end of the day and puts a unrelated thing in there, and I'm like you're the only one that hasn't denied that this was yours. Fess up, man. Was this you? Because I just couldn't see it being a lady because it was so big. Plus I don't know if a lady would leave that behind. They just wouldn't do that. And he's like, oh, that didn't go down.
I'm just gonna tell you, it's got to be whoever is like the big guy.
Oh yeah, he is the big guy.
It's not the thin guy.
No, he is the big guy.
Is that what you call him now? The big guy?
No. One time, this is the kind of guy he is. One time we were breaking into this the Mr. Kelsey, just banging in my ears, dude.
See, it happened again. We forgot about it. And he just drifted on in.
At least he's actually typing this on.
I know. Anyway, so this one time, this is a perfect example of this guy. The one time we were breaking into this, we weren't doing anything bad. We were just breaking into it. But the city hall was getting built in our city.
Yes, yes.
We had to park across this creek from it at our school, our grade school actually. And then we had to cross over this creek, and there was this pipe that went across the creek, and we all just ran across the creek. Well, he was so big that he got down and scooted. He got like he was riding a horse, and he just scooted.
You just told this
himself
story
over.
last week.
Oh, did I? No, it could have been last week. I
2
would have
weeks?
remembered if I told.
I don't know.
He fell off into the water, and anyway, that's a perfect example of this guy. I'll just brief it up there. There was more to it, but if I told the story, I don't know.
Wow.
Was there a streak on the pipe or something? I'm waiting for the rest of the story.
No.
Was there a big brown streak across the pipe?
No, but he was just so big he wasn't comfortable with, like a Stand By Me. If you saw Stand By Me, the big guy,
Vern.
like he had to step on every single plank, where everybody else was just running as fast as they could.
Yeah, right. When the train was coming, that was a great scene. Such a well-filmed scene.
Right.
That was when I realized that movie was like super intense. That I don't know. Before that, you had the scene with Chopper Sick Balls, the dog that was not really much of an attack dog. But I think that scene was the scene where it really became. What a good movie. Stand by.
That's a great movie. Surprisingly rated R.
Yeah, there were some scenes, And the fact that the kid got that 45 ACP World War II model, 1911, just beautiful pistol, and it was River Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
What a good acting. When I was a kid,
oh sorry,
it's hard to see it now. I'm fatter and like long hair and shit. But there was this crew of like older girls that thought I looked like River Phoenix.
Is that right?
They would chase me around.
Okay, can I just say something since it hates me typing? I don't get your reference, Mrs. Smoke. I really don't. By the way, I love your wife. She is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you. So do I.
I was waiting for the butt.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab another beer.
Oh, okay,
Me too. I'm gonna grab 2 beers. We're gonna keep this going, right? God damn it!
Absolutely.
Oh,
we are.
Yeah, no, I'm still good. Yeah, as long as I can pull up with my typing, I'm still good.
It's fine.
Well, there's a button that you can hit, and it just you mute, and then you type, and then you unmute.
Actually, there is a button I can hit. No, you're absolutely right. There is. I know. And do I mute? Am I muted now?
No,
you got to hit the button.
It's fine. You don't have to mute.
Or actually, you can hit Control D if you want to make it even quicker.
No, there
Is that what you like, Aphid? The Control D?
Control D. No, but I just hovered over it and it says
Control D is bookmark the page, bro.
The keyboard button. The keyboard button might or might not work, but there is a button.
I did Control D. Is that not muted?
No, you're probably
I don't know. I think Control D is something you do.
Aphid controls the D, huh?
He's
got that shit on lock.
I control my own D.
Control D. I'm getting a little warm in here.
Oh, there it is.
Better go get a cold one. Dude.
There you go. You got it.
Two cold ones.
Now you're muted.
Now we can't hear you.
I had some cannabis chocolates and a cannabis gummy and 3 joints and about 4 beers and 3 rums.
Dude, your boogers are probably like as potent as Kind Buds.
Possibly, but what should I go for more? I'm thinking 2 more beers and maybe a gummy to start, and we'll go from there. We'll take it light. How's that sound?
you are a professional, and I don't. I'm not even an amateur yet.
I'm marinating in THC and alcohol here. So let's keep this baby rolling. But I'm plenty of the Mount Gay.
Oh, good.
Now,
Which is,
last dance.
this is a great joke, by the way. The Mount Gay, the gay.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is great.
They make it out of molehills.
It's not great. All right.
Last dance. You said that your girlfriend partakes a little bit in the
Yes.
the marijuana. First off, would you admit if you joined in with her one
Absolutely.
night?
I would have no
And
hesitation.
have you?
Nope.
Good on you, Last Dance. Good on you. Marijuana is a bad drug.
Well, it does.
The gateway.
What are you
wonders
pushing,
for her.
Kelsey?
It's a very useful medicinal purposes for her.
Every time I've had marijuana, it just knocks me out. I just fall asleep.
It works.
Well, there's two different types: indica and sativa. Sativa wouldn't knock you out.
I mean,
It's
I mean, yes
less
and no.
common. Well,
you
I
never
mean,
know.
you
You never know what's gonna happen on the other end for an individual.
That is true, but most likely it wouldn't. If
For
you
me,
just
it doesn't
did
matter
a
what the
little
strain
bit.
is. I want to go do something. It's very activating. Fun for artwork.
To be honest, I mean, I've never really been a drug user. I just kind of like thought it was pointless. I mean, not so much thought, it's just kind of like from experience. It was always pointless. It's just kind of like,
Well, what are you smoking tonight?
that's a vape.
You with what in it?
Should I do the gay beer or decent beer?
Nicotine.
Well,
Do the gay whiskey.
I wouldn't really call nicotine a drug. I would
Oh
just
dear.
call it kind of
Oh
like...
my goodness.
No, I would not call nicotine a drug.
Well, what do you
I
want to
would
put it in? What category? Marshmallow?
Okay.
I would put it in kind of like a trap.
Oh, what?
Trap?
Okay.
Because you don't actually get anything from nicotine, whereas with marijuana, you get high, you get sleepy, you get dopey. Nicotine was a trap. I mean, I was brought up in an age where cigarette packets were all over the media, they were all over race cars, they were everywhere. Everyone smoked, and basically I had to quit the cigarettes because over here in England it became kind of like, when I quit it was coming up to like £8 a pack of cigarettes, and for you guys that's probably about $11, and it just kind of like I had to move to something else, so I moved over to vape.
I mean, I can understand why you would want to put it in a different category because you don't feel like you get anything from it. But it's always strange to me when people separate cigarettes and alcohol from the drug list.
Well, I mean, I think he's got a point. It's nicotine is really only a mild stimulant at best. It's really it's
a
addictive.
trap.
It's very
a trap.
addictive, but
It's very addictive.
in terms of its actual effects, it's really not.
But that's not the definition of a
particularly-
drug, whether it has.
Yeah, but the
big
problem
effects or
is
not.
some of
I'm
the
just-
things that are attached to tobacco are toxic and carcinogen. And one of its main addictive ingredients are nicotine. So you have sort of an unhealthy thing crossed with
Right.
it's
But he's vaping, so he doesn't get any of the tars.
Yeah. vaping.
Well, you might not be getting tars, but you can't tell me that a vape is non-carcinogenic. I know you guys have argued it, but I refuse to accept that as truth.
Well, there's really hardly any evidence that it is.
Give it some time.
I smoked fat joints, bro, so
Do you believe that the smoke from a joint is carcinogenic, the tar?
no.
I don't understand how people separate that either.
When you make your joints, are you doing it with tobacco?
Spin.
Negative.
I don't think that's a U.S. thing. I think that's just a Europe thing.
Just cannabis, bro.
Definitely more in Australia, that's true. So British descent.
Well, here we don't need to because it's legal. So I roll fat joints of weed only.
There's no legality in Europe and in Britain, in the UK, whatever I say.
No.
No,
Okay.
cannabis
I
is
think there's a lot of truth to
classed
that.
as Class B, I believe. They won't arrest it. They won't arrest you for it, but they will take it off you.
But they'll take it. I missed the last part.
They'll
They
take
won't-
it off you, yeah.
They will take it off
We
you.
need this. We're going to put this in our police vehicle so that you don't get harmed by it.
They're fucking
But-
stupid.
Talk that early.
Unless you've got a certain amount where you will be a dealer. They will arrest you if you're a dealer.
They're more concerned with that ridiculousness than the country itself.
Well, I mean, they're moving more towards kind of like, we want you drugged, living in the pods and eating the bugs. And therefore, if you're a dealer, yeah, we're moving towards, we're kind of like hoping to sell it ourselves. Therefore, we're going to arrest you.
Steve, can you bring up Don Browning's question? I'm guessing you have the answer to that yourself.
Donnie? Do we have nicotine receptors the same as we have cannabis? No. We have an endocannabinoid system. The human body has a system to receive cannabinoids, and we don't have the same thing for nicotine. Nicotine is a stimulant. Totally different.
Well, what would cannabis be considered? Because I consider it stimulating.
Yeah, you could consider it whatever you want. It's considered psychotropic, but it's, it's ambiguous.
Psychotropic meaning hallucinogenic?
That's kind of the level that it achieves, but it's not accurate. Being that there's so many variations of it, from hemp to the strongest, cannabis that you can smoke, there's so many different variations. CBD, CBD.
Will you hallucinate on the strongest strains?
Mildly. If you smoked like me on the strongest strains, you would probably be mildly hallucinating.
I would probably be in the hospital, but I'll take your point with a grain of salt.
Right, that's what I mean. I take in a lot of THC myself, so I'm not a good example, but the average person would be extremely high to smoke.
Do you take breaks so that your tolerance comes back down?
Yeah, I do. I don't smoke from when I go to bed until about 7 p.m. I usually wait till after dinner to smoke.
So you stop to sleep, huh?
Well, I stopped and work.
Oh, okay.
What about on the weekend?
I generally don't smoke during the day.
Really?
Yeah. Well, although, I got a dog story. I know you guys think I fucking hate dogs, dude.
Why would we think that?
It's because you do.
We had a dog story. We had an incident.
The dog is dead now. I know it.
Exactly.
No,
there was a
not.
shotgun involved.
It's not. All right. So I tell the wife I found this. I had to burn some vacation days around the holidays, so I went for this super long walk. And I told her, I was like, yo, this fucking walk's awesome. It's fast, and we can do it straight shot each way. It's 4 miles. I know, we're not fucking cresting Mount Everest, but hey, a 4-mile walk, right? Something. Do it. So, on the way back, we go, and this fucking dog comes out, and this dog's coming across the street, almost gets hit by a car, right? So at first we're all concerned. We're like, wait a second, this dog is coming to attack us. But both of us knew that, but we were like, oh, we didn't want this thing to get hit, and it was extremely close. So we're still like, oh, God, don't get hit, even though I felt like it was coming to bite us.
As you were speeding up.
No, we're walking. We're walking. No, I wasn't speeding up. I was squaring up, dude.
Ah.
So this is partly what I'm wondering, right? So like, the dog starts squaring up with her, and then I'm like, don't fucking bark at her. It's my wife. I'll fucking kill this thing. You know, I have a folding false edge dagger in my pocket, which is about a 4.5-inch blade. Now, I don't want to pull this thing out on a fucking dog, okay? Like, you guys know that. I'm a level-headed guy. Nobody wants to stab a fucking dog. Obviously, I'd look like a psychopath if it came to that.
Bitches get stitches.
No matter how it goes down, the guy stabbing the dog looks like a fucking crazy person. So in my head, I'm like, no, I'm not going to, like, harm this thing. We're going to get out of this. We're going to get out of this, right? So wife, of course, wife is as cool as a cucumber. He's doing it again. I'm going to mute him. I caught him early. Now you can unmute yourself if it comes to it, but type away, type master. So, Smoke Wife is fucking cool as a cucumber, right? So the dog starts not paying attention to her. So I start I'm like, fuck this dog. And I start yelling. Now this might have been my problem. You guys are dog people. If you've got a whole herd of fucking dogs, you can tell me, right?
Herd.
So I'm yelling at the dog, go home. And it's getting pissed. And I'm screaming at the dog, go home. So every time I yell go home, it seems to be triggering the dog, which is triggering me. So it becomes Smokesteve versus the dog. Like, I'm going to fucking fight this dog. It's the dumbest thing, dude. But
can you at least tell us the breed, though? Was it a Chihuahua? Like, what are we looking at here?
It was predominantly pit bull.
Okay.
And it was not backing down. Usually, like, when I raise my hands and walk towards the dog and point, like, go home, they go home. This thing was circling around onto my, like, less dominant side. I know it was circling for a bite. So, like, the homeowner comes running across the street. At this point, traffic is stopping because the guy who almost hit the dog was like, this dog is out of its mind. It's barking at people. It's not noticing traffic. And at this point, the dog starts circling around me, right? So I put my hand in my pocket and I pulled my right leg back. At this point, the dog owner shows up. He sees what's going down and he, like, grabs his dog in a big hug and walks him halfway across the road and puts him down and kind of yells, go home. And then he runs home with his dog without saying a word to me. It was very disruptive, but I guess it worked out all right. What was going to happen had that dog kept circling me much longer? He saw what I was winding up for. I was winding up to kick the shit out of this thing, and then who knows what went from there. Is that the right thing? Then wife starts talking about it after, and she's like, should we have just walked on and not said anything to the dog? I'm like, I don't know. Would that have gotten less of a reaction?
You
Right?
have to watch the dog. Even if you're going to walk past it and then it's behind you, then you have to be careful of the dog.
Right. I was squaring up with the dog. That's what I do. You put your body in the way of your loved one in what seemed to be a somewhat dangerous animal.
Some people do it in the opposite order, though. They pick their wife up and put it in between them and the dog.
That's what I do.
But the dog completely stopped paying attention to her. I noticed that. And he immediately zeroed in on me, which was fine. Then I was like, all right, it's on. I was like, I know what's in my pocket, and I know what I'm going to load up my right foot. And then the dog owner kind of showed up and was like, he hugged the dog and just kind of shuffled off with it. It was fine. I felt bad, and honestly, I didn't want to see the thing get hurt. Bad dog owners, yes.
Dude, Steve, your wife's telling a different story here, bro.
What's she saying?
She's saying your points of reference are a little bit different. He did say sorry, and she said that you should probably use a nice voice rather than yell "Go home."
Yeah, that's what we talked about. Yeah, I agree with her on that. We were talking about that. Should I use a nice voice? I don't know.
I mean, you can use a nice voice, but I'd still have my hand on the blade, like, "Good boy, shh, go to sleep now." You know, it's like you just have to be on point.
Yeah, that's the thing. If the dog was not nice, so I was only matching its tone. I wasn't intentionally trying to escalate the situation. And I think she knows that. But maybe she disagrees.
But at the same time, if you have an angry or cautious bias, if your bias around dogs is that they will attack you, your energy that you're giving them is a higher energy than someone that's just like, "Hey, puppy."
Well, yeah, that's my energy. Every fucking time, bro.
Right. So I'm just saying, I have a feeling that would put a dog in a higher sense of fight or flight.
I agree. That's my energy. I'm always going to have that energy. Smokesteve rolls like that. Like any man would. You don't want a dog to feel like it's superior to you. It's a fucking dog. So, right? I mean, what am I supposed to walk around like a Paul? You know, am I right or am I wrong?
I would do anything to avoid harming an animal, especially a dog.
Anything?
Yeah, I mean, not up to giving my life, but I would back away. I would talk nice to it. I would, avoid.
Shoot in the leg.
Well, if I
think what Smokesteve is saying that you're a pussy. Last dance.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean,
meow meow. Make me, that's fine. Call me a pussy, but I'm
No,
not.
no, he's not. You know what? This is why I like this man, because he's a pacifist. He doesn't want to harm the dog.
Pacifist.
No, I mean, I have a lot to learn from people like that. That's fine. That's great. That's a beautiful thing. And I also felt that way when I saw that car bearing down on the stupid fucking dog running across the street to basically come bark at us. I was like, oh my god, I don't want this stupid fucking animal to get hit and hurt by this car,
When I'm gonna hit and hurt it.
Right, I'm not I'm not a heartless bastard. I do feel sympathy and I do love dogs. But I didn't see why this thing was so aggressive. We were across the street. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that thing came out of its way through traffic to come at us. Clearly a problem animal.
Yeah, I don't know what makes, you hear about dogs attacking people. I don't know what makes dogs like that tick. Is there something the person does that triggers them, or are they just coming out looking to tear something up?
It's hard to know. That's why you're on point. Usually when you see one in the wild, you're like, "Are you crazy? Are you crazy, bitch? Are you crazy?"
That's right. And when they're an 85-pound, prominently bull terrier, you're like, yeah, all right. You got some size. We ain't talking about a 14-pound fucking sausage dog. What are those things called?
A Dachshund.
Dachshund. I love those. They're so cute.
Chippy's part Dachshund.
How is he with his hamstring?
He's all right. He has his good days and bad days. He can run up and down the stairs.
Does he still sit all pathetic at the bottom of the stairs and wait for you?
No, he can go up the stairs again. So
he can?
That's all that matters. Yeah.
Aww.
We didn't think it took like over a year, like a year or over a year to finally come back, but finally they were like, because he was like, if he got scared down here, he'd bolt up the stairs. So the wife and the junior was like, no, we're gonna make him go up those stairs. If he can do it when he's scared, he can do it.
Good
so
reason.
They were right.
He gave up the goat and ran up him under duress, and then you guys knew he's got it in him. So
yeah, right. So we started pushing him where we'd get him up like two stairs and be like, "You can do it, dude. I know you can do it." and he'd start going up, and then he'd start jumping up on the couch again.
Would he look back like, no, I can't?
Well, there's some days when he looks at me like, I can't do it today. I don't bring him up, and he does come up, but he's like, some days he jumps up on the couch quicker than other days where he just looks at me like, aren't you going to pick me up? This is where you pick me up, bitch, and I don't, and he finally jumps up.
Some days you...
But if I have a treat in my hand or something like that he wants, he'll jump right up there every day. So he can do it.
Right.
But you gotta keep him going, because if you don't, if I start picking him up and carrying him like I was doing before, then he'll probably get weaker and not want to do it.
Interesting. What's Mr. Kelsey talking about? Mr. Kelsey, you're here and in the chat. Let's analyze your chat comment. Did you at least think our conversation, Mrs. Monk?
Yeah, sorry, I'll unmute myself.
They're actually talking about different things. That's the funny part.
No, I want to know, what's the hate in the media? What's it about? This is
He's talking about Trump and how the media hates Trump.
Is that something you agree with, Last Dance?
Of course they hate Trump. So what? They can hate him.
Do you hate Trump?
I don't hate him. I just think he's a shit. But hatred, no.
Would you vote for him? Well, are you going to vote for him again this year?
No. I've already said there's no way, under any circumstances, that I will vote for Trump this year.
So you know Biden, no Trump. So who are you going to vote for? Smokesteve?
If you run, I'd vote for you.
I will literally have one vote.
Yeah, I don't know who I'm going to vote for yet. I just know who I'm not going to vote for.
You're not going to get your wife to vote for you too?
Nope.
Wow.
I think that I'm a little bit different than Mr. Kelsey one. I think that especially like the CEOs of the major media outlets would love nothing more. They're not going to say it out in the open, but they would love nothing more than Trump to be reelected, because their ratings are so good. They sold so much more advertising.
Well, love him for business reasons doesn't mean that they don't hate him.
No, but they still would want him to win the election, is what I'm getting at. I think secretly they would love for him. I'm not talking about the people that you see on these medias talking and giving their opinion, but the actual behind-the-scenes people at these organizations would love nothing more than for him to win.
To be honest, going on what Aphid said, these news organizations need Trump, because basically how many news organizations have shut down ever since Trump lost in 2020? They all needed Trump because they had no following after the 2020 election.
Do you personally, Mr. Kelsey, think Trump is good for America and world politics combined?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. I will give an absolute positive yes.
Last Dance?
The only thing, he was okay in many ways, especially foreign policy, when he was president, but I simply can't trust him. It's just that I don't trust him, for the big questions. That's really about it. Can I trust?
Is there some level of instability with him that you're concerned with?
Let's start with this. Trump did nothing but listen to advisors. All those advisors were backstabbers. All those advisors, they all backstabbed him. I mean, you had...
Nobody backstabbed him.
Okay, well, let's start with that lying little fucking cockroach. Who's that doctor's name?
Did you say a doctor?
Yeah.
Like a
Fauci?
Physician?
Yeah. Fauci.
Oh, Fauci.
Okay, He
Aphid,
advised.
Aphid, did you say Gauchi?
No, I said Fauci.
He advised Trump to put the whole country in fucking lockdown. He
No, I wouldn't.
advised everything that the WEF wanted, and Trump did it, and then they blamed Trump for doing it.
No,
Well, I don't think they should have blamed anybody.
I wouldn't call Fauci an advisor. He was a civil service employee.
Yeah, Fauci actually funded the Wuhan lab.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not trying to defend Fauci. I'm just calling him a Trump advisor just isn't accurate.
Fauci then tried to say, "Oh no, we weren't funding the lab. What we were doing was kind of like tunneling money, and some money went there, but yeah, no, we weren't doing that."
Well, Dance, you said he wasn't advising Trump, but wasn't he advising NIH and the WHO?
No, I didn't say he wasn't advising Trump. I said he wasn't a Trump advisor. You're
saying Fauci wasn't a Trump advisor?
No, he was a civil service employee. He was
okay.
He was there. He'd been there for 30 years. He was not
Trump was advised to sack him, and Trump didn't do it because basically Trump was new to politics.
Trump can't sack him. He's not an appointment. He's not an appointed employee.
He's the president.
That doesn't mean he gets to fire people anybody he wants. He can fire people he appointed, sure. But Fauci, he was a civil service employee.
Yeah, well, anyway,
you can't fire him without cause.
Yeah,
basically.
I mean, it's the same problem we've got in this country. We've got a load of people we can't sack that control the country, and it's just a fucking joke.
I mean, the whole idea,
Steve.
The whole idea of the civil service was to provide, to prevent people like Trump from replacing people who are, nonpartisan with their own cronies. Otherwise, you have a system that looks like Chicago.
Yeah, but what happens?
That's a disaster.
What happens when the whole civil service is full of cronies?
It doesn't work that way. People enter the civil service at the bottom.
In England, the whole civil service is full of cronies.
Well,
basically, we can't even we can't even send a plane to Rwanda without the cronies and the judges getting involved.
I don't know what that means, actually. A crony is someone who's gets their job because they know somebody rather than on merit.
I mean, literally, everyone attacked Trump from the day he stepped in office. Literally everyone.
I mean,
even though all the good he did, no new wars, peace with South Korea, peace with China,
North Korea.
North Korea. Well done. Peace with Russia. Everyone was doing really, really well. What's it?
That's why I say I thought his foreign policy was in general good, but even in that regard, I just can't trust him.
Now let's go to domestic policy. Everyone was better off under Trump. Everyone was better off under Trump. And then, for some reason, a pandemic happened. 1 in 100 years. They're predicting another one within the next 2 years. They are predicting another one in the next 2 years. And it was supposed to be 1 in 100 years. So, how is it that Trump did such a bad job? Oh, and then Biden created 1 million jobs. 1 million jobs. No, hang on. Was it 1 million jobs? How many jobs did Biden actually create?
I don't know. Presidents don't create jobs anyways.
Do you guys know when the
Biden.
Iowa caucus is?
No,
I'm
I
gonna
don't.
hitting him up.
Short. It's not that far away.
Because there's a breaking news from 3 hours ago that Ron DeSantis will endorse Trump if he loses the Iowa caucus.
Okay.
Am I surprised? No.
I mean,
too
I
early.
guess the surprise is that he's willing to back Trump. I don't know. I don't. Otherwise, what does this endorsement even mean anyway? That his followers get pushed in that direction? Like what?
It's just an endorsement. It has no formal. It has no use because he doesn't. He won't have any, any delegates or anything like that if he drops out after the first primary.
In a way,
it's a respect formality.
in a way, it's sort of like a raid on, like fucking
Twitch.
Yeah, right.
That's awesome. All right, guys, we're raiding Trump.
Now, how was that? Speaking of raids earlier, I gotta say, Reverend Simon Sideways brought some people here, and I mean, we were up to like 60 viewers.
Yeah.
That was awesome. What a cool guy.
Yeah.
And I can only say, what a cool guy.
Tonight was the night you were supposed to wear the marijuana leaf bikini, dude. You imagine what could have happened.
Uh-huh. Thank you for not paying attention to him.
I really liked it. It's cool like that.
Yeah, man. I think you actually grabbed quite a few viewers from it.
Great. That's great.
Like continual.
January 15th is when the Republican Iowa caucuses are.
So that's going to be a big day. Do you know if there's anything big happening before that?
I think it's the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the first one.
Because I know that the 22nd is when the Jane Doe names are released for the Epstein list, associate list. That's going to be a big day. I don't know
number
if you
107.
Yeah, there's two of them. 107
Yeah,
and another name.
I think January 22nd is when I did not understand that as being they were guaranteed to release them that day.
My understanding is that they could only cloak their names until that date. They were given an extension. That's it.
They were given an extension to show cause as to why they should have their names redacted, and they have to provide their argument by this 22nd.
Okay, so
and then it has to be adjudicated after that point. So it's possible that it will be adjudicated quickly, and because the presumption of innocence of public access is pretty high for judicial proceedings.
Well, I guess if those names are released, that'll be a big day in the news.
Yeah.
What's going to get released?
The people that provided the documents of Epstein's associate list that was released just recently.
Why is that going to be a big day?
Because it's unknown who the people are that released this information, and it's possible that once those John Doe names are out, it could be a big deal.
It's mainly because someone seems desperate not to have their name released. That's so kind of like the Streisand effect. The harder you try to keep it secret, the more people are anxious to see that name released. And so if it is released, everybody's going to be holding their breath, waiting for that name to be released.
Especially the person that doesn't want Clinton's associates at their front door.
Well, okay.
No. I consider that a very big.
I'm not going to endorse that personally, but I certainly. I think they mainly don't want the humiliation of being associated with Epstein.
Why wouldn't you endorse that?
Right, that Dershowitz or whatever that dude's name is.
Dershowitz, for example.
He don't look very good either.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
he never did, though. I never believed him.
A little crusty.
I don't believe. It's not that I have proof that he was guilty of anything. It's just that I don't believe them. Anybody who hung out with Epstein at Epstein's Island, I don't believe they were there just for the swim.
Right.
A little
Yeah.
swim.
I mean,
Well,
for that matter,
swim.
Trump don't look that great either. You
No,
know?
absolutely.
I mean, he was like when that chick was in all that trouble. He wished her well or something. That looked horrible.
Well, because he didn't do anything with her.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
No, not Ghislaine. I'm thinking of Virginia.
That's who I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about Maxwell.
I'm talking about what Smoke.
Okay.
Yeah, because when she was like, he said he wishes her well or.
Well,
or
he
whatever.
he might, I don't care what adults do with each other. I mean, that's not in my business. And
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Are you guys high? Are you guys high?
Smokesteve is.
Basically, everything that's come out has
What, you
proven
ain't?
Trump. Everything that's come out has proven Trump to be absolutely innocent.
There you go. Mr. Kelsey won. Trump is innocent.
No, I didn't realize.
As the driven snow.
Damn right.
Everything that's come out has proven Trump innocent. I mean, literally.
Just because there's not. I mean, even in general, I wouldn't say that if he's not proven guilty, that means he's proven innocent. That's not.
No, I mean, literally, he kicked Jeffrey Epstein back out of his Mar-a-Lago in the 90s, saying there's something wrong with that guy.
I'm not disputing that. I still say, if you were on Epstein Island and you were a guy, especially a powerful guy,
was Trump on Epstein Island?
Wasn't he? Am I wrong about that? RW.
I'm not sure if he was on the island or not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not sure if he was on it.
Trump was not on Epstein Island. Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. Trump also was behind the investigation of Epstein.
Well, he wasn't behind any investigation of Epstein.
He was Trumper. Let's go, Trump.
I mean, you guys are so fucking brainwashed by the media that Trump is this absolute fucking criminal.
Okay, here it is.
Who is brainwashed by the media here?
No, here
you
I am.
And you.
In what way? You can't just say something.
You hate Trump so much that you want to believe anything you're told that's bad about Trump.
What have I ever believed about Trump that you disagree with? Give me one example, Mr. Kelsey. Or did you just grab that out of your ass because you're such a hard-on for this guy? You would do anything for him and fight to the death for him. That's what bothers me about Trump, is because it makes people like you so crazy for him. That's what bothers me about Trump. Nothing else. That's not what the media tells me. It's what I see what he does to people like you, Mr. Kelsey.
The thing I love about Trump is he's good for the world. If he's America's leader, he is good for the fucking world. I mean, look what Biden's done. We've got 2 fucking wars broken out. How many wars broke out under Trump?
What credit do you give that to Trump?
What do you mean what credit I'll give to Trump? No wars broke out. There was peace in the Middle East. There was peace.
Now, I can't prove you wrong, Mr. Kelsey, but I do not think that if Trump won the last election that we would not be sitting in the same situation we are right now with Putin and Ukraine. You can't prove me wrong for thinking that.
Well, no, I can't prove that. I can't prove you wrong because basically you got Biden that's trying to freaking bring in the third fucking right on America.
And I'll tell you something else. We have won less war since Biden's been in, and I'm not a Biden supporter, but just to prove your argument.
You talking about Afghanistan?
Yeah, of course.
But was that a good?
Sorry, did they actually follow Trump's plan, or did Biden empty the fucking military base before fucking exiting the people? Or did they kind of like say, oh yeah, we'll just get our people out and then everyone else has to use the civilian fucking airport?
It was a dirty exit. I think
It was
leaving all that
It
behind.
was one of the
Go on,
only
Aphid,
exits they
tell
could.
me.
It was.
Aphid, tell me.
It was
tell
one of the
me.
only
Was
exits
it
that could have
fucking
happened.
Beautiful? Was it beautiful?
It was never going to be beautiful.
Was that under Biden?
It was never going to be beautiful.
Was that under Biden? Trump left an exit plan that involved the fucking military base, and then Biden said, fuck it. Let's empty our military and then hope everyone gets on a plane in the public fucking airport.
Aphid, why couldn't we have pulled our weapons out first? Why was that not considered a logical, common?
If you pull your weapons out first, you leave yourself defenseless.
I mean,
yeah, no,
you should be able to pull out the mount.
They didn't do that because it would be more expensive than to leave them there. That's
I disagree with
Bidenomics. That's Bidenomics.
I disagree with it being cheaper in the long run.
That's Bidenomics. Bidenomics is it's cheaper to leave it there and then replace it.
We could have given those guns to Ukraine, dude.
So tell me, Aphid, how well did you do in that?
How well? The fact that we're out of there is a plus more than it is a minus.
I think the fact that we're out of there, our troops are out of there, is infinitely more valuable than leaving some stuff behind is negative.
I'm not going to argue that a human's life is worth less than a weapon. I very much disagree with the tactic.
I actually really, really feel sorry for those lives lost and their families. And their families. They were literally bombing your troops on the exit.
I don't think he's even Dance. I think he's telling us to chill.
Oh, okay. Chill, my friend. Okay.
No,
we are always chill.
You don't. I do see. I don't know if it's all narratives. It's hard for me to know what's even real based on information that's handed out in the world. But I feel like Trump had a stronger hand or a different way of international relations, and it was a bully tactic, but it seemed to work. And I don't think that same tactic is used. And I am curious if war would be exactly the same under that narrative. But at the same time, I don't think the president is the one that runs the show. So it's a complicated one.
My opinion is, like with Putin would be in Ukraine right now, and we would not be helping Ukraine nearly as much if Trump won.
I would agree with that statement.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I don't think that anyone should be supporting Ukraine.
I know, but you use the two wars as your defense on why Trump was so much better, and you just agreed that we would be in one war.
Ukraine had a peace deal until Boris Johnson walked in, and he's a puppet as well.
We just lost our hero.
Yeah, about to lose me too. I haven't eaten yet. I need to eat something.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, yeah. The Ukraine war never needed to happen.
It is possible.
And I don't know if the president situation has anything to do with Gaza and Israel either. I'm not making excuses for Biden.
Yeah, but Putin.
But you're using that as your main defense on why he would be so much better.
Putin never made moves on Ukraine under Trump.
Yeah, that's the narrative. So I'm curious if that would have continued under Trump, if there would have been some different.
I think that Putin had much more control over Trump than he did Biden.
No, the Russia collusion was all bullshit. It was proven all bullshit.
I didn't mention Russian collusion at all. I'm just saying he had more influence over Trump than he does over Biden.
No, he never had any.
I might argue it's the other way around. Actually,
Trump
had more influence over Putin than
the
Biden.
Influence.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it's pure conjecture as to whether Putin would have invaded if Trump had been president. I think there's less of a chance, but who knows, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm just going based on what I experienced during that campaign or during that cabinet.
Sorry, I'm what's it? Just gonna.
He's back.
I tell you what, I'll mute for a sec whilst I type.
What are your guys' goals for this year? Do you have any short-term, long-term projects you're working on?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that, RW. I'm trying to keep mine real simple and low. So I don't.
All right.
So like this weekend, it was not take down the Christmas lights; it was unplug the Christmas lights. So
That's true.
I want to clear the air, and I did unplug the Christmas lights, and they are not on right now. So far,
Just
I'm
imagine the
good for one.
amount of dollars you're saving every day. Except for all the screens behind you. Yeah, that's a bitch. You got the thing spinning in your backyard, the ticker for the electricity. I'd like to level up my gardening skills this year. I do want to get more edibles growing on the property. Not THC edibles, but berries and stuff like that. It's definitely not where I want it to be.
We start composting.
What do you mean? Like you're just going to start the experience?
No, we got a little composter to put all the stuff from the vegetables and stuff from the kitchen and bring
Those
them
are
out
cool,
to the
man.
garden. Because
you just
our
got that?
dirt. Yeah, our dirt is not healthy at all, and we're having a hard time growing stuff.
It's going to trip
We have
you
a-
out how long it takes you to fill that sucker up.
Oh, I know. Yeah,